Welcome everybody, it is Mahmood Mauji here and congratulations for downloading the Create Your Ultimate Life program. I'm so happy, I'm so glad that you've joined me on this journey. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you my 5-step strategy on how to create the life that you've always wanted, the life of your dreams. You may not get this at first, just like anything, repetition. So just like anything in life, if you can remember when you're learning to tie your shoelaces, when you were learning to drive, you didn't just get in the car and start driving. You didn't just learn how to play a sport all in one go. What you did is you tried and you tried and you tried. So this 5-step method over here, if you can put this into practice and if you can practice this every single day, then life for you is going to be totally different. But I want to tell you a few things before we start. Now this 5-step method, normally I run seminars for 2 to 3 days where I get people in and we're kind of working out and we're really kind of doing this physically, because there's 3 ways of learning. You can either listen and you're taking about 20%. You can either write things down, you're taking about 40%. But when you actually play full out, when you're making noise, when you're doing the exercise, when you're really giving it your all, you actually take in about 90%. So I want you to take in about 90%, but because I'm not there with you physically, I can't get you to kind of jump around and say yes Mahmood and hands up, and I can't get you to do all of those things which I'd normally do with you if I had you for 2 to 3 days with me. What I want you to do is I want you to play full out. I want you to immerse yourself in this. I want you to give as much energy to this as you can, because that's the way in which you're going to learn. You see, without emotion, without energy, knowledge doesn't really stay. Let me ask you a question. How many times have you maybe been to a seminar or you've listened to an audio program before, but at the back end of it, you came away thinking, yeah, I'm going to do so much, and you've made this big kind of manual and then you put it on your shelf and it becomes shelf help rather than self-help because you don't do anything about it. Or you've come out of a seminar thinking, yeah, you know what, I'm really fired up, but in the end you didn't take any action and nothing happened. Why? Because when there isn't the energy or the emotion behind the actual information, it doesn't stay, it doesn't last. So if I was to ask you, can you remember what you were doing on 9/11? You'll straight away be able to remember that I was doing this. Like I remember at 9/11 exactly what I was doing when the planes hit the Twin Towers, when I actually saw the news of the planes hitting the Twin Towers. But then, so if you remember what you were doing on 9/11 clearly, what if now I asked you, can you tell me what you're doing on 8/11? It's not that easy to remember, right? You probably won't be able to remember what you were doing on the 8th. Question is why? Because on 9/11 there was energy, there was emotion attached to what you did on that day. That's why you remember. So if I can get you to put a lot of emotion, a lot of energy behind what you're learning right now, it'll last, it'll stick. You'll be able to carry it out, you'll be able to go and make this work, and you'll be able to design the life which you've always wanted. Okay, so let's get the energy levels up. If you feel you're dozing at times, just pause, come back to it, rewind, but just make sure that you're on energy level 10. See, so I always say in life, there's an energy scale of between 1 and 10, where 1 is hardly anything, but 10 is that pure level of energy. Most people live life on energy level 1, 2 and 3, and the question is why? And it's because most people are in their comfort zones. They're safe, but safety is never going to get you anywhere. Comfort's never going to get you anywhere. I need to get you out onto energy level 7, 8, 9 and 10. I was coaching a billionaire client last year, and when I met that client, I remember that he was in energy level 2 and 3, and the question was why? It's because he didn't have that zest for life anymore. And when he started getting to level 7, 8, 9 and 10, businesses started changing, relationships started changing, everything in his life started changing. So no matter whether you're a billionaire or whether you're a startup or whether you're a mom, whether you're a dad, whether you're a student, no matter what you are, you will be playing life at the moment somewhere between 1 and 10, and 90% of people are playing between 1 and 3. So I want you to start getting your energy level up, okay? When it starts getting up to 8, 9 and 10, you start making massive change in your life. But understand that around the place of 7, 8, 9 and 10, that's where life becomes really uncomfortable, where you start doing things you've never done before. But understand that you need to be able to live outside of your comfort zone for you to be able to do the things you've always wanted to do. So let's get well out of your comfort zone. So where are we going to go with it? So first thing is, I remember that I was flying to Africa recently, and as I got on the plane, I sat there, and normally I'm on my phone or on my laptop, kind of busy doing things. But this time what I said is, let me actually listen to what the air hostess, the air steward at the front was saying. And obviously they started talking about the doors, and they started talking about what happens if anything happens, where the lights are going to be, what time the meals are going to be, and if we need them to press the orange button. But they said something which really kind of hit me hard. I've heard it all the time, but this time it really kind of hit me hard. They said that if there's any loss in cabin pressure, what they want us to do is, they want, when the mask from the ceiling falls down, they wanted me to put my mask on first and then help the person next to me. And I'm thinking, hold on, maybe you've got it wrong, right? Because we always help others before we help ourselves. So if I put the mask on myself, I won't be helping myself first. I'll be helping myself first. I won't be helping someone else first. And we've always been taught to help others first. And as I thought about it more, I realized, hold on, that there's a lot of truth in this. That if I haven't got my mask on, how am I able to help someone else put their mask on? If I'm going to be struggling for oxygen, if I'm going to be kind of fumbling around trying to get my own mask on, how can I help someone else get their mask on? So the truth is that it's only when I have it myself can I really help someone else properly. So even if it's my child or my spouse or my parent or a friend, it's only when I've got my mask on, when I've got the energy I have, when I've got it myself, then I can go ahead and I can give the mask to them. I can help them put their mask on. So that kind of meant a lot to me, because I said, you know what? Sometimes in life we say yes to things just to avoid disappointing others. Sometimes we go to schools or we take up jobs we hate. Why? Just sometimes to be able to please our parents. That sometimes, a lot of what we do in life is around just pleasing others, and we never put our own mask on first. We're always putting someone else's mask on. So what about if we started to say no to that useless meeting, so maybe we can go for a run? What if we change our career so that we can do something we really enjoy? Maybe we use that money we've saved and take that break because we know we really need it. Because what's that money being kept aside for? That, sometimes the way this plays out, that say for example you've taken a career to be able to please your parents. Initially they'll be pleased, but later on you're going to be upset. And when you're going to be upset, you're going to be upset with them. So maybe initially we have those conversations. We put our mask on first and say, I really don't want to do this. That maybe we do need to upset a few people around us first, because in the long run, in the macro game, we'll be pleasing them because we'll be happy. So what you really need to do is you need to, and again, when in this whole audio program, I'm going to say you, I'm going to say me, but understand that when I point at you, and just do that now, just point at someone, point in the room. When you point, there's one finger pointing out, but there's always three fingers pointing back. So remember that whenever you point to anything, you're always pointing at yourself 3 times over. So understand that whenever I say these to you, I'm the first one to be taking this on, and I'm always talking to myself about this as well. So I'm pointing at you, I'm saying you, but I'm also talking about me as well. So you need to find out what gives you energy first, and when that gives you the energy, when you have the energy, then you can spread that joy and that energy to everyone else. So let's get our oxygen masks on first. Next time you're traveling, just listen to what the person at the front is saying. And sometimes we don't take this on, but understand how important it is that you have your own mask on first. So let me tell you a little bit about me. So I'm a dental surgeon by profession. Okay, so I'm a dentist by profession, and in January 2016, my life took a very big turn. So I was leaving one of my clinics, and as I was leaving, there was a lady called Lucy who called me, and Lucy was from the NHS Trust, and Lucy said to me, Mahmood, I've got some news for you, but I want to make sure that you're sitting down because this is pretty important, and I just want to make sure you're not driving. And Lucy's normally she's normally a very funny character. She's always laughing. So I didn't know whether she was having a bit of a laugh, but I said, no, I'm here and I'm listening, and just tell me whatever you want, and I'm not driving. She said, look, Mahmood, we're having cuts in the area, and we've had to put all of the names of the local clinics inside a hat, and we've pulled out your name. And I'm like, wow, normally when your name's pulled out of a hat, it's a good thing. And she said, no, Mahmood, what that means is we've got to kind of cut the funding to your clinic. And what that meant for me is that my business closed overnight. A business I'd built up for 7 years, which was worth over £600,000. I lost that business overnight. And, when's the last time one day changed your life? See, my kids were really young at that point, and I didn't know what I was going to do. I came home and I didn't know how to tell everyone. I didn't know what I was going to do, because obviously I relied on this business for most of my income. So as the days went on, I kind of went down a slippery slope. I wasn't depressed, but I wasn't okay. I was kind of in the middle, if you kind of know what I mean. And things kind of started getting worse. And whenever things for me got really bad in my life, there was always one person who I'd go and speak to, and that's my father. And you know how dads are, right? Dads always have the right thing to say at the right time. So I went to speak to my dad, and I explained to my dad what was happening. And my dad said to me, look, Mahmood, let me give you three very, very, very important bits of information. I said, okay, fine, Dad, what are these three? Dad said, number one, Mahmood, never, ever, ever, ever give up on your goals. Never give up on your goals, or never give up on your dreams. Said, number two, never stop serving people. That the more people that you will help in your life, more doors will open for you. That if you help enough people get what they want, then you'll be able to get anything which you want in life. So number two, never stop serving people. And Dad said, number three, that the dots will connect down the line. That you will understand why this is happening to you right now, but you won't understand it now, but you'll understand it later on. That how many of you out there right now are having really big problems in your life? Most of us, right? We're all having problems. And when you compare these problems to the problems you maybe had 10 years ago, the problems you had 10 years ago weren't big, they weren't massive problems, but the problems right now, they're massive. But you know why that is? It's because you've grown as a person. So the way in life that we grow is by having bigger and bigger and bigger problems. I'd understand, right? That problems are here to grow us. That it's only when we go through problems can we actually grow to the next chapter of your life. They say that at every level there's another devil, that at every level there's another problem there. And only when you get through that problem will you be able to get to that next stage of your life. That maybe sometimes in your life right now you're having the same problem over and over and over again, and the reason why is because you haven't learned the lesson from that problem. Think about a lobster. What's a lobster, right? A lobster is a thin, mushy animal with a very, very, very thick, hard outer shell. And whenever a lobster wants to grow, it can't, because the outer shell is limiting its growth. So when a lobster wants to grow, what happens is it has to shed its shell, and it goes through so much pain when it sheds its shell. And then it grows, and then a new shell forms over it. So the only way the lobster grows is through pain. But imagine if lobsters had doctors, what would happen, right? That the lobster would go to the lobster doctor, and the lobster doctor would possibly give it a Valium, and then the lobster wouldn't want to grow anymore, so it wouldn't feel any pain. So because it doesn't want to feel any pain, it won't grow, and the lobster would never grow. Right? And our lives are sometimes like that as well. That when we feel that pain, we stay away from that problem, not to avoid it, but the truth is that's the problem which is actually going to grow us. And if we don't get through that problem, we'll never ever grow to that next chapter of our life. So that's those three things to me. Number one, never give up on your goals. Number two, never stop serving people. And number three, that the dots will connect down the line. You see, I didn't know what to make of this at that point because I was so emotional. I was highly charged because I didn't know what to do. And so I left my dad's place on that day. And as I left, my dad gave me a book. And that book was called Habits 101. You may want to read that book. It's a book which changed my life, and I'm sure it'll change your life. And I went home that day, and when I read that book, Habits 101, I realized that every successful person out there has a daily habit. A habit which they do early in the morning, and it's normally related to their health. So I said, you know what? I haven't got anything to lose. I'm going to do this. I'm going to start up a daily habit from tomorrow, and I'm going to do it every day, because if it can work for these guys, because what does Tony Robbins say, right? Tony Robbins says, if you want to be successful, find someone who's done it already and copy them, model them, do exactly what they've done. So I said, you know what? If other people have done this, then if I do that, then I'm going to be able to get to that same place as well. So I said, okay, fine. Do you know what? So I used to run. Many of you runners out there, I don't know, but I used to run, but I never used to run every day. So I said, from tomorrow morning, I'm going to start running every single day. But not just every single day, but early in the morning, before my wife's up, before the kids are up, before my phone starts going off. I'm going to be out there, and I'm just going to be running every single morning, because if it worked for these guys, it'll work for me, right? That's it. And I had nothing to lose at that point. I lost everything. So I said, okay, fine. I'm going to do this. So guess what? The next morning came, between 5 and 6 a.m. I'm out there running, and guess how it feels? No, it didn't feel good. It felt horrible. It felt totally horrible. Guess how it felt a few days later? Again, it felt horrible. It felt really bad. But as time went on, what I realized is that it kind of gave me some me time. That was my time in the morning when I could actually focus on me. It gave me some me time. And as time went on, I maybe hadn't found a reason as to why this happened, but I kind of found a way to cope with the problems in my life. That it was like, if I run, it allows me to go in a certain type of zone that I can cope with any problem now. So do you know what I said to the world? I said, world, throw me any problem you want to give me, and I can handle it. Why? Because I found my coping mechanism in life. And guess what happens when you throw something out there in the world? Tell me what happens when you throw something out there in the world and you say, world, throw me a problem and I can handle it. Guess what the world does? Yeah, the world replies, right? So the world replied to me in a really big way. I remember it was the 10th of May, 2016. It was a Tuesday. It was a cold Tuesday afternoon, and my mum phoned me. You see, my mum normally doesn't phone me because she knows I'm at the clinic, but this time she called me. And she said, Mahmood, Dad's been taken to hospital. So I'm like, wow, what do I do? And, I knew it couldn't be that bad because my dad was a speaker. But since January, Dad wasn't able to speak because he had a cough which wouldn't go away. And just a month ago, I was at the consultants with my dad, and the consultant said, look, we don't know why this cough is there, but come back in July. We're going to run some tests, but everything should be okay. So I'm like, okay, cool, we'll come back. We will come back in July. So it's May now. And so I rushed to the hospital, and my dad's lying there on a hospital bed with an oxygen mask on him. But he looked well, so I knew it couldn't be that bad. So that's cool. I'm with my dad. My dad can't speak much because obviously he had the oxygen mask on him. And the evening comes, and at that point it's just me and my dad in the room. And my mum and my sister had gone home to get my dad's clothes. So it's just me and my dad in the room. And the consultant walks in. And I remember this consultant clearly. Why? Because a guy looked like he was 194 years old. He looked like flipping Yoda, right? So the consultant walks in and he goes to me, Mahmood, what's the pathway? And I'm like, what do you mean? And he said, Mahmood, and he started speaking loud. He said, Mahmood, what is the pathway? What would you like us to do? And at this point, I didn't know what to say. And he pointed and he said, Mahmood, come outside. And so I walked outside. And you see, the distance from the door to where I wasn't long, but it seemed like a walk forever. And I got outside, and the consultant said to me, look, Mahmood, I don't know how to tell you this, but something's changed, and we don't know why it's changed, but your dad's a very sick man. And he goes, do you know there comes a time in your life when you've got to call your near ones, your dear ones, your loved ones? He goes, this is a time that I don't think your dad's got very long left. And I'm like, wow, and I'm like shocked, and I'm thinking, oh my God, what the hell do I do right now? Have you ever had that experience where you kind of feel like you come out of your body and you're looking at yourself? So that's how I felt, that I'm looking at that I'm looking at myself, and I didn't know what to do. And I called my sister, I called my sisters, I called my mom, I called my wife into the room, and I said, look, we could be losing now the rock of our life. And I went home that day, and the only way I knew how to cope was through my running. So I got my trainers on that night, and I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran. That's all I knew how to do. And over the next few days, what the running allowed me to do is the running allowed me to concentrate on my dad's life rather than on mine. And I remember it was the Sunday, it was the 15th of May 2016. Have you ever woken up in the morning and you just know that something doesn't feel right, but you just don't know what it is? So I woke up that morning, I went for a run, and I rushed to the hospital. It wasn't even visiting hours yet, but the nurse said to me, Mahmood, I'm happy you've come in because your dad hasn't had a good night, so come and see your dad. So I walked in and I looked at my dad, and my dad had a CPAP mask on him. So if you don't know what a CPAP mask on, you just kind of Google it, but it's a mask which blows really, really fast oxygen on you, so it's impossible for you to speak. So my dad said to me, he made a gesture. He said, Mahmood, bring me a piece of paper and a pen. So I brought my dad a piece of paper and a pen, and then what my dad wrote on this paper is with me right now, but it was something which changed my life forever. My dad writes on there, Mahmood, it's my time to go. It's my time to go meet my Lord. I said, no way, Dad. I said, there is so much that we've got to speak about. There's so much unfinished business we have. And Dad said, no. Dad said, I'm out of here. And Dad said, I give you today till 4 o'clock. And he goes, at 4 o'clock, I'm out of here. You see, how many times in your life do you put things off until tomorrow, until tomorrow, until tomorrow? But what if that tomorrow never comes? And for me, that tomorrow never came. And my dad said that until 4 o'clock I give you, bring anyone you want here, and then I'm out of here. My dad died that day at 6, 2 hours after he said he'd die. And when my dad died, each and every member of my family was holding my dad's hand while he passed from this world towards the next. And as the days went on, and when I reflected on my dad's life, I realized some very, 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 very important things. That number one, that my dad, he led a life of no regrets. See, on that day, my dad was happy to go, but at that point in my life, I was full of regret. I was in a career as a dentist, which I didn't like at all. I loved it early on. For the first 7 years, I loved it. But the last few years, I really, really, really didn't like it. I kind of hated it. And I was in there, and I knew that if I don't do something right now, there's going to be a time in my life when I'm going to regret so much. But at that point, my dad didn't have any regrets. He lived a life on his terms. He did everything he wanted to do. And I said, that's the day when I need to change, when I need to become more, do more, give more, if I'm going to go out there and I'm going to serve more. But I had that little voice in my head saying, Mahmood, you're not good enough. All the things you wanted to do, I wanted to speak, I wanted to be able to inspire, I wanted to be able to help, I wanted to run courses, I wanted to make audio programs like this, I wanted to be able to do so much. But I had that little voice in my head saying, Mahmood, you're not good enough. Mahmood, why you? There's better people out there than you, that people are going to laugh at you. And maybe you've had that voice inside your head. And I said, on that day, I'm going to get rid of that voice. I'm going to overpower that voice, and I'm going to go and do the things which I want to do. And do you know the other thing? My dad was right, that the dots did connect. That if I didn't lose my business, I wouldn't have found the coping mechanism to deal with my father's death. But the dots connected further. That if my father didn't die, I don't think I'd be here making this program, talking to you right now. And the thing is, why am I telling you this? Why am I sharing this out there? Why am I putting out there to hundreds and thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people right now who are listening to this? Why am I sharing this with you? It's because I don't want you to have any regrets. No regrets. I want you to have a life of no regrets. And do you know what the biggest regret in life is? What is the biggest regret in life? Take a moment, have a think. What's the biggest regret? No one on their deathbed said, I wish I'd worked more, I wish I'd earned more money. Yeah, do you know what the biggest regret in life is? I wish I'd led a life on my terms, a life true to me, a life not governed by the expectation of others. And each and every one of us, to some extent, we're governed by the expectation of someone else. Maybe it's our spouse, or maybe it's our parents, maybe it's our kids, maybe it's our friends. But the one thing I can promise you is there's going to come a day when you're not going to care about what anyone thinks about you, but then it's going to be too late. And why am I telling you this? Because I don't want you to be governed by anyone's expectation. I don't want you to be governed by anyone else's expectation of you. I want you to be able to go out there and do the things you always wanted to do. You know, there's a great philosopher called Cooley, and what Cooley said is, he said, I am not what I think I am. I am not what you think I am. I am what I think you think I am. Think about that, man. It blows your mind. I am not what I think I am. I am not what you think I am. I am what I think you think I am. That we live within a box, within a box, within a box, a perception in a perception in a perception, a bubble within a bubble within a bubble. That we don't lead our lives not what we think about us. We don't even lead our lives on what we think other people, on what other people think about us. We live our life on what we think other people think about us. What a crazy, crazy way to live. And I want to make sure that from today you have no regrets in life, that you don't live life based on anyone's expectation of you. You live life on your terms, only on what you want to do. So I said that day that I want to go out there and I want to do the things I want to do, that how is it that I can go out there and I can impact the world? I wanted to help people, but I didn't know how I was going to do it. So do you know what I did? I looked at what I was good at. See, so in life, you've got your strengths and you've got your weaknesses. In life, most people concentrate on their weaknesses to get their weaknesses better. What I tell you is concentrate on your strengths. Find out what your strengths are and go all in on them. Just go all in on your strengths. Just concentrate on your strengths. Because if you focus in life on what you're bad at, you'll become okay. If you focus on what you're okay at, you'll become good. But what if you focus on what you're good at, you flip and become phenomenal. And that's how you transform the world. That we need more phenomenal people out there. That even some of the biggest leaders, the thought leaders like Warren Buffett and Elon Musk were asked, how would you divide up your hours in a day? How do you divide up 100 hours if we gave that to you on what you're bad at, what you're okay at, what you're good at? Do you know what they said? All of the uber successful people said would concentrate on what we're good at, would focus in, would go all in on our strengths, not on our weaknesses at all. I want you to do that. Make a list right now. Pause. Make a list of your strengths, of your weaknesses, and decide, what are you doing? Are you spending more time in your life focusing on your weaknesses? Are you focusing on your strengths? Go all in on your strengths. Don't worry about your weaknesses. Your weaknesses aren't there. Yeah, there's someone else who can do the things which you're bad at. You just focus on what you're great at and what you're good at. Become great, become even better. So I said, how is it that I can add more value to the world? What is it that I can do? So one thing which I was very passionate about, which I knew I'd conquered, was my health. I knew I was in good physical shape. And I knew because of my running, it allowed me to focus on my physical, but it allowed me to power up, to rule my mental. Okay, so by running, it actually focused my mental state, not just my physical state. So I said, do you know what? If this works for me and if this changed my life, let me go out there and teach other people how to do this. So what I did is I looked around me and I looked at my Asian community. And you know what? The Asian community, they're not gifted with the gift of health. So I said, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go out there now and I'm going to give them the gift of health. So what I'm going to do is, I said I'm going to start up a fitness class. I'm going to start up a fitness class once a week on a Sunday. And I said, let me put an advert out there. So come and join me once a week on a Sunday for 6 weeks, no charge, and let me get you fit. This was for my Asian community. And when I put it out there, you know what people said? I think people are quite negative by nature. They said, Mahmood, you're not going to get 15 Asians coming to you, probably get 5. They're not really interested in health. And I said, do you know what? I don't even care if I don't get 5. Okay, I just want 1. Why? Yeah, I knew I couldn't change the world through one person, but I knew I could change the world for one person. And as long as I could change the world for one person and I could leave this earth impacting one person, then that was enough for me. Okay, so I put the advert out there, and guess what? I got 15 people straight away signing up. So we started, and we were only meant to go on for 6 weeks. But you know what? We haven't only gone on for 6 weeks. So what I used to do is, when they used to come in, I used to, for the first 10 minutes, I used to give them a pump talk, which used to motivate them, inspire them, get them, yeah, we're going to do this, okay? And then I used to record that. I used to put it on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And you know what? People around the world started watching that. Our classes haven't just gone on for 6 weeks. They've gone on now for 3 years. Rather than having 15 people through our doors, we've had thousands of people coming through our doors. And not just that, not just have we launched in the UK, but we've launched in the US, we've launched in Africa, and this year we're launching in the Far East, we've launched in Europe. And why? Because this only happened because I got out of my own way. That I got out of my own way, that what's standing between you and the life of your dreams is you, that you're in your own way right now, that I believed more in me than anyone else believed in me. And that's how this whole journey started. That when I put these on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, that people started watching them, that they started calling me on their stages around the world to speak. And I started traveling to places. I started traveling to Africa, to the US, to Europe to be able to speak. A little while ago, I got invited to give a talk in Davos. And we had, Davos is the place, and we were in the same hotel where the World Economic Forum's held. We had a net worth of 15 billion be in that room. Okay, and I gave a talk of how health and wellness relates to business, relates to how to grow your physical business by conquering your physical self and your mental self. And you know, right now, once a month I'm in Africa, once a month I'm in the US. Well, you know, what I do now is I've got my own coaching firm where I teach entrepreneurs how to sell, how to speak, how to power speak, how to close, how to command levels of money which they never thought about before. Why? Because I kind of got out of my own way. And it was amazing, and I'm living a life right now which I never thought I would, but it only came from me believing more in me than anyone else believed in me. And I want you to look at yourself right now and think about what is it that you want to do, and are you doing it right now? And if you're not, I want you to ask yourself why. You know, in life, whatever you want to achieve, there's kind of two ways of looking at things. There's eyesight and there's mindsight. That most people live life by eyesight, but I want you to know that you need to be able to live life by mindsight. See, eyesight is when you need to see something before you believe it, but mindsight is the ability to believe something before you see it, okay? Where you need to believe something for it to manifest in your life, okay? So if there's anything in life that you want, you need to be able to believe it, and then it manifests in your life. I want you to look at this, right? I want you to draw something. So grab a pen, pause wherever you are. Grab a pen right now. Okay, so just go grab a pen, get a piece of paper. Brilliant. Okay, so I hope you've got a piece of paper and a pen. What I want you to do right now is I want you to draw something out. So imagine there's a clock, and on that clock at 11 o'clock, I want you to put a P. At 2 o'clock, I want you to put an A. At 4 o'clock, I want you to put an R. And at 7 o'clock, I want you to put a B. Okay? So the P at 11 is for potential. The A at 2 o'clock is for action. The R at 4 o'clock is for results. And the B at 7 o'clock is for belief. So from the top, going in a clockwise direction, and then you can put arrows. So P leads to A leads to R leads to B. So it's potential, action, results, and belief. So this is the belief cycle, and what I want to show you is over here that imagine if, let's kind of look at your business, or let's look at your earnings right now. That say there's two people, say there's one person earning £2,000 a month, and there's one person earning £10,000 a month. Do you agree with me that the person earning £10,000 a month is doing something different from the person who's earning £2,000 a month? 100%, right? 100%. The person who's earning £10,000 is definitely doing something a lot different to the person earning £2,000 a month, because otherwise, if the £2,000 a month was doing that, then he would be at £10,000 a month. So how is it that you can get from that £2,000 to £10,000? So let's look at this. So let's look at P for potential. Do you agree with me that human potential is unlimited? Absolutely, right? That we're all born average, but we've got an unlimited amount of potential. If Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon, can make like $2 million every second, why is it that we can't? We can, right? We can. And he's just tapped into more of his potential than we have. Okay? More of his potential than you have. That's it. Okay? So human potential is unlimited. But tell me, do most people's results in life show that? They don't, right? Most people don't have the life of their dreams. They don't have everything they wanted to. They don't, right? So let's look at. So if you feel that your potential is £2,000 a month, let's move on to action. What kind of action are you going to take in life? You're going to take the action like a £2,000 a month person does. When you take £2,000 a month of action, guess what results you get? You get £2,000 a month worth of results. And if you start getting £2,000 a month worth of results, what happens to your belief? You say, look, I'm a £2,000 a month person. So imagine if you changed it. Imagine if you're a £2,000 a month person, but imagine if you started now living life with mindsight. So remember, where you believe something with everything you have for it to manifest, for you to see it in your life. So imagine if you started believing that you're a £10,000 a month person. Imagine if you started living life like you're a £10,000 a month person. I don't mean spend like a £10,000 a month person. I mean, how would you feel every morning if you were earning £10,000 a month? How would you breathe? How would you walk? How would you smile? Imagine if you woke up every single morning believing you're a £10,000 a month person. If you believe you're a £10,000 a month person, what's going to happen to your potential? You're going to tap into more of your potential. You're going to tap into £10,000 a month worth of your potential. When you tap into £10,000 a month worth of your potential, guess what type of action you take? You take £10,000 a month worth of action, which means you'll start doing bigger things. You'll start living life more uncomfortably. You'll maybe have a mentor. You'll have a coach. You'll learn more. You'll read more. You'll wake up earlier in the morning. You'll start having a better, healthier lifestyle. You'll take massive action, right? And imagine if you start taking £10,000 a month worth of action, what kind of results will you start getting into your life? £10,000 a month worth of results, right? Then what happens to your belief? You think, yeah, flipping I can do this, right? And this cycle, it feeds itself. It goes round and round and round. But understand, the only place where you can attack this, is in your beliefs. You can't attack it on action, on results, on potential. You can only attack it on beliefs. So if there's anything in life that you want to do, the only reason right now, the reason you don't have it is because you're waiting to see it before you feel it. I want you to feel it before you see it. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the moment perfect. Get the moment. Make every moment count. No one's coming back. You only live once. No one's coming back, right? We all live as if we're coming back. Believe you are wherever you want to be. Live life like that. Breathe life like that. See it, smell it, touch it, do it. When you believe you're there, then you will actually get there. Before 1954, no one had run a mile in less than 4 minutes. And what the doctors and the cardiologists and the specialists out there said, it was impossible. It was impossible to run a mile in less than 4 minutes. So because the world said it was impossible, no one had ever done it. One man called Roger Bannister, who actually died last year, great guy, absolutely amazing guy. What Roger Bannister said is he believed he could do it. And he ran this race in his mind, so he used mindsight rather than eyesight. So he believed going out there on the track, and he believed smashing the 4-minute mile, but nothing happening to him. So his heart would be okay. So he'd actually be super healthy, and he wouldn't die while trying to do this. And because he did it with mindsight, guess what happened? He went out there and he ran this mile in less than 4 minutes. And the world was like, wow, no one's ever done this before. He's achieved the impossible. No one from the history of time has ever ran a mile in less than 4 minutes. But Roger Bannister did. He made the impossible possible. And guess what? Just 1 month after, a guy called John Landy ran the mile in less than 4 minutes. He actually beat Roger Bannister's time. And you're like, hold on. Since the birth of the world, no one's run the mile in less than 4 minutes. Now all of a sudden 2 people can. And after John Landy did, then other people started doing it. And every year, thousands of people do it now. School kids run the mile in less than 4 minutes. You can run a mile in less than 4 minutes if you train yourself. But what happened? Have we got any healthier? No, hell no. If anything, we've become maybe unhealthier as time's gone on. But why? It's because of belief, right? It's because of belief that all of a sudden the impossible became possible. That people now, because they thought it was possible, they went out there and they did it. And look at the people in your life right now. Who has told you that something's impossible? That people only call it impossible because it's impossible for them, but they make it so it's impossible for you. So they tell you it's not possible and you don't do it. Why? Because you think it's impossible. But it's impossible for them. People put their own limits on you because they don't want you to grow. Question is, what's your 4-minute mile right now? What's your 4-minute mile in your life? Is it the amount of money you have? Is it the business you have? Is it the relationship you have? What's your 4-minute mile? And do you know what my 4-minute mile was? My 4-minute mile was, well, let me kind of tell you properly. So when I was 13 years old, every 2 weeks there used to be a knock on the door in school like this. There used to be a knock, and it used to be called a lady called Mrs. Edwards. And Miss Edwards used to come in and go, Mahmood, let's go. It's time for your speech therapy lesson. Yeah. You see, when I was younger, I had a stutter. And do you know what a stutter is, right? Where you can't speak, where the words just don't come out. And everyone used to laugh at me. When you're younger, all you want to do is blend in. When you're older, you want to stand out, right? But when you're younger, you all just want to be able to blend in. And I had a stutter. She used to call me out. Miss Edwards used to call me out every 2 weeks for my speech therapy lessons. But the thing is, she wasn't just my speech therapy teacher, she was actually my English teacher. And Miss Edwards didn't like me. She didn't like me at all. And when we used to have our English lessons, when someone needed to read, she used to pick on me to read, even though she knew that I couldn't read. Well, I could read, but the words wouldn't come out. See, when I was around my friends, my stutter never used to come on. But when I was around people I didn't know, when I was in crowds, then my stutter came on. And people used to laugh. And I remember this day when I got into class and Mrs. Edwards was my teacher. I got on the chair and I tried to dive under the desk. I tried to go down and down and down on the chair so she wouldn't see me. But she saw me. And do you know what she said? She said, Mahmood, page 23, Shakespeare, paragraph 2, start reading. And I'm like, oh my God, seriously? Seriously? She goes, Mahmood, start reading. And I started reading, but the words wouldn't come out. I was like, And there's little giggles in the class. Everyone starts laughing. There's little laughs in the room. And I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't take it. Everyone's laughing. I ran out the class. I ran home. I locked my door and I started crying. And I said, do you know what? There has to be a way out of this. That I knew that I got to find a way out of this. That if I grow up with my stutter, then it means I've come to the world with my hand out. And I never wanted to come to the world with my hand out. But the doctor said to me that even now, if you type it in on Google, how do you get rid of a stutter? You can't. It's impossible. That if you've had a stutter for more than 2 years, there is no way that you can get rid of it. And I had mine for my life. So the doctor said, Mahmood, there is never going to be a way where you can get rid of it. So I said, I have to. I can't go on life like this. And I made a decision that day. Do you know this belief cycle I told you? I didn't know about it, right? I was 14. But I made a belief that day that my belief was that I've got rid of it. I'm going to find every way in my life right now to find a way to get rid of it. So I walked the next morning and I marched into Mrs. Edwards' room and I said, Miss Edwards, I don't need you anymore. She said, what do you mean? I said, I don't need you anymore. I said, I'm going to find a way to get over my stutter. If anything, I've got over it already. I don't need you. Do you know what Miss Edwards did? She wasn't a very nice lady. She laughed. Not smiled, she laughed at me. And she walked to the board and she got her chalk. And do you remember, have you heard the noise the chalk makes on the board? And she wrote the word impossible on the board. And I looked at that. And when I looked at the word impossible, for some reason that day, I read it differently. I read it as I'm possible. So write the word impossible down and it's made up of I'm possible. That I saw there that she didn't write impossible, that she wrote that I'm possible. And I decided on that day that that's it. I'm going to go out. I'm going to make this happen. And do you know what I did? that I found every single way I can to be able to get over my stutter. And what I do now is, do you know what? So now I teach other people how to speak. I teach entrepreneurs how to power speak. You know, I've spoken on the stage around the world. I've spoken in front of thousands and thousands of people on stage that I've actually closed. I've raised over £2 million, well over £2 million in the last 10 months. And the question is how and why. And the question is, do you know what? That from my greatest pain, which was my stutter, came my greatest gift, was being able to help the world to be able to speak. So from my greatest pain came my greatest gift. And why? It's because I believed more than anyone, that I believed, and because I believed it, I saw I had the potential to do it. Because I knew I had the potential, I started taking massive action in my life. Because I took massive action, I got massive results, and the results were that, well, you know what, this stutter's going away. And because of that, my belief that, yeah, Mahmood, you can do this. And now, as I said, I stand before you, and what I do is I teach entrepreneurs how to power speak. I have courses where I bring people on and I teach them how to power speak. That what's taken me years and years, that I knock out stutters, that I knock out confidence issues, that I make sure that people have a life on their terms, why I give them the gift to be able to power speak in front of crowds, in front of rooms, to be able to stand up without any problem and speak out and speak well and speak with clarity, passion and power. And that came from my greatest gift. So understand that whatever you're going through in your life right now, imagine whatever you're going through in your life right now, that whatever pain you're going through, understand that this is there to grow you, that your pain becomes your greatest gift. And you need to use your pain, and there are people out there in the world who need you, that you need to be able to help them, that they need help from you and what you've been able to go through. So what is it that you've done? What have you conquered? And now what you need to do is be able to go out there and give this gift to the world, that understand that from your greatest pain comes your greatest gift. So then one of the first things over here which we need to start thinking about is if we want to start thinking in a different way, then we've got to start thinking about how we're going to do that. So let me give you an example. Do you remember, are any of you wise enough out there to remember Windows 95? I won't say old, right? I'll say wise. Are any of you wise enough to remember Windows 95? A lot of you remember, right? So what if I told you that, can you install Office 2016 onto Windows 95? What would happen? And you'd say, look, Mahmood, it's not going to work. Why? Because it'll crash, it'll burn, it'll just won't work. And you know, sometimes our minds are like that we're running an old operating system, and then someone like me comes along and I say, you know, you can have the life you want, you can have everything you want, but you just got to start thinking in a different way, that you can earn more, become more, do more, have better relationships, have more money, you know, have that dream career you want, be able to quit your job right now and have the actual career and the job you want. And do you know what? Because sometimes you've got an old operating system in there, even though you say yes, it's possible, you don't really believe it. So during this audio program, what I need you to do is I need you to allow me to install my software up there, and because I know that if I install my software, then when you listen to what I tell you, it's going to work. 100% it's going to work. So do I have, so like wherever you are, just kind of shout out a big yes. Remember, let's get the energy up. Do I have a big yes from you that you'll allow me to install my operating system in your mind? Everyone say loud yes. Fantastic. Okay, brilliant. Okay, so now let's go. Fine. So one of the first things which I want you to do is I want you to be able to set some goals. Okay, a lot of people say goal setting doesn't work. The reason it doesn't work for them is because they don't set them right. So I want you to be able to set some massive, huge goals, because the thing is, what goals are is, imagine if you didn't have any goals in life, okay, and then you're just going around trying to do things. You'll never get there, right? It's like a ship without a captain. Do you remember, have you seen Alice in Wonderland, where the two roads open out? And Alice asks, well, what road do I go down? And the answer is, well, any road will get you to somewhere where you don't know where you're going. If you don't know where you're going, any road's going to get you there. So you need to be like a laser guided missile. You need to know exactly what is it that you want. Now, there are a few rules for goal setting before I ask you to set some goals. So the first thing is that when you set a goal, I want you to set a goal from the person you are becoming, not from the person you are. So from the person you want to be, not from the person you are. Because the person you want to be sets much bigger goals than the person you are right now. So rule number one, set goals from the person you will become, not from the person you are right now, because that person who you're going to become sets much bigger goal. Okay, does that make sense? Oh, brilliant. Okay, second thing, when we're goal setting, I want you to set some short-term goals. What I mean by short-term is I mean 6 to 9 months goals. A lot of us, we set 5-year goals, and when you set 5-year goals, do you know what happens for the first 4 years? Have a guess. Yeah, you don't do anything. So the key to set goals is to have a short-term goal. So you've got 6 or 9 months focused, okay? The next thing is that I want you to not worry about the how. So normally, say you set a goal, say financially, for example, you're making £1,000 a month now, and you set a goal where in the next 6 months I want to make £5,000 a month. Your mind says, you've never done that before. No one in your family's done it. You're not going to do it. So straight away the mind will try to try and douse that flame. Why? Because it doesn't want you to grow. Okay, so I don't want you to think about the how. When you commit, once you go all in, once you say I'm going to do it and you put everything in there, the world opens out. You'll find your how. You don't have to worry about the how. Think about this. Imagine that you're sitting in a car. Say, well, I'm sitting in London right now, and say I want to drive to Birmingham. And say it's night time. So what I do is I sit in my car and I turn my lights on to go from London to Birmingham, but all I can see is the first 10 meters ahead of me. So then what happens is I drive 10 meters, and what happens? Yeah, I see the next 10 meters, and then I see the next 10 meters after that. And slowly I get to Birmingham, right? If from when I sat in the car, I try to visualize all the roads and any traffic jams and any hurdles and any blockages and any accidents on the way, I won't even begin because I'll be so overwhelmed I won't even start. So the key to goal setting is that you know where your goal is, but you don't worry about the how. Okay? So that brings me to my next thing. That your goal needs to be specific, because when the mind is focused on something specific, it doesn't matter on the journey, it will get you there. Let me give you an example. Look at the room around you, okay? Look around. If I told you in your room, I want you to walk in a straight line from where you are right now to where the door is, okay? I want you to walk in that straight line. So you know where the goal is, that's the door, you know where you are right now, and you know I want you to go in a straight line, so no bends, just totally straight. So you start walking, and all of a sudden, do you know what I do? I chuck a chair in front of you. And what do? You bypass the chair, and then you get to your goal. Fine, okay? Because the mind knew where it needed to go, so it went through any obstacle, but it still went to the destination it was meant to go to. So let's change this now. Let me say that I told you, so let's not pick a clear goal. So I told you, look, pick any place in your room, and I want you to walk to a straight line to that place. So then you start walking, and all of a sudden I throw the same chair in front of you. Do you know what happens? Number one, you stop, and either you'll stop, and then what you'll do is, if you continue, because the chair's in your way, you'll go to another destination in that room, because the destination isn't fixed. So what happens is you ended up at a different destination. Why? Even though the same hurdle came to you. But when you had a fixed destination, the mind took you to it. So what I want you to understand, that the journey doesn't matter, the hurdles don't matter, the route doesn't matter. You will still get to the same goal. Okay, you will still get to the same goal, because that's what the mind looked at. So number one, the most important thing is to have a fixed goal, the fixed endpoint, but then understand internally that even when you get to the goal isn't going to make you happy. Goals don't make you happy. It's the journey which makes you happy. The happiness comes from the person you become, because from getting to where you are now, so say for example you're earning £1,000 right now, you're going to get to £5,000. Say you're in a relationship which you don't like and you want to make it amazing. That journey in between is what's going to make you happy. So what's going to grow you. So the end goal is so important, but the route doesn't matter. But the route is what's going to grow you. The route is the part which is going to make you happy. The end goal isn't going to bring the happiness. okay? So there are 5 main areas of your life, 5 main areas. And again, I want you to grab a paper and a pen, pause right now if you have to. 5 main areas of your life. And these are the main areas where I want you to be able to set some short goals. And what I would say is set 3 goals in each of these areas. And when you set these goals need to be something which when you hit, they're going to change your life. They really inspire you. Don't set a short-term goal. So again, if we're just talking about money, say you're on £1,000 right now and you want to get to, and you'd love to get to 10,000. If you set like a £2,000 goal, when you get there, it's not going to inspire you. I want you to create something, an amazing goal, something where when you hit it, it's going to be wow, it's going to change your life. So the 5 main areas are, number 1, your physical self. So your body, okay, your health. You know, your health is the most important journey you'll have in life, right? You've only got one body. It's the only place you have to live. You need to make sure that you're vibrant, you're passionate, you've got energy, that you're running, you're exercising, you're in the gym, all those things. So I want to make sure that your physical health is amazing, because you know what? A lot of the people I've met in life, later on in life, they got a lot of money, but they don't have the health. Early on in life, they sacrificed their health to get the money, and now they'll sacrifice any amount of money to get their health back, but it doesn't happen that way. So make sure that you've got your physical self sorted out, okay? So 3 goals, write down 3, remember, short-term, very, very precise goals, which will change your life for your physical self. Once you've done that, I want you to then change over and then write 3 goals for your business, so for your money. So anything business related, again, short-term goal, 6 to 9 months will make them super powerful. When you get there, it's going to change your life. That journey is going to make you an amazing person. But when you get to that goal, life's going to be totally different for you, because if you're a £2,000 a month person now, if you get to £10,000 a month person, you know that £10,000 a month will change your life totally. It'll bring you back in. And the thing is, let me kind of take a bit of a pause right now. Let me talk about money. That I really feel that money is super important. Why? Because sometimes in our culture that we're told not to have too much money, but you know what money does? Money buys you choices. Money allows you to change other people's lives, not just your life. So there's a certain amount of money you need, a certain amount of money you want, but beyond there, it's about helping others. So say, for example, you're a millionaire right now, but say you've got the potential to be a billionaire. Now imagine all of that extra money. What's it going to do? It's going to change people's lives, right? It's going to change the world. So make sure that you go out there and you earn as much as you can. Become the best at what you flipping do, earn the most amount of money you can, and change the people's lives around you, okay? That's what you're put here for. So write down 3 business goals. Then write down 3 relationship goals. So I don't just mean your one main intimate relationship, but I mean the other relationships, the ones you have with your co-workers, with your workers, with your staff, with your parents, with your kids. What kind of relationships do you want? You know, like right now, maybe they're not amazing, maybe they're not fulfilling, maybe they're not passionate. You know, you need to be able to live life in a passionate state. You want to be a leader, an effective communicator, because the biggest gift in life you'll have is the art of communication. That's why I'm so passionate on teaching people how to speak, because I know that when you can communicate well, you can sell well, you can speak well, you can influence. So it is so important. So make sure that you have your relationships, the communication really kind of honed in. So pick the relationships in your life and say the goals you want in your relationships. And maybe, for example, in your intimate relationship, that maybe right now you haven't got that intimacy, or you haven't got that, you're maybe not spending as much time with each other as you want. So maybe a goal for you can be that in the next 6 months, I want to make sure that I'm having, you know, date night every week, that I've got something to look after the kids, that I've got a better relationship with my kids, whatever it may be. But again, don't just put a better relationship, because that's not focused enough. I want you to have something specific, something really specific and tangible. Don't just say better relationship, don't say more money, because you know the world will throw £1 at you and that's more money. Have a specific goal, right? And the next one is your environment. So the house you have, the car you have, the clothes you wear. Again, 3 specific goals on your environment. And then lastly, on your spiritual self. And if you're not spiritual, that's fine. Just call it happiness. Okay. So do you feel connected? You know, do you feel connected to whoever's up there, whether it's God, whether it's whoever you believe in? Do you really feel happy? Do you feel content? Have 3 specific spiritual happiness goals. So that's the 5 areas of your life: your physical part, your business, your money, your relationships, your environment, and your spirituality. Okay, so I hope you have created these 3 specific short-term goals for each of these 5 areas of your life. And now, because you've set the goals, what I want to make sure is, I want to make sure that you can make these real. That over the next 6 months, I want you to have the most fantastic journey to the new chapter of your life. But it all kind of starts now. Everything starts now. So if you want to make these goals real and you want to bring them into this world, the one thing which you really need to know is that the brain is not on your side. And when you understand that, then you can start harnessing the power of the mind. And for me to learn how important the mind was, I'm just going to take you back to about last year, July. What's happening? I was driving to my clinic. And see, you can imagine, this is my clinic, and I really didn't want to be there that day. And I remember calling in, and I hope they're not listening right now on this, but I remember calling in and speaking to my manager and telling my manager, look, I got a really bad stomachache. Now look, I lied, I didn't have a stomachache that day, but I really wanted, I didn't want to be there. So obviously my manager said, fine, look, we're going to clean your diary and you can leave by 11 o'clock. And I'm like, fine. So I got in, and because I told people I was sick, I know it was something wrong, but look, I'm just telling you the story now because I want you to understand the results of this, that I had to go into that place and I had to pretend I was sick. I had to really believe I was sick. So I got in there and I had to pretend I had this stomach ache. So I went in and I was holding my stomach and I was like, bending down a bit, and I was saying, oh, it hurts. And I really had to get into that state where I really believe that. Do you know when you were a kid and you like jumped off the sofa and pretended you're Superman and you like wondered why you actually didn't fly? When you're young, it's, you're working in a different memory zone, and I'm going to come to that in one of the later chapters. But at that young age, you can really imagine, and I wanted to imagine like that. So I imagined that I got a really bad stomach ache. So when my nurse saw me, I was like, oh, stomach's hurting. When patients came in, it was like, yeah, stomach's hurting. And by the time 11 o'clock came, guess what happened? I had a really severe stomach ache that for the rest of the day I wasn't able to do anything. And I thought, wow, look at the power of the mind. That I thought, if I can trick myself into becoming sick, what else could I trick my mind into? What if I could trick my mind into believing health, wealth, happiness, love, everything? Imagine where my life could be. So I started learning so much more and spending so much more time learning about the brain. I studied the works of people like Joe Dispenza, like Bruce Lipton, like Robbins, and I'm going to talk a lot about them as I kind of go along. But what it taught me is that the mind is made up of 2 parts. You've got your subconscious mind and you've got your conscious mind. The conscious mind is the 5% of the mind, and the subconscious part is the 95% of the mind. The 5% of the mind, which is the conscious mind, is the goal setter, but the 95% of the mind is the goal getter. So no matter what type of goal you set, if the 95% of your mind isn't programmed to be able to get you there, you'll never be able to get it. So you can say, you know what, I want a new life, right? I want a new personal reality, which is a new life. I want a new life, and that's it. But if your internal beliefs, if your subconscious part, I'm going to talk about beliefs in the following chapters, that if your internal part, I'm going to show you how to change your beliefs. I'm going to change all the beliefs you have which aren't serving you. I'm going to show you methods and skills of how to do. I'm going to show all of it to you in the coming chapters. But if your 95% of your mind, which your subconscious mind, says it's not possible, then no matter what your 5% mind says, you'll never be possible. So you can say that I want more money, I want a better relationship, I want a better relationship with my kids. But the thing is, if the 95% of your mind says, it's never happened, you won't do it, it's never happened in your family, whatever, then you'll never, ever be able to do that. So if you want to create a new life, which is a new personal reality, how do we do that? I want you to think about one thing, that every morning when you wake up, the first thing we normally think about is our problems. And do you know what each problem is? Each problem is linked to a memory. And what a memory is a memory is a circuit in the brain which is connected to people and things at a certain time or place. So what that means, it means that your brain is a record of the past, So the moment you start your day, you're already thinking in the past. Each memory has an emotion. Question is, what's an emotion? An emotion is an end product of a past experience. So when you recall a memory of the problem you've had, you feel unhappy, you feel sad. So if your state of being in the morning is in the past, because the brain's a record of the past, then what happens sooner or later is the familiar past becomes the predictable future. 100%. So then we think, why isn't my life changing? So what happens is, in the mornings, what's the first things we do? Well, you wake up and you have a routine, right? You wake up in the morning at the same time every day. You press the alarm with the same finger. You check your WhatsApp, you check your Facebook, you take a picture of your feet, you check your Instagram, and now you feel connected, right? Now you feel connected because that's what you do every day. So now you feel connected to the life you have. And then what happens? More habits, right? You get out of bed on the same side, you go to the toilet in the same way, you have a shower in the same way, you go down, you have the same kind of breakfast and your coffee in the same kind of mug, in your favorite mug, and you drive to work in the same way. You do the same work every day. You meet the same kind of people who press the same emotional buttons. You drive home in the same way. You come home, you check your email, you have your dinner, and you go to sleep. And every day you hope your life will change. But did your brain do anything new that day? So by the time we're 35, we function like a computer program. So what it means is that when you want to set a new goal, like I want to make more money, I want better health, the conscious mind, which is the 5%, says yay, but the 95% of the mind is working on a totally different level. And that's the reason why we find it hard to change and actually to create a new life. So to have a new life, we actually need to become a new person. So what that means is your personal reality doesn't shape your personality. And what I mean by personality, it's the person you are, but rather it's your personality which shapes your personal reality. So now as we kind of move into the next chapter, there is so much I want you to take on board with chapter 1. But I now want to start putting in these 5 main key areas which are going to allow you to start living the life of your dreams. I hope you found so much value in chapter 1. Please go back and make sure you've got your goals, you've got what your 4-minute mile is. Get all these things down and then move on to the next chapters. Make sure you've got a pen with you, a paper with you. Make sure you're taking notes. Make sure you've got the energy. Remember what I said, that energy and emotion, when you mix that with information, it lasts. It stays. So I want you to make the most of this. I want you to have this most amazing life, and you can have this in the next few months. So it all starts now, okay? Before we move on to the next chapter, make sure you've taken everything on board. Go back, maybe listen to this one again. Repetition, okay? I'm going to meet you on the other side and chapter 2. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the next part of the book. Thank you so much for being here. I'm just really excited, as you know, to share with you these 5 keys to actually build up that ultimate life. So what I want to do first of all is I just want to take a step back, and I just want to kind of let you in on a little secret of mine, just something which I hadn't told you before. But I want to let you know how part 1 of the book, the first chapter, was actually written. You see, so I've been running courses and I've been running seminars for a very long time now, okay, where I bring you in and I really give you the keys to change your life, and there's energy and there's power, and it's, 2 days with me will change the rest of your life. But what I've also wanted to do is I've also wanted to create audio programs like this, where if you're driving or if you're in the gym or whatever you're doing, you don't need to physically be with me, but obviously when you're with me it makes so much more of a difference. But at least now you can tune into what I'm saying and you can start to make those changes. So I've always wanted to make these audio programs, but so many other important things have come up, as you can imagine, in your life. I mean, just think about things you've said you'd always do, that massive to-do list you have, and it just doesn't get shorter and shorter, so the things on there just stay on there for ages. So my audio programs was actually one of them. So a short while ago, my mum had a brain hemorrhage, and mum got rushed to hospital in a massive emergency, and they needed to do emergency surgery to remove the bleeding from my mum's brain. And I remember we had a talk with the consultants the night before the surgery, and what the consultant said is that it's really complicated surgery, because obviously they've got to open up the head, they've got to go inside the brain, they've got to remove these blood vessels, and they may need to take out part of the brain as well. And they prepped us up that night to say that this could be the last night with my mum. And so we made the most of that night with my mum, and the next day came, and obviously we're all really, really worried about what's going to happen. My mum got taken into surgery. We were told it was going to be about 8 hours. And I made a commitment on that day. I said, look, on a day like this, if I can actually step up and actually do something which I've never done before, then I have no excuses ever. So I said I was going to commit to writing and delivering the first part of my audiobook during that time. So I remember mum went under GA. I came home, and at about 6 hours I sat down, I created the introduction, I recorded it, and I got it out there, and that was it. And for me that was like, wow, because I thought, if in a time like this, if I can produce, if I can make things happen, I have no excuse ever for not carrying on. So that became it. That became the first part of my audio program. So I wanted to share that with you, because it brings a tear to my eye when I remember the situation in which that was created. But for me, it set a massive precedent in my life to show that if I can do this at such an important time, at a time when things were so delicate, then I have no excuses ever from now. And I want you to do that. I want you to understand that there are no excuses in your life. That, we come up with so much. I'll do it tomorrow. If you remember the story with my dad, I had no tomorrows. That tomorrow was today, and I had no tomorrow. And we put off things so much. So that was the day when I said, look, I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna create this program where I know that if you study it and if you do everything which I say, then that's it. Life will never be the same again. So I hope you found so much value in part 1, and welcome to part 2. So when I was about 8 years old, I started on this journey of self-development. The way it worked out is that my father was a big fan of Anthony Robbins. And when I was going to school, Dad used to put on Tony Robbins tapes in the car. Do you remember back in the day, they didn't have CDs, no MP3 players, they were like tapes, and you had to forward it to the place you wanted it, and you'd have a little counter. So yeah, Dad used to put on Tony Robbins' tapes when he was driving me to school. And even though at that point I was young and I didn't understand what was going on, subconsciously it was in my head. So there was programming going on, there was something going on in there, but I didn't really realize it. And my dad didn't push it down my throat either, but he just kept it on in the background, because again, he was so into this, and he so believed in the power of self-development, and it just used to be on in the house always. So from an early age, I started tuning into what Robbins was talking about. And then as I got older, then I started looking into this more myself. I realized the value of actually knowing yourself, that I understood that if knowledge is power, then knowledge about yourself becomes self-empowerment. So I really, really wanted to find out everything I could about me, to know everything I could about me. And that's when my journey with Robbins began. And with lots of other people, but I spent a lot of time with Robbins. I went to his events here in London, in the US, and they really, really changed my life. And they became a foundation to everything now, which I actually give to others. So one of the most influential things which Tony Robbins has taught me is he taught me that if I can understand why I do things, then I can then begin to understand why others do things. What does it really take to become wealthy? I'm not talking about rich, I'm talking about wealthy. And do you know what the difference between being rich and being wealthy is? It's one thing. It's being fulfilled. It's when you actually feel like you've done it, that sense of fulfillment. Why? Because success without fulfillment is failure. That many of you may have had a goal at some point and you thought that when you hit that goal it would fulfill you. But then when you hit it, you realized, it doesn't. Maybe you thought having a certain amount of money would fulfill you. Maybe you thought having a child would fulfill you. And for a while, yes, you get a great feeling, but afterwards that feeling goes away. So I was desperate to find an answer to what actually makes a person fulfilled, what will light a person up from the inside, but not just light a person up from the inside, but actually to let that light last forever. So the key to all of this was being fulfilled. But if the key to all of this was being fulfilled, then the question is, what is it that you need to make you fulfilled? And that is called self-awareness. It's understanding about yourself. It's understanding so much about yourself, your hates, your loves, your weaknesses, your strengths. And you see, what happens is we spend so much of our time concentrating on our weaknesses that a lot of the time we don't allow our strengths to develop. So back at school where we're taught to do things we don't like to do, but I guess it's a schooling system. I don't really like this way the schooling system is, but that's not a topic for conversation right now. But when most of the uber successful people in this world are asked, what is it that made them so successful? You know what the answer is? It's that concentrate on your strengths. Go all in on your strengths. There was a study done where they asked so many of the influential people around the world, the uber successful people, that if you had 100 hours, how would you spend those 100 hours? How would you divide the 100 hours between what you're bad at, what you're average at, and what you're good at? So imagine this. Imagine if you had 100 hours, maybe pause this program right now and write down 100 on a piece of paper and then allocate your time. Where would you spend those 100 hours? How many of those hours would you spend on things you're bad at? How many of those hours would you spend time on doing what you're average at? And how many of those hours would you spend on doing what you're good at? Have a think about it. What would you do? You see, because a lot of the times we're told to focus on our weaknesses. Look, if you're not good at that, spend time becoming good at that. But when you ask the uber successful people like Warren Buffett, people like Bill Gates, like Jeff Bezos, like all the uber successful people out there, the answer came back that they would either spend 90 hours on what they're good at and 10 hours on what they're average at, or they'd spend 100 hours on what they're good at and 0 hours on the others. Why? Because they understand a very, very important thing. That if you spend time on what you're bad at, the only thing you'll become is average. If you spend time on what you're average at, the best you'll become is good. But if you spend time on what you're good at, you become phenomenal. And that's it. And all of us, that's what we want to be. We want to be phenomenal. We want to be brilliant. We want to be absolutely amazing at what we do. So what we need to do is spend time on what we're good at so we can become great, so we can become phenomenal, so we can become absolutely amazing. Recently, I had the opportunity to actually share the stage, to speak on stage with the co-founder of Apple, Steve Wozniak. And Steve told me something great. Steve said, look, Mahmoud, the key to all of our success, the key to success is self-awareness. Is when you understand what you're great at, then you can actually go out and build the most amazing business, the best relationships, but you've got to understand yourself. That Steve Wozniak met Steve Jobs in 1971, and then in 1975, that's when they started up Apple in the back of Steve Jobs' garage. And the stories Steve Wozniak has are amazing, absolutely amazing, the stories he had to share. But in the biography of Steve Jobs, Walter Isaacson writes it. He writes an amazing thing in there that, Steve Wozniak said that there's a conversation which goes on between Wozniak and Steve Jobs. And Wozniak goes to Steve Jobs. He goes, look, what are you? What do you do in this company? You're not a coder. Why? Because Steve Wozniak is the tech guy. Steve Wozniak's the tech guy behind Apple. He made all of the tech. So he goes to Jobs. He goes, look, you're not a coder. You're not a programmer. You're not a marketer. He goes, what are you? What is it that you do? The answer which Steve Jobs gave is such a phenomenal answer. And it carries so much weight. What Steve Jobs said is, he said, look, he said, musicians play the instrument. He goes, I play the orchestra. Wow, what an answer, right? Musicians play the instrument. I play the orchestra. You see, Steve Jobs knew what his role was. He knew what he was good at. He didn't go out trying to build the tech to try and do the tech which Woz did or anything like that. No, Steve Jobs knew that his gift was connecting people, building teams, making people feel good. And that's what he managed to do. So he created the team behind Apple because that's what he was great at. So you need to stay in your lane. And what I mean about staying in your lane is sometimes there are things which you don't like to do or which you're not good at, but you need to be able to do. I.e., you need to be able to speak very well. You need to be able to sell. You need to be able to influence. Why? Because they're the keys of a leader. And if you don't have them, you're going to suffer. So even if there are those kind of things you need to be good at, but there's other things like you may hate doing admin. You may hate doing admin and you may do admin, and do you know when you do something you don't want to do, you'll get so tired and it's boring and you don't want to do it, and it takes like 50 hours rather than 5 hours. But there are some people out there who love doing admin. There are some people out there who love doing admin and they thrive of doing it. So what you do is you go and find the people who do the things you don't like to do well and you get them to do it. For example, how many of you have cleaners? Now, there are some people out there who love cleaning, but you may not be one of those people. And your time, you'd rather spend that time doing what you love. So it's things which will light you up, whether it's your business, whether it's with your wife or your husband or your kids, whatever it may be. But it means that you free your time up and give something you don't like to do to someone who's going to do it better than you. And you concentrate on what you're good at. So for me, self-awareness became the key to everything, to understand about me. I wanted to understand why I do what I do, what drives me, what my hates are, what my wants are, what my passions are, why I react sometimes, why I become angry, why I become sad, why I become happy, why I want to build this massive business, why I want to be able to help people around the world, why I want to travel, why I want to be able to speak, why I want to be able to be known by so many people. Why? I need to understand why I want all of that, because when I understand why I want that, then I can understand why other people do things, and that becomes super important as well. So as I went on this journey by Robbins taught me a very important thing. That Robbins taught me that there's something called human needs, something which every human needs, and there's 6 of them. That whatever people do, they always have a reason as to why they do things, and that this reason, it may not be a conscious reason, but they have a reason. So if someone commits suicide, there's a reason. If someone tries to hurt someone, there's a reason. If someone's willing to work 18 hours a day, there's a reason. If someone's willing to travel all around the world, there's a reason. And if someone doesn't want to work, there's a reason. And looking into how people function, you can see that there's patterns which make people happy, patterns which make people sad, patterns which excite people, patterns which make you grateful, patterns which make you worried, patterns which make you certain about certain things. But everyone has a reason for what they do, and there may be a million stories, but there's only 6 reasons. There's only 6 reasons why people do what they do. So there could be a million stories why people do what they do, but there's only 6 reasons. And these 6 reasons, they're called the 6 human needs. And if we can learn this, we can see why people do what they do, and then we're able to then be able to help people to understand, to be able to show them what drives them. And if we can understand more about other people, then we can understand whenever we're kind of hiring people, or maybe picking a spouse or picking a partner, or, I said hiring for our company, we can understand what person is the right match for us, the right match for our company. So the question you're probably thinking, okay, that's great, Mahmood, but if everyone's got 6 needs, if there's only 6 needs, why do people behave differently? That's a very good question. But do you know what? I've got an answer for you. That there's only 2 reasons why people behave differently. Number 1, that people value certain needs above others. So for some people, certain needs are more valuable than others. Okay, they're more important than others. And number 2, that people have different ways of actually meeting these needs. So I may have a certain way of meeting one of my needs, and you may have a certain way of meeting your need. Even if it's the same need, we still may have a different way of actually achieving that need. So, all of human behavior can be explained as the desire to meet one or more of these 6 human needs. Now you're thinking, what are these needs, Mahmood? Please tell me, what are these needs? Right. The first need is the need for certainty. Certainty, and this is also the same as the need for stability, the need for comfort, the need for safety. Inside each and every one of us, we have an instinct to avoid pain and to get pleasure. We need certainty to survive, okay? But the only question is, how much certainty do you need? So you know you need certainty, like you need to have a roof over your head. You need to have food on the table. Listening to me right now, you need to make sure that the environment you're in is safe. There's not an earthquake going on. There's nothing going to happen to you. Why? Because if there was, you wouldn't be able to pay attention to me. You want to know there's income coming in so you can look after your family. You want to know your spouse is going to be there for you. But sometimes, how many of you have had so much uncertainty in your life that it was killing you? So you can understand, right, that if so much uncertainty kills you, that you need to know that you've got a certain amount of certainty. But the question is, how much certainty do you need? The quality of your life, please write this down, the quality of your life is proportional to how much uncertainty you can live with, okay? So if we lead a very certain life, life's going to be very boring. But the thing is that we can get certainty in ways in which are positive and ways which are negative. So look at, for example, negative. Look at smoking. What happens when you put a cigarette in your mouth? The moment you put a cigarette in your mouth, you start breathing in a different way. You start deep breathing. Your diaphragm really gets involved. Okay? What about when you're angry? You know that the moment you get angry, people are going to give you attention. You're certain that the moment you become angry, people are going to give you attention. What about when you take drugs? You know you're going to get a different feeling. You may not know what that feeling is, but you're certain that there's going to be a change in the feeling you have. Religion can give you certainty. Others get certainty through exercise, like positive ways. Exercise, you know that when you run, I run, as you know, every single day. I just go back from a run right now. That I know that the moment I go for a run, I'm going to get a boost of endorphins. But the more certain you need to be about everything in your life, the less you will have in your life. If you look at relationships, generally in life, women need more certainty than men. Generally, I'm saying, right? Generally, women need more certainty than men. Women need certainty that their husband will be there no matter what happens, that their partner will be there no matter what happens, in good times and in bad. Women need to know that the man's going to be strong for her no matter what personality she's in, no matter how she's feeling. She needs to know that the man's going to be strong for her. And that's why women generally tend to go for confidence over looks. Why? Because confidence provides certainty in a very uncertain world. Even us, even in business, we want to go for the main thing we want to go for is certainty. We want to know how safe is our investment. When will I get my investment back? See, but the thing is, what if we lived in a world where everything was certain? Imagine you knew what was going to happen tomorrow, where your business is going to be, where your relationship is going to be, how today's going to end up, what's going to happen every day. You'd say, yeah, you know what, that sounds good. But very soon life would become very boring. Your marriage would become very boring if you knew what's going to become next. Okay, it sounds fun initially, but then it gets very boring. Because life would get extremely, extremely boring if everything was certain, that's why we were blessed with the next need, which is the need for uncertainty. So then the second need is uncertainty. And uncertainty, that's the same as saying variety, surprise, and it's what you need to have a change in your life. So how many of you listening to this like surprises? Many of you, right? Come on, guys, let's not mess around. You like the surprises you like. The ones you don't like, you call problems. See, but the truth is that we all need problems to grow. You remember in the first chapter I spoke about the lobster, that we all need problems to grow, that problems are here to be able to grow us. That if we don't have problems, we're not able to grow. And we need variety, we need uncertainty, otherwise we're going to feel dead inside. And again, you can achieve uncertainty in both positive and negative ways. So for example, some of the negative ways in which you can achieve uncertainty is taking drugs. I said before that drugs gives you a sense of certainty as well, but it also gives you uncertainty because each and every time you take the drug, you don't know how you're going to feel. What about food? You eat different types of food, it gives you a different type of feeling. Again, what about smoking? If you're bored and you go and smoke, you know it's going to change your state. It's going to give you something different, but also there's positive ways in order to get uncertainty. What is goal setting all about? When you set a goal, you have no idea, you're totally uncertain of how you're going to get there. Remember what we said in the last chapter, we're never going to worry about the how. We're totally unsure of how we're going to get there. So a positive way to get uncertainty into your life is by introducing a new goal. You have no idea how you're going to get there, but inside of you, you know you're going to get there. So setting a goal brings a lot of uncertainty in your life, okay? But the thing is, most people value certainty more than uncertainty, and that's why they find their life boring. And what I want to talk about right now, again, is the third human need. And this human need is really, really powerful. And this is the need for significance. The need to feel special, the need to feel worthy of attention, the need to feel important, unique, the need to feel needed. You see, people will do anything to feel significant. Some people get significance through the job they have. And that's why, do you know when you see people who retire, they kind of go downhill very quickly? Why is that? It's because they've lost their sense of belonging. Some people get that significant feeling through being overachievers. They get degree after degree after degree. They study. Some do it by parenting. They want to be the best parents around. Some do it by the way they dress, by the amount of drawings they have on their body, by the amount of piercings they have. Some by the way they walk, some by the way they laugh, some by their style of humor. Some get significance by kind of having the largest house, by having the best of everything, the best of cars, the nicest of cars. Some get significance by kind of loving someone else. Some people get significance by prayer. Others get significance maybe by the religion they have. Do you see that? Why do religions fight? Religions fight because they want to see who's more significant to their creator. Some people maybe hold on to a sickness because it gives them significance. So when you're sick, what happens? You become significant to other people. People take care of you, people around you. And so then if you lose that sickness, those people won't be there. So some people hold on to certain sicknesses. Why? To keep that level of significance. I always say there's two ways of building the biggest building in town. You could either go out and build this massive building in town, build this massive business, or the other thing you can do, you can go around and tear everyone else's building down. Some get significance through building and some get significance through knocking others down. Look at what happens like when there's bad news travels so much quicker than good news. And all of a sudden when you hear something about someone, it's all over the media, it's all over the press, it's all over WhatsApp. Why? Because people sometimes get significance by putting other people down, because other people's happiness, other people's wins makes them insecure. So what do? They try and put people down. Some people get significance through building mosques, through building churches, through building synagogues, through building temples. Some get significance through blowing up planes. Imagine this, one day no one knows about you, the next day you blow up a plane and you're the most significant person on the planet. What about violence? Imagine if I held a gun to your head. How significant do I become in your life? Between 1 and 10. 100, right? Straight away. The fastest way to get significance is through violence. I put a gun to your head, you're going to listen. What about your first human need, which was certainty? The moment I put a gun to your head, how certain am I that you're going to listen? On the scale of 1 to 10. 100, right? What about each and every time I hold a gun to someone's head? What's going to happen? Each and every person is going to react differently. So there's an element of uncertainty in there. So you've got certainty, uncertainty, significance. Everything comes through violence. If satisfies so many of your needs, why would you ever give it up? What about anger? Some people get significance through anger. That the moment I get angry, what's going to happen? The people around me are going to listen. What about taking drugs? What about smoking? If I'm in a peer group where my friends are taking drugs and smoking, the moment I do that, I'm going to feel significant in that group. Look at social media. There's, when people post up pictures of themselves and they get such a massive dopamine hit when people hit the like button. And people need that now for significance. Not everyone, but some people. A lot of kids these days, why have we got so much mental health issues within our community? That what if we could actually give that love at home? Then maybe the kids wouldn't seek that validation from outside. You see, there's two ways of getting significance. You can take a huge risk and potentially fail, or you can have a massive problem. A problem to show that you can't get where you want to, but that problem is big enough that people say, okay, fine. Yeah, it's a big enough problem, and that problem gives you significance. You can tell everybody that, it's okay you didn't do it because you had this problem, and then you never had to face your fears. Look at your life right now. Think of a problem you have which hasn't been going on, which hasn't gone away for some time. Maybe chances are you actually use that problem for significance. So say I want to go out and I want to build up this massive business right now where I'm teaching people around the world to speak. But then so I can either go out and do that, but I'm going to risk failure, right? One of the biggest fears people have in life is failure. But on the other hand, I can have a problem. I can say, look, when I was younger, I couldn't speak anyway. So, that's okay. People are going to go, yeah, Mahmood, you know what? You couldn't speak when you're younger, so what you're doing is good enough. So I understand why I didn't build that big business. And you see, that's why problems like that give us significance from other people so that we don't need to go out and actually do what we really wanted to do. So it's actually having that big enough problem. So how do problems on a subconscious level actually serve us? So number one, if we've got a massive problem, a significant problem, what it does is it allows us to give ourselves an excuse so we don't need to hold ourselves accountable about why we didn't achieve what we wanted to do, number one. Number two, it allows us to defend ourselves against other people. So when other people come and tell us, why didn't you do what you were meant to do? You can say, look, I've got this massive problem. And they say, oh, fine. Do you know what? I agree. And so it allows you to excuse yourself, but also give other people excuse so you don't have to go and grow and try and do whatever you're trying to do. So let's actually know now, because we do, what problems are actually about. So maybe if there's a problem in your life which has been going on for some time, maybe it's actually there because it's serving you. Maybe you need to look at that and see, has this problem been serving me, giving me significance, but it's also been stopping me to go out and do the things that I want to do. So we've spoken about 3 human needs so far. We've spoken about certainty, uncertainty, and significance. And I want you to know a very important thing, that if anything satisfies 2 of these needs, it becomes a habit. And if anything satisfies 3 of these needs, it then becomes an addiction. So for example, look at smoking. We said smoking is about certainty. It's also about uncertainty, but it's also about significance. So smoking hits 3 of these needs. So is it a surprise that it's actually an addiction? What about anger? Anger satisfies significance, certainty, and also uncertainty. And as I said, look, if anything satisfies 3, it becomes an addiction. So maybe now we can start seeing why we're addicted or why we've got certain kind of habits. And when we can start looking at these 3 human needs and see what is it that we need in our lives to be able to hit those 3 human needs. You see, some people will also get significance through actually being true givers. And the good thing about being a true giver is, initially you see that there's no downside. But in order to be a true giver, you really need to be unique. And if you become unique, what that does is that takes you away from the majority of people. It makes you different. It makes you different to everyone else. And that interferes with your next need. And that is the need for connection and the need for love. And the 4th human need, which is a super powerful need, is the need for love and connection. The need to connect with others, but ultimately to be able to love and to be loved. This is such an important and powerful need. We were put on this earth and we were given a partner, right? We've got a partner in life. And through that partner, we're meant to experience the gifts of life, of love, of passion, of excitement. And these great gifts which actually come from having a deep feeling of love and connection. You see, but the problem is that a lot of people, they settle for connection rather than love. Why? Because it's less scary than love. You feel less vulnerable. You can't be hurt as much. And again, there's positive and negative ways in order to achieve this. Positive ways, maybe you'll do everything you can for that one person you love. But sometimes when you do so much for someone and you feel so connected to that person, you then sometimes tend to lose your own identity. So then sometimes people pull back. Some people can really hurt the people who are the closest to them, but it's still a way of connection. Why do they do that? Because remember when you were a child and you do anything for attention. You do anything for attention. And are we not just big kids? We're just kids with bigger problems. I love it what someone said to me one day. They said, Mahmood, adults are just kids with money. I love what they said, and it's so true, right? We have so much baggage sometimes that we bring into our relationships. The baggage we have of the past, expectations. What if we realize that relationships are truly about giving? And what about if our sole purpose was to light up the other person every day? What if we could love without any sort of expectation? Then maybe we'd have a relationship like it actually felt on year one. Do you remember how it was in year one? When your spouse asked you, look, can you take the rubbish out? You'd be like, yeah, I'll take the rubbish out. Or you'd smile and say, yes, babe, take the rubbish out anytime. No problem, it's done. And now when she asks you to take the rubbish out, it's like, what do you think, I'm your slave? Like, what if we treated everything like year one? Do we not think things would be different? You see, because the longer a marriage goes on, the more we begin to treat it like it's coming to an end. And yes or no, that when you feel that something's coming to an end, do you not give it a different meaning? We do, right? When something's coming to an end, we totally give it a different meaning. And you know, the quality of your relationship, the quality of the relationship will be totally down to the state you're in. So say, for example, you're in a happy and playful state. We say things which are very different. We do things which are very different than if we were in a kind of angry or cheesed off state. What if we were on energy level 8, 9 and 10? Do you not feel that your relationship would be so much more alive than if you were on energy level 3 and 4? And do you know the best way to change your state? The best way to have the energy in life? The energy in life you need for your marriage is just change your physiology. Just go out and do some exercise. Go for a run, go for a walk. I'm going to come to that in the next part where I talk about your state. See, it's not because we're working 2 or 3 jobs. It's not because we have 2 or 3 kids. It's not that which is taking the passion out of our marriage. What's taking the passion out of our marriage is the lack of energy. The lack of energy that we have to play life on energy level 8, 9 and 10. If you want a hugely passionate relationship, let's get the energy back to 8, 9 and 10. And you know, this is kind of a message for us men, that the state you're in is so important to the way your marriage is going to be. Why? Because if you come from an empowering state, you'll find the empowering parts of you will come out. If you come from a negative and an accusing kind of state, the one person who they need to feel totally open and safe in, they can't do that. Why? Because you're being negative. See, everyone has multiple personalities. I remember someone saying that, you should be the same person as you are now, then you're outside, and you should be the same person in happy times, in sad times. But the truth is, we're not. We can't be. Because we have multiple personalities. And sometimes you may turn around and say that, like say you're looking at your wife, you'd go, you were so different when I met you. Have any of you ever said that? But the truth is that the person you actually met that day, that was the soul of that person. And now what you're actually seeing is just a different personality of that person due to the circumstances that they're in. For example, that we know that as well as being male and female, there is male energy and female energy. And men can be very high in female energy and women can be very high in male energy. And for example, when women are put through financial problems, a financial crisis, for example, say the husband loses his job or say the husband changes his job, then all of a sudden the woman becomes very masculine. So it's not that the person's changed, it's just that their personality has changed because of the circumstance they're in. And sometimes, even though that circumstance goes away, that personality stays. So what we need to realize is that yes, we can have different personalities for different circumstances, but we need to be able to switch between them and not stay in one for very long. So what if we just understood and loved every personality of our other half, every personality of our spouse, knowing that each one is here to serve a separate purpose? And rather than kind of be angry with it, what about if we could love it? Wouldn't that kind of change everything? What if we gave it a different meaning? Because the meanings we give things in life will determine everything. Pain and suffering doesn't come from the fact, it comes from the meaning that we give it. You see, when my father died, I was angry and I was bitter. And do you know why? It's because I was young and I lost my father and I wanted to spend more time with him. And every time I used to go to the graveyard, I was unhappy and I was upset. Why? Because I felt my father had left me early and I wanted to spend more time with him. And there's so much I wanted to share with him. But one day I came back from the cemetery. I remember it was a Monday morning and I called someone. And it was my coach, and what my coach said to me is that, Mahmood, what about if you change the meaning? Change it to a more empowering meaning. Give it a different meaning about why your father passed away. And from that day, I gave it a different meaning, that I said that the biggest gift my father gave me was his death. Why? Because that allowed me to become the man I needed to be, to grow this machine and to go out and serve the world in his legacy. And when I gave it that meaning, then every day now when I go to my father's grave, I can smile, I can be happy, and I can tell him I actually miss him rather than being upset. That understand that, the meaning you give things are so important. That what if the meaning we gave what our spouses did was totally different? We'd treat them differently, and then we would bring out different personalities in them, more empowering and more loving, full personalities. You see, because as we get older, certainty and significance tend to rule us. And because certainty and significance tend to rule us in our relationships, we're looking for a certain type of love. And the certain type of love is a boring type of love, because that's the kind of love you have with your kids, it's the kind of love you have with your friends. And so if you want an uncertain type of love, you got to understand that as you grow older, the certain type of love creeps in, and then you got to physically go in and change that. And how do you change it? That we always wait for someone else to change, right? That we always say, my spouse needs to change. But no, what if we understood that we need to change to attract the kind of person that we want in our life? That if we want our spouse to be different, then maybe we need to change first. That what if we also understood the blueprint for our spouse, the blueprint, what are their likes, what are their dislikes, what are their musts, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, and what if every day we actually became addicted to meeting our partner's needs? What if we got addicted to meeting our spouse's needs? That what if we knew that, one of the exercises which I done with my wife is we sat down and I say, look, what is it that you need from me to be able to give you certainty? What is it that you need from me to be able to give you surprise and uncertainty? What is it that you need from me to be able to give you significance? See, because I never knew this before. And now that I know what she needs from me to be able to feel significant to her, then I can give her that. That I can make sure that I give her what she needs from me to be able to achieve that level of significance. See, because early on, the relationships are full of fun. And that's how we fell in love, right? Then for some reason, we realize that we need to be more responsible. And when that normally happens? It normally happens when the kids come. That feeling of responsibility kind of comes in, and then we stop having fun. And I'm gonna show you kind of how maybe a normal relationship plays out, because I want you to not have a normal relationship. I want you to have an abnormal relationship, one which is full of passion, love, but it can only come when you understand each other, when we can really understand what each other wants. So what happens is, as a marriage goes on, sometimes what happens is that, the woman likes to control the man and stop him from doing what he really loves to do. See, because it can be later on in life when you really find what your passion, what your goal is, and you want to go out and do it. And the gift of a man is the fact that he wants to go out and conquer. He wants to go out and really make this work, but it brings a massive level of uncertainty within the relationship. So some women like to control the man and to stop him doing something like that. Why? Because they want to protect him. They want to protect the part of him which actually protects them. And then the mothering part of the woman actually comes out, which is a nice part. Because why? Because mothers don't want their kids to get hurt. And what they think is that if my protector, my spouse, disappears, then I'm not going to be protected. So they're scared of losing. They're scared of losing them. See, initially it's a nice mothering instinct. But what if the man doesn't listen? What if he says, no, I'm still going to go out and do it? What happens? It turns into anger and rage. And then all of a sudden what the man interprets this as is that I've lost my freedom. That I've lost my freedom. And freedom is the most important thing which everyone wants. You see, but the biggest problem is here that because the man would like to make his wife happy, a lot of the time he listens. And when he listens and stops growing, he stops doing what he really wants to do. And then a small part of him dies. And the woman doesn't respect him anymore because she can control him like she could control her child. And then we don't respect ourselves anymore. Why? Because we feel dead inside. Then the polarity is gone. The fundamental energy which brought us two together now is gone. See, so you've heard the saying, right? I'd rather live one day as a wolf than 50 years as a sheep. And what is a sheep? The feeling of a sheep is the feeling of being dead inside. The wolf is being alive, being powerful, going out and conquering. See, the gift of a man is the energy that he puts into life. But because of society, because of fear, because of conforming to the norm, sometimes we don't. And what if we realize that life needs to be lived? The adventure needs to be there to feel alive, and only through this feeling which a man gets can he then give the woman what she needs. So if a woman's rule for love is actually dependent on the man giving up freedom, then two things can happen. Number one, if she's successful, the relationship dies. Why? Because he lost that part of him which made him a man in the first place. And if she's unsuccessful, the meaning she gives it is that he doesn't love me anymore, because that's why he didn't do it. But that's not true. But then the relationship dies also. So instead, what if we could have a relationship where it wasn't dependent on taking things away, but actually giving more, to finding out the human needs of each other, and what is it that you actually need from your other half? And then our goal every day was to go out and light our spouse up, to make sure that we give them everything they need to hit their human needs. And the last two human needs are growth and contribution. Growth is the need to develop and expand, and contribution is the need to be able to give beyond yourself. These are the two needs of the spirit, the needs of the soul. The first four lead to pleasure, but these last two, growth and contribution, these are the ones which actually lead to happiness and fulfillment. You need to feel that you're growing in life, in your career, in your relationship. See, because if you're not growing, you're dying. We need to feel that we're contributing beyond ourselves, adding value to the world, because that's the purpose of life. And most people, they focus so much time on the first four needs that they don't manage to get to the last two, and that's why they never feel fulfilled. We hear so much about comfort zones. I've told you so much about getting out of your comfort zone. And do you know why your comfort zone is the most dangerous place to be? Because it's a place where you're not driven. You don't grow there. You start dying inside. And when you're not growing and you start dying on the inside, you stop contributing in a meaningful way. And then your whole world falls apart emotionally. You must know people in your life, right, who are at the top of their game, and then they're retired, they sold up, and now they feel like they have no purpose. And we question why, because isn't it great that you've retired now, and you're saying, oh, you've got all the money and everything, and you've retired, but they feel like they have no purpose. And do you know why that is? It's because the business they had before, it used to challenge them, it used to push them, it used to grow them. They felt like they were contributing, and that's what made them the happiest. So now, because they don't have something like that, what do? Where else do they find a way? Some people take to smoking or eating or taking drugs. Why? Because to try and look for that fulfillment. But it's a quick way of trying to get there, but it never lasts. And that's why, do you ever wonder why any of these uber successful people will never stop working? Look at people like Warren Buffett. The dude's 88 years old. Look at Charlie Munger, who's his business partner. He's 95. Bill Gates is 63. Jeff Bezos is 55. Have a look at these people, and they'll all tell you we'll never retire. Why? Because they understand that this is what gives them that fulfillment, that drive, that push, that way to grow, the way to contribute, the way to become more than yourself, the way to give, the way to serve, the way to do more, give more, become more. And that's why it is so important that you do in life what you really, really, really love to do. You see, from those 6 needs, 2 of these needs govern your life. 2 needs govern your life. For me, my main need was certainty. Now, when I was in my dental practice and I wanted to be able to leave, I was going to be jumping into a very, very uncertain world. But my biggest driver in life was certainty. So can you imagine how torn I was, that I wanted to go out and do something, but my biggest driver was certainty. So it's only when I realized myself what my biggest drivers were, then I could go in and I could actually change that to make uncertainty my biggest driver, which then allowed me to go out, jump outside the practice, and then go on and do what I actually really, really wanted to do. So what I want you to do now is I just want you to press pause and pick up a pen, and I want you to write what you feel your 2 biggest drivers in life are. Not what you'd want your biggest drivers to be, what are your biggest drivers, okay? So from certainty, uncertainty, significance, love and connection, growth and contribution, what 2 of those at the moment are governing your life? And then what I want you to write down is, if you want to get to where you want to go, which 2 do you feel need to govern your life? So just press pause, pick up a piece of paper and pen, and do this before you move on to the next part. You see, true happiness actually lies in the last 2. And when you look at people who are truly happy and content, you'll analyze them and you'll realize that these are their two biggest needs. Their biggest needs are to be able to grow so they grow and to be able to contribute beyond themselves. You see, because as we get older, certainty and significance tends to take over our life. And maybe now we can realize why life then becomes boring and marriages become boring, because certainty and significance are only concerned about ourselves. It's all about us. It's not about the other person, it's about us. And look at kids. We're just a big version of kids, right? Kids thrive because we're addicted to meeting their needs without any appreciation back. Why? Because our blueprint for a child is that we give us to them. We don't want anything back. And what are we? We're just big kids. So what if our blueprints for our spouses could again be serving their needs, giving to them without wanting anything back? Do you not think our marriages would be super fun? You know, recently in LA, I was sharing the stage, I was speaking alongside Mel Gibson, and he was talking about the importance of this, the importance about lighting your other half up, about meeting your spouse's human needs. And do you remember the movie he made called What Women Want? He actually made a joke and said, it's 19 years and he's still looking. But given what he said, it made me research about this further, look into this further, and I read a book by a person called Gary Chapman on the 5 love languages. And what Gary Chapman talks about is he says that normally we give to our spouse what we want back in return. So let me give you an example. So when you have a look at my marriage, so for example, one of my biggest love languages is time, that I like someone taking time over me. And for example, my wife's love language is she likes gifts. So what normally used to happen back in the day is, obviously because I'm a time person, I would normally give what I want to receive. So I would, book a meal in a nice restaurant and, take a lot of time out. And even though I gave that to her, she didn't really appreciate it. And I used to get frustrated. And because she's a very gift-oriented person, that she used to buy me these amazing, beautiful gifts where so much thought went into it. And I wouldn't appreciate it. And she was like, well, I spent so much time over this. And what we learn together is that we normally give what we want to receive. But what we actually need to do is give what the other person wants to receive. So because my wife's love language is gifts, so what I do now is I make sure that I give her gifts, even though that's not what rocks my boat. It's what rocks her boat. And again, it's all about self-awareness, understanding about yourself. And when you do that, you understand about others. I would really recommend, I'm going to be doing a program later on this, but just get the book by Gary Chapman, 5 love languages. Just find out what it is which lights up your spouse, what lights you up, and then make sure that both of you work around there. I promise you one thing, that if you sit down with your spouse and you sit down with them and you ask them, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you light them up on their 6 human needs? Maybe you won't want to hear the answer initially, because if it's a 1 or 2, and don't get defensive, just understand that that's cool. But you need to understand that, and you need to also understand what they need from you, and you need to deliver that to them on a scale of 10. And if you can do that, you'll have a marriage full of love, happiness, passion, vitality, because you'll be making sure that you've satisfied them in everything that they want, and you'll have the most amazing marriage you'll ever have. You see, because true happiness is in giving, it's not in receiving. And rather than trying to change our spouse, what if we understood that we're the ones who need to change? We need to become the type of person to attract the other person into our life. And we're out there so much waiting for everyone else to change, for us to change. But what if we understand that only when we change does the world around us change? I remember this story of this young boy, and every time I say this, it brings a tear to my eye. That there's a close affinity between dads and boys. And there was this young 7-year-old boy, and his dad said, tomorrow, keep the day free, that I'm going to take you out. We're going to spend the day together. And this little boy is so happy. He's like, wow, dad's going to take me out. He's going to give up his work for a day, and we're going to go out. So the morning comes, it's 7 a.m. Dad's downstairs reading the paper, and the little boy runs downstairs and he tags on dad's shirt and he goes, Dad, I'm ready to go. And dad's thinking, hold on, it's only 7 a.m. and dad's reading his paper, and he needs to kind of kill another half an hour so he can finish his breakfast and finish his paper. So he looks at his son and goes, okay, look, I've got an idea. And he looks through his paper and he finds a picture of the world, a picture of the globe, and he tears it out and he tears it into 20 little pieces and he puts it on the table, and he turns the pieces around and he puts it on the table, and he tells the son, look, make this puzzle, and once the puzzle's ready, we'll go, knowing that it's going to take him about half an hour to do it. So 2 minutes into it, the son tags dad's shirt and goes, Dad, I'm ready. And dad goes, huh? How did you do this so quickly? And the son said, Dad, do you know when you put all the pieces on the table, one piece fell on the floor, and I picked it up and I looked through our glass table and I saw that there was a picture of a man. So I turned all the pieces over and I put the man together. And when the man came together, the world fell into place. When the man came together, the world fell into place. And I love this story so much because we go out there and we expect the whole world to change. That we go out there blaming everyone for things which are going on in our life, but the truth is that it's down to us. That everything in your life right now is your fault. You are where you are right now because of the decisions you took. And it's a blessing. And only when you change will the world change around you. So let's take a moment to see the kind of life we want, the kind of people we want around us, but understand that we're not that person yet. That if you want a passionate, loving relationship, that maybe you need to change first so you can attract that into your life. The money you want in your life, the only reason you don't have it is because you're not ready to accept it yet. And when you become that person, that will come to you. So I hope you've had a great time in this. I know we've gone heavy on content, but this is so important. And if you can get these 6 human needs nailed in, I promise you your life will never be the same again. And what I do is on my 2-day course, which is called the Speaker Within, we actually do exercises to actually find out what your main needs are, and then we change them to make sure that you've got the right needs you need to move on to get the place you want to in life, to be able to succeed, to be able to get everything, to be able to become more, do more. And if you want to be part of that, please message me, click on the link below, and I'd love you to join me on my next 2-day event. So I hope before you move on to the next chapter, you've got your main 2 human needs written down, but also what you've also done is you've also written down the needs you need to have to be able to get to the next chapter of your life. So I hope you've done that, and I look forward to seeing you in the next part of the book. So welcome back to chapter 3. Brilliant. So this chapter is all about mental muscle. How to develop that mental muscle to allow you to push through any hurdle in your life. So before we go kind of deep on content, let me share with you a story. So there was a young boy who was sitting on a park bench, and this man called John, he walked by him. And John saw that this boy, he just looked a bit upset. He looked like there was something wrong. So John said to him, look, what's wrong? And the boy said to him, look, it's, I just don't know what to do. I'm just a bit lost in life. And it's fine, I'll find my way. And I'm just a bit upset, a bit kind of depressed. And John goes to him, look, I can help you, and I know I can really help you. He goes, what I want you to do is I want you to come and meet me over here in this forest at sunrise tomorrow morning. And the boy's like, no, it's fine, I'll get through it. And John goes, no, come to this forest where you're sitting right now, come to this forest, and I'll meet you here at sunrise tomorrow morning. So the next morning comes, and this boy turns up. And John comes in. You see, John was a lumberjack. What a lumberjack is someone who cuts down trees. And what John did is he brought 2 axes with him. He brought 1 axe and he gave it to the boy, and he kept one himself. He said, look, what we're going to do today is from sunrise to sunset, we're going to cut down trees. And whoever cuts the most amount of trees down, they win. And the boy goes, look, John, I haven't come here for a game. I haven't come here to cut trees. I came here because you said you can genuinely help me. And he said, yes, I can help you, just trust me. And the boy said, look, there's no point us doing this. I'm stronger than you, I'm younger than you, I'm faster than you, I'm more agile than you, so obviously I'm going to win. And John goes, it's fine, let's just do this, and at sunset we'll sit down and talk. He goes, okay, fine, do you know what, I trust you. And so they started cutting down trees. So the boy was obviously so fast, he was cutting, and what the boy saw is that John, every hour, John was taking a break for 10 minutes. So the boy knew he had won. Sunset came, they stopped cutting, and they counted the trees. And guess what happened? John had actually cut more trees. And the boys got angry. He said, you know, what is this? I'm younger, I'm more stronger, I'm more agile, I'm fitter than you. But still, you've cut down more trees. How did you do this? And he goes, on top of that, you were taking a break every hour. And he goes, I kept on going. And John said, sit down with me. And like a father would to a son, John put his arm around the boy. And he said, look, he said, that break I was taking every hour, I was sharpening my axe. I was sharpening my axe. Isn't that what this is about, right? We're in life and we're at 100 miles an hour and we're just going, but maybe this is the time that you need to pull back, take your foot off the pedal, and maybe this is now time where you sharpened your axe, where you realize that the person who's going to take you to the next chapter of your life is not the same person which brought you to here. So if you want to become more, do more, give more, serve more, you've got to upgrade, you've got to become more, you've got to do more, you've got to sharpen your axe. See, have you noticed how there are some people out there who are full of energy, full of vibrance, and there are others who are slow and lethargic? You know, what's the difference? Why is it that some people can live life at energy level 10 and other people live life at energy level 3? Do you know what it comes down to? Everything in life comes down to one thing. That everything in life comes down to one thing, that we want to be able to change the way we feel. And the way we want to feel is called our state, our emotional state. So this part of the book to me is super important. Yeah, just like the other chapters are also super important, but this part, if you can't manage this well, nothing else will work for you. So this part is super, super important. This is how to manage yourself, how to manage your emotional state, how to be able to have the unlocks to change your emotional state whenever you desire. So it's in your hands, so you're in control. Before we move on, I want to make sure that you've got your goals written down from part 1. Okay, it's super, super important. Make sure your goals are written down from part 1. Make sure you know exactly what you want, when you want it, and most importantly, why you want it. You see, most people will never get their goals in life. And if you want to be able to have the life you so much desire, you need to be able to be in control of your emotions. And no matter what happens to you, good times, bad times, you can get back to that powerful emotional state. The state that you need to be able to do, the state that you need to be able to be in to win. That's where you need to be. So you know what you want, you know why you want it. Clarity is power. So try this. What happens is when you ask most people what they want, most people will usually tell you either they don't know or they tell you what they don't want. I don't want to work weekends. I don't want to be this weight. I don't want to work in this job. Or people are like so general that I wish I had more money. I wish I had a better relationship. So they're so general. So say, for example, you said, I wish I had more money, and the world throws you £1. Then that's it, right? Remember, focus, focus, focus. It's all about focus and it's about clarity. See, when people tell me what they do want, they usually talk about the vehicle. the vehicle. But when you go deeper into it, you find the reason why they want that is because of the way it makes them feel. So when people tell me what they do want, what they usually end up talking about is the vehicle. But when you go deeper into it, you find that the reason they want that is because of the feeling that the goal will give them. For example, if someone says they want more money, it's not the money they actually want, but it's what the money can buy them. And the reason they want that is because of the feeling that they'll get from acquiring whatever is it that they want to acquire. So you may want money to buy a car, but by having that particular car, it's going to give you a sense of significance, which we spoke about in the last chapter. So let's get totally clear on why we want what we want. See, I've always been intrigued by why people do what they do. And whenever I'm given an answer, I always ask a very, very important question. Why? My kids are sometimes like, Dad, stop asking us why. But I want to know the actual reason. You see, I train people, I train salespeople, I run seminars where I teach people the art of selling. And in the last 11 months, I've had sales of over £2.5 million for myself and companies I work for. I'm also hired by charities and companies to raise funds. And recently in the US, in a 20-minute talk, I raised $1.2 million. Why? Because I know why people do what they do. When I teach sales, the most important question I train people to ask is why. You see, if you really, really believe in what you're selling, then it's not selling, it's serving. And it becomes your duty to sell and serve the person. Otherwise, where else are they going to go? If they don't come and work with you, who else are they going to go to? And if you're listening to this right now, the kind of person you would be to listen to this, you're probably the best at what you do. So if that person doesn't come to you, who else are they going to go to? They'll go to someone who isn't as good as you. So if you can't sell to them, you're not serving them. So you need to be able to serve. So when someone gives me a reason, I dig in deep with why. With every decision, I go 6 layers deep. I find the why of every person I deal with. And do you know why? Because I'm here to change your life. So I must find what is holding you back and then offer you a solution for you to get the life you want. You see, when I talk about state, your emotional state, do you remember a time when you felt on top of the world? You were in full flow. You did something, and after that you thought, wow, was that really me? You see, that was not down to your ability, but it was down to your state, the state you were in at that moment in time. For example, as I mentioned in my first chapter, my biggest pain in life was speaking. And then I overcame that, and now I give the gift to others to be able to speak, to be able to become powerful, profitable speakers and overcome fear and challenges and any hurdles they have in their life. So they can go up there, and whether they're speaking in a boardroom, whether it's on a webinar, or whether it's one-to-one, whether it's raising capital, they can be powerful, confident, and speak with passion. See, so when someone is going to speak, what if they associate fear or pain? What do you think is going to happen to their state? You know what will happen? The body will become tight. The voice will be hard to project. You'll be nervous. So what if instead, when you think about public speaking, you think of absolute pleasure? Imagine what a great state of mind you'll be in. Think about it. When you're frustrated, do you believe in the same way as if you were confident and in flow? No. You have the same ability, but everything that comes out of you comes out different. You act and you speak differently. So the most important thing we can do in our life to get the joy, the happiness, the power, the passion that we want is to learn to manage our state of mind. See, how many of you know someone who blames someone else for everything which happens in their life? Someone who blames everyone for even the way they feel. And you know what? Sometimes that person's very close to home, right? They blame it on the economy, they blame it on the weather, they blame it on their spouse, they blame it on their kids, they blame it on other people. See, but how you feel in any moment in time is a result of how you are directing your mind and body. You're in control of your state. And when you take that responsibility and control it, it gives you total freedom. Why? Because you realize that you are in charge. So your state is made up of 3 parts. Okay, now we're going to get really deep into this. How do we control our emotional state? How do we turn up to in life and actually have the most amazing life? No matter what happens in your life, how do you change your state, and how do you be in that perfect energy level 9, energy level 10, so you can achieve everything that you want to be, so you can become more, do more, give more. Okay, so your state is made up of 3 parts. Number 1 is your focus. Number 2 is your language, and number 3 is your physiology. So let's talk about focus first. Your focus. Every moment in life, you are deciding what to focus on. Even now in life, you're deciding what you focus on. So you can focus on what is going wrong, or you can focus on what is going right. You can focus on what you can't change, or you can focus on what you can change. And you see, when you focus on what you can't change, that leads to anxiousness, stress, and even depression. Why? Because there's no way you can control it. So focus on the good things. Focus on what you can change. Focus on what you have in your life currently right now. You know, later on I'm going to talk about gratitude, about the power of gratitude. You know, when we focus on what we don't have, life becomes tough. But sometimes right now, we're actually living in the prayers we once asked for. Look where you were a year ago. Look where you are now. See how lucky you are. Every little thing you have. And when we focus on what is good and what is going right, you are able to achieve so much more. So a while ago, I was invited to speak in Davos. Davos is a town in the Swiss Alps. And it's a very special town because that's actually where the World Economic Forum's held. And this was an event in the same hotel where the World Economic Forum's held. And we had a net worth of 15 billion in that room, okay? 15 billion in that room. They'd actually invited Anthony Robbins to speak, and Robbins wasn't available. And then they asked Robin Sharma, and Robin Sharma wasn't available. And then they asked me. So I was quite chuffed. I was so happy that after Tony Robbins and Robin Sharma, they actually thought of me, and they actually brought me there to give a series of talks on health and wellness and mindset, and how that all relates to business and how to achieve the best version of yourself. So I was super excited, really excited to be there. I was giving quite a few talks, so I prepared a lot over here. But then I knew that I would be flying out to Switzerland early that morning, so I can get up to the hotel in the Alps, and I'd have the next 6 hours to actually plan my key night talk, because I was the opening talk on that night. So as things were, I got off the plane, and I was really excited. Okay, it was a 2-hour drive up the Alps, and my suitcase wasn't coming out. And I was like, okay, what's going on? So I thought, okay, fine, let me wait a bit longer. And I waited a bit longer, and my suitcase didn't come. And a bit longer. And now I started panicking. I'm like, oh my God, what do I do? I had 4 different suits in there, which were tailor-made for me, which I just bought because I had one suit for each and every talk I was giving. Everything, I didn't have anything. All my shoes were in there, everything was in there. I didn't have anything. And the thought went in my mind, what if they've lost my suitcase? And I started panicking. I'm like, look, I'm stop, get your state right. Okay, fine. And I went to the counter and I said, look, this is my name, this is the flight I was on. And they said, your baggage hasn't come from London. It's not there. And I'm like, oh my God, I've got this talk to give, and I've got to get to the Swiss Alps, and I've got to deliver this talk to billionaires this evening. And they said, oh, I've got nothing we've got nothing we can do for you. It hasn't been checked in, and it's not even in Heathrow, so it's been lost along the way. But normally this happens, but the good thing is we can get it for you in 3 days. I'm like, 3 days? I haven't got 3 days. I need it now. They're like, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do for you right now. And I started panicking. I'm like, oh my God, what do I do? What am I going to wear? How am I going to speak? Haven't I got the clothes to wear, but I need to go and still prepare. I thought I'd have 6 hours. And I landed in Zurich, and I'm like, okay, fine, mood. Let's get your state right. This is the time when you need to control your state. So I focused on, I'm not focusing on what's gone wrong, but the one thing I focused on is that I totally know that all the challenges we get in life, God gives to us because He knows we can handle it. So I focused on, man, God must have so much confidence in me if He can give me a hurdle like this to jump over. So I got a driver, and we drove to Zurich. And it was actually someone I knew, someone who was there to facilitate the event. He said, look, Mahmoud, I'm going to take you. And then we drove to Zurich, and I bought everything I needed. I just didn't care how much it was. I just bought, and I had tailors there on site who'd tailor my clothes, and within 4 hours I had a whole new wardrobe. We drove to Davos. I'm tired, I'm hungry, I get out the car, I go to my room, I shower up, I get ready, and I run downstairs and I'm giving my opening talk. And I'm like, wow. But the one thing which helped me get through that day was the fact that I learned to channel my focus. I focused on something powerful. I focused on something which I could control. I focused on going out there and actually knowing that I could handle this. And when I got up there and I gave my opening talk and it's on YouTube, do you know what? I had this story to tell. And it was absolutely amazing. Okay, and this story will be with me always. So the first thing I want to make sure you do is I want to make sure that you control your focus. You're always controlling. You're always focusing on the things you can change, not on the things you can't change. You're always focusing on what's going good in your life, not what's going bad in your life. So your focus is so important. So focus on what you have, not what you don't have. Focus on what's good, not what's bad. Focus on what you can change, what you can't change. And whenever you're in a situation and you're like, oh my God, and you're panicking, take a step back, take a breath, and learn to focus. Imagine seeing someone who's depressed. I want you to describe what this person's going to look like. Okay, so let's look at his posture to start with. Do you think they're going to be upright or slumped? Slumped, right? Do you think they'll have their head up or will they have their head down? Imagine a depressed person, head up, head down. Head down, right? What about their eyes? Will they be looking up, facing the world, or will their eyes be down? The eyes will probably be down. What about their breathing? Will their breathing be fast breathing, or will it be shallow breathing? It'll be a shallow breath, right? And will their facial muscles be like happy? Will they be up and tight, or will they be sad, down and slack? They'll be sad, right? See, but the thing is, to be upset, you've really, really got to work on being upset. The moment you change your physiology, the moment you change the way you feel. So let's do this. What I want you to do is I want you to make sure that there's nothing in your way. And if you're driving, please don't do this. Wait till you get home. So I want you to stand up and I just want you to stand tall. Stand tall like you're a billionaire, okay? And breathe really, really deep breaths, okay? So you're standing tall. Really deep breath. Put the biggest smile on your face, the fakest, biggest smile, so you can see all of your teeth, okay? Even your wisdom teeth at the back. Just have the biggest smile on your face, okay? So you're standing tall, you're breathing deeply, you've got this massive smile on your face, your chest is out, okay? You're there. And now feel depressed. You can't, right? Try it. Try and feel depressed. While you're standing tall, while you're breathing deeply, while you've got this massive smile on your face and while your chest is out, feel depressed. You can't. Why? Because your physiology sends direct messages to your brain. So I want you to know that, the next time you're feeling down, look at the physiology you have, look at your posture, look at the way you're breathing, look where your eyes are, look where your head's tilted. And all of a sudden, whenever you're feeling bad, whenever you're feeling low, whenever you're feeling depressed, whenever you're feeling sad, all you need to do is stand up straight, chest out, head up, have this massive smile on your face. And when you do that, the way the nervous system works is you will get messages passed on to your brain to show that you just can't be feeling like that. And all of a sudden things will change. Your state will start to change. Really concentrate on your breathing. Make sure that you're taking really, really, really deep breaths in. Someone in the past may have told you when you're upset that just kind of visualize being happy or just forget about being upset. And you're like, I just can't do it. And it's true, you can't do that. It's not enough. You've got to be able to send a different message to the brain. So next time when this happens, try it, okay? So try to stand up tall, look up, breathe, massive smile on your face, and you'll realize your state changes in an instant. In an instant, no matter how you're feeling, no matter what's happened. And all of a sudden your state will change. This one key has the ability to change everything for you, because some people, they go to alcohol, they go to drugs, they go through smoking, eating. Why? To change their state. And what do all of these do? Smoking, alcohol, drugs, and eating, it changes your biochemistry. So it changes your physiology and immediately changes your state. Does it work? Yeah, it does work. But what's the long-term effect? massive downsides, right, of alcohol, of drugs, of smoking, of overeating. So what if you could learn to control your state by yourself? So you didn't need to rely on alcohol, drugs, smoking, or anything like that, but you could do it yourself. One of the most powerful gifts you'll ever have. Teach this to your kids, teach it to your colleagues at work, whatever. But you can change a whole team in a moment just by the way they stand, by the way they breathe. I remember when I was younger, you may have had this, but when I was upset, I had an uncle, and he would just come and he would kind of fuzz my hair up, and it would just make you laugh. And even if you were upset, yeah, you'd still be okay. Why? Because the moment I'm upset, he fuzzes my hair, I laugh, different messages get sent to my brain, and all of a sudden I'm just feeling a bit happier. Okay, so these things are so important. Make sure that your physiology is destined for success. You know, if you're feeling low, if you're feeling down, go for a run, go for a walk, jump up and down. Imagine if you need to change your state. Imagine this situation. Imagine you're having an argument with your spouse. Maybe you've never had an argument with your spouse. Really? Everyone is going to be having arguments with their spouse, right? It's normal. It's part of life. But the thing is, how do you control it? How do you manage it? Okay. So what is it that you can do in that heated moment? How do you change state? So imagine you're there and it's an argument. And imagine you just start jumping up and doing star jumps. It's like, what? Number one, you'll break that train of thought. You know where it's going downhill, because your spouse can think, what the hell are you doing? So you'll break up the whole argument straight away. But then because you'll start jumping up and down, you'll get an endorphin rush in your body. Messages will start going to your brain to say, let's change our state. Imagine if in the argument you just stood tall, massive smile on your face, and stood there like you were mad. What's going to happen? Your state's going to change, and you'll be able to pick yourself up from getting in that really bad argument, and you'll be able to conquer it. So by the end of the day, you'll leave a lot more powerful, and you'll have made a lot more progress rather than actually getting the marriage to digress. Okay, so it's really important. Whenever you're in that state, just do something. Whenever you're going in that downward spiral, just jump up and do something. Okay, jump up, star jump, smile, do whatever it takes. You know, for me, one of the most important parts of my day is the morning. And I'm going to come to this in the later chapters about how important your morning routine is, and I'm going to help you build up that powerful morning routine for success. So each and every morning you have two options. You can either let life control you, or you can control life. And for me, every morning when I wake up, I know the first 20 minutes of my day is the most important part of your day, because the first 20 minutes of your day, that's when the electrical frequency in the mind is working at a certain pace. So whatever happens in that first 20 minutes, your day will be shaped upon that. So if you wake up in the morning and you have an argument with your spouse, and you say it's going to be a crap day, it is going to be a crap day. So you need to be able to wake up powerfully. And one of the things that I do to get myself focused, both mentally and physically, is I run. So I told you about that in the first chapter, right? I mentioned that I described the importance of running every day for me. So I haven't said this before, and not many people know this, but now obviously people will. But I even remember on the day when it was my father's funeral, on the day we were going to bury my dad, I was running in the park, and I met one of my close friends there, and he's like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I'm getting myself focused, because I need to go and I need to walk into that place. I need to walk in to be able to bury my father in the best focus possible, because there are going to be people relying on me to be able to give them support. And if I'm breaking down, and if I'm emotional, and if I'm not able to control my own state, how is it that I'll be able to control other people's state? How can I be a leader? I can't, because I know the most powerful gift of a leader is where you're able to influence and help others, where you can lead others. So that day I wanted to lead. I didn't want to be led. So I was out in the park running, and I got home and I showered up and I straight went then to bury my father. Okay. A little while ago, when I wrote the first chapter of this audiobook, I mentioned in the last chapter that my mother was in hospital. And every morning what I was doing is, when the doctors had told me that I could actually lose my mother, that the chances are we would lose my mother, or something very bad may happen after the operation, that every morning I was in the park and I was focused, and I was focusing myself. Why? Because I knew physiology is so important. That physiology will change my state. And when I walked into that hospital room, I needed to be the right person for my mother, because if I showed her doubt, she would feed on that doubt, and she was the one which was going through this. And I needed to show her that it's going to work out, it's going to be great, it's all possible, and she's going to have the best surgery, and she's going to have the best life after this. So I needed to believe that myself, and I needed to get my state right. So every morning I was there running in the park, walking in the park for hours, because I knew before I walk into the hospital room, I needed to be the best version of myself. I needed to be the leader. So what I would like you to do is I would like you to have an anchor, a state anchor. And what that is that whenever anything happens in your life, you've got something which you can do which puts you into that state. So for example, when you look at tennis players out there, what tennis players do is you can see how they bounce the ball in the same place before they serve. Okay, every time to get themselves into state, they bounce the ball in the same place. And why do they do this? Because it anchors their thoughts and it gets them into the state they need to be in. So let's create an anchor for you. And why is this so important? It's because you're then able to measure your level of energy at any given moment in time in your life. So ask yourself, am I at the energy level 3 or am I at an energy level 9? And if it's a 3, you know you're not going to be effective in life. So let's get this anchor to be able to get you to 9 whenever you want. So from the thousands of people I've coached, the super successful always have a way to be able to audit their energy. They're always auditing their energy level and to make sure that they're on energy level 9 most of the time. And yeah, I'm talking people from all walks of life, no matter what business they're in, whether they're mums, whether they're dads, whatever they do. The super successful people will always have a way of auditing their energy and making sure that they're on 9 most of their life. One of my clients who's a billionaire, imagine the amount of energy he needs to run a company of that size. It's massive, right? So I need to make sure that this guy is always on energy level 9. I recently shared the stage with the all-time great retired NFL player Michael Irvin. And again, you know, what he shared with me, what he found the most valuable thing for him, the most valuable thing for himself was being able to at any time turn on that level of energy to be able to get to energy level 9 at any moment in his life. So ask yourself, to be able to get to your goals, what energy level do you feel that you need to be at? And the answer you'll probably say is about 9. 9 or 10 every day. Okay, so now you know how important this is. So you know that if you're not at 9 or 10 every day, it's going to be super difficult, possibly impossible to actually be successful. So imagine this plays out in all ways. Imagine trying to get your children to do their homework, right? Okay, when they're young, it's hard enough as it is. But imagine how it'd be if you were like an energy level 3 and go, look, please, John, could you please get your homework done? You know, how much do you think you're going to influence them? But what if you were at 10? What if it was like, John, you know, you got to get this work done, because if you do, this is what it's going to mean. When they see you at that level, do you not think that they'll reciprocate at that level? If I was recording this audio program like this and I was speaking like this and saying you need to have the energy in life to change your life, because when you change your life, you'll change other people's lives. When you change other people's lives, then you'll change your own life. How much are you going to listen? So the reason I'm speaking with passion, with clarity, with power, and why I'm speeding up sometimes and slowing down sometimes is because I know that whatever energy I bring into this, you're going to take that back as well. And then if I'm showing you how to do this, I need to be at this level myself. How do you turn up to in life every day? What energy level are you turning up to in life every day? What energy level do you turn up to your spouse to every day? Is it a level 3 or a level 10? Do you in a level 3 marriage or do you in a level 10 marriage? Ask yourself, where are you right now? Generally, just listening to this. Are you listening on a scale 3 or a scale 10? Because if you're listening on a scale 3, you will act based upon a scale 3. But if you listen while you're at number 10, you will act on this on a level 12, okay? So what I want you to do for the next few days, I want you every single hour, if possible, to actually audit your energy. Audit your energy, see how, just stop. Because the thing is, sometimes you've got to think about what you've been thinking about, right? So you stop and you take note of how you're acting, how you're feeling, what you're thinking about. Every hour, stop and say, look, how am I feeling? 3, 10, 3, 6, whatever. And get to 10, get to 10, get to 10. And then it becomes a habit, okay? So I want you to be able to do that every single day. And if you do that, and if you manage your energy levels, and if you audited it, then after some time, it just becomes totally natural. Okay, so let's try something now, but I want to make sure that you're not driving, okay? So don't do this while you're driving. If you're driving, please just pull up on the side and do this, because this is super, super powerful and super important, okay? What I want you to do is, if you're in a room, I just want you to stand up and I just want you to walk around. Just walk around normally, just stand up and walk around. Now, make a state change. Imagine if you are super successful, you are unstoppable, you're totally in your power. Walk around as this super powerful, confident person. Go on, walk like that person, like you're successful, you're unstoppable, and you're totally in your power. Go on, do it. And now go back to the old person. And now go back to the super powerful, confident person. And walk like that. And then go back to the normal person. And keep doing that. Just have a few state changes. So just start off walking like you normally would walk, and all of a sudden imagine you're super powerful, successful, confident. How would you walk? Get into that state. Start walking around, charging around the room like this. Do that for 10 seconds and then go back to your normal self, another 10 seconds. And then snap back into the super powerful, confident, passionate self you are, and walk around the room like that. See, even if you're sitting, even if you're in your car right now and you've parked up, you can do this. Sit like you've got 10 times more energy than you normally do. Breathe like that. How will your shoulders be? How will your physiology be? Just become that powerful and energized person. Smile sitting in the car. Don't worry if people are looking at you. Let them think you're weird. It's fine. Smile like you're totally driven, passionate, excited. And now go back to boredom. And now change it again. Your shoulders back, you smile. Just, breathe deeply. Just sit up as if you had 10 times more energy. And then go back to boredom. And then stay in boredom for a while. And now go back into that powerful, passionate, confident person you are right now. And then back into boredom. And last time, snap back into that powerful person. Your shoulders are out. If you're in the room, you're walking around. If you're sitting down, you're sitting with energy. Get into that peak state. And see, what you've done right now is you've shown yourself that you don't need anything to be able to get you into that state. You can get into it just like that. That when the mind believes you're there, the body follows, right? The mind doesn't know what's real. The mind doesn't know what's not. When's the last time you watched a film and you laughed? The movie wasn't real. When's the last time you cried? The movie wasn't real. So why did you cry? Why did you laugh? The mind doesn't know what's right. The mind doesn't know what's real and what's not real. So imagine how valuable what you've just done could be, going from boredom to peak state in just a few seconds. How valuable could this be for your life, for your business, for your relationship? There was a study done in California recently, and it was done using people who are, so-called depressed. And all they did to these people was they just asked them to smile all the time. And what they found is that people weren't able to be depressed while they were smiling. And many of them went on to lose their depression just because they were smiling. So move better, breathe better, smile better. Just smiling alone can have a massive effect on your state. Another thing which has a massive effect on your state, which I'm not going to get into right now, is the food you eat. It's got a massive effect, but I'm not going to go into this much right now, okay? Not much at all. I just want you to know that take care of what goes in, because what goes in is what grows you. That's it. What goes in is what actually going to grow. So make sure you're eating foods which are going to empower you, foods which are going to give you energy, not drain your energy, okay? So valuable, okay? So valuable. Make sure now that you're in a place where you can go from boredom to peak state, boredom to peak state. Why? Just because you change your physiology. And the third part, which affects your state, is your language. The language in which you speak to yourself in. What is the language? How do you speak to yourself? Is it in a positive way or is it in a negative way? What is your self-talk? You see, to begin to create the life that you've always wanted, you first need to start asking yourselves better questions. So rather than asking, why is this not working for me? Why does it always seem so hard? Why is luck never on my side? When you ask questions like that, the mind will find a way to make the negative happen. But when you start asking yourselves more empowering, more powerful questions like, how would it feel to be successful? How would it feel to be totally in love? Do you know what happens? The frontal lobe of the brain lights up like a conductor of an orchestra, and it finds pathways in your mind and it links the experiences you've had which match that, so it can actually bring them to life. See, how many of you actually believe in the idea that the way you think has an effect on your life. Most of you do, because otherwise you wouldn't be listening to this. So how many of you actually woke up this morning and created a new future? And if you didn't, do you know why? Because the truth is that maybe you actually don't believe it's true. That if you really believed that your thoughts created your reality, then you would never miss a day to create the life you want. You would never, ever, ever let any negative thought fester in your mind. You see, you have 60 to 70,000 thoughts a day. 90% of those thoughts are the same as the day before. And look how this plays out. The same thoughts lead to the same choices. The same choices will lead to the same behaviors. The same behaviors create the same experiences. The same experiences produce the same emotions. And the same emotions drive the same thoughts. So if every day you're thinking, why hasn't my life changed? How can it change if you don't change the way you think? So then if you want to create this new person, a new personality, what do you have to do? So let's go back a bit. Okay, so your personality is not only made up of the way you think, but it's made up about the way you think, the way you act, and the way you feel. So how you think and how you feel and how you act is called your personality. And your personality creates your personal reality, so your world. So your personality creates your personal reality. So if you want to create a new personal reality, which is a new life, you'd have to change your personality. So what does that mean? What do you have to do? So number one, you need to start thinking about what you've been thinking about and change that. Number two, you need to look at the emotions that have kept you anchored in the past, and you need to decide if they're going to help you to become the person you need to be. And number three, you need to be aware of the conscious habits, the unconscious habits and behaviors, and modify them. So remember, anytime you need to change your state, change your focus, change your language, and change your physiology. So really take a bit of time, really understand about the things which you've been thinking about. Okay, we don't normally think about what we've been thinking about. Look at what you've been thinking about and change that. Look at the emotions which have kept you anchored to the past and just see, will that person allow me to be able to get to where I want? And if not, then yeah, those emotions need to change. And look at not just your unconscious habit, but your conscious habits as well. Look at the habits you have and see, do these habits set me up for success? So what I do is, people who I feel as kind of are my role models, whenever I go through something, I say, how would they react in a situation like this? So maybe look at the person you kind of like you want to be and see, would they have the habits you have now? And if not, then you need to change them. So as I've said to you before, that whenever I need to change my state, no matter what's happening, I'll go for a run, I'll go for a walk. And I always think of what I can change rather than what I can't change. Just try it. It's gonna take it's not gonna happen straight away. Mastery takes a long time. It's repetition. So you gotta keep on trying it. But just remember, if knowledge is power, then knowledge about yourself is self-empowerment. Learn the most you can about yourself so that you've got total control over yourself. Total control, so that you can't be influenced by other people, but you are influenced by yourself. So people can't make you angry, people can't make you sad, people can't make you upset. But that's in your hands. I don't want you ever to turn around and say, oh, he wound me up or he makes me angry. No, you're the one who does that. So take total control over yourself, and no one else will be able to touch you. Know what your strengths are, know what your weaknesses are. And in life, just as I've always said, focus, go all in on your strengths, focus on your passions, okay? And now that you know how to control your state, don't just control it, but jump into the right state at any given moment in time. And if you can do that, that's the biggest gift that you'll ever be able to give to yourself and to the people around you. The biggest gift ever, to not just control your state, but to be able to jump into the right state, energy level 10, energy level 9, whenever you need to get to why, so you can have the life that you've always wanted. In most of the seminars I run and the talks I give around the world, everyone wants to know one key thing, that how is it that they can be an effective leader? Napoleon Hill, in his book Think and Grow Rich, he talks about one of the main traits of a leader is the ability to make decisions quickly. You see, life is all about decisions. And have you noticed that most people, they just don't want to make decisions? You see people at a restaurant, maybe this happened to you, that you go in and you open the menu and you don't know what to choose because you can't make a decision. So you turn to the person who's with you, you say, what are you going to have? And then they say, okay, and then tell you what they're going to have. And then the waiter comes up. And then you go to the waiter and say, oh, what would you recommend? But the waiter is part of the restaurant. He's going to recommend everything. He's not going to turn around and say something's not good. And see, what's the worst case? How would this play out? That what if you just picked something? What if you became a great leader and you just said, I'm going to pick something, you pick something? What's the worst that could happen? You wouldn't like it. And if you didn't like it, you tell the waiter, I don't like this, and they'll do one of two things. They'll normally just give you another dish, because if you're not happy with what they've made, they'll be more than happy to replace it, because obviously it's their reputation at stake. Or worst case, they'll say, can you pay for a new meal? And that's it. But at least you made a decision. And when you're in the right state, you will make more powerful decisions. And they don't have to be the right decisions. Get comfortable at making decisions, then making the decisions right. Don't wait for the right decision. It's always like I always say, don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the moment perfect. Because if you wait and you wait and you wait, it'll never come. You see, the one force that will shape your destiny is the decisions that you make. And I'm talking about your life destiny. I'm talking about your business destiny. I'm talking about your relationship destiny. Everything is controlled by your decisions. Can you remember a time, maybe 5, maybe 10 years ago, whereas if you'd made a different decision, your current life would have been totally different? Can you think about something like that? Maybe your spouse, maybe your business, maybe something. So then the secret is becoming great at making more effective decisions. But the question we're going to ask ourselves is, are we always going to make the right decision? Hell no, never. Never in a million years are you always going to make the right decisions. But most people don't have the guts to make the tough decisions because they want to make the right decision, so they make no decision. And that in itself is a decision. In your life, you're always making 3 decisions, even right now. Whether you're in the gym or whether you're running, or if you're driving and listening to me, you're always making 3 decisions. Number 1, what do you focus on? Because what you focus on, you will feel. Imagine in your business if your staff focused on their needs versus their customers' needs. Do you think that'll make a difference? Absolutely. You see, some people focus on what they can't control, and imagine if all the time you focus on what you can't control, you'll be anxious, unhappy, depressed, stressed. What are you focusing on right now? Are you focusing on the fact that you've got so much information I've given you to create your new life? Or are you saying, wow, I've got enough information now that I can go out and create the life I always wanted, and I don't have to be scared of the future anymore? Some focus on the decisions they've made in the past which didn't work. So I want you to be so aware of, number 1, what are you focusing on in each and every moment in your life? Number 2, the decision you're making is, what does this mean? So are you thinking it's the beginning, or are you thinking it's the end? Are you feeling it's like a recession, or are you feeling it's the greatest time ever? You see, most millionaires are made during the down times. Why? Because they gave a recession a different meaning. What about your marriage? You thinking it's the end? Are you thinking it's the beginning? In the last chapter we went through this, right? That things were totally different at the beginning. You give everything a totally different meaning. But as life goes on and marriage goes on, you start thinking about it like the end rather than the beginning. But what if we could give it a totally different meaning? What about if you're going through a problem right now? What does that mean to you? Am I being punished by God, or is it a gift to help me grow? And the third decision you'll always be making is, what will you do? So based upon the first 2, which is what you focus on and what meaning do you give it, what will you do? Will you take action, or will you pull back? Because if you pull back and you don't do anything, you're going to be in the same place as you've always been. So it's about taking massive action. See, life is always about the decisions you make, and the decisions you make, they will be empowering decisions if they come from an empowering state. See, so I remember last year I was flying to the US and I was going to deliver a seminar to a few thousand people. And the day before I was going, my youngest got taken to hospital because he had a really bad stomachache, which kind of wasn't going away. It was there for so many days. And we thought by now it would go away. See, because my wife was meant to come with me on the trip. And I remember being there the night before I was flying at the hospital. And I looked at her and I said, wow, this is a tough decision. What do I do? What do you do? And I started feeling emotional. Why? Because my son's in the hospital and in a few hours I needed to jump on a plane. But at that point I realized the most important thing, again, which I'm showing you is my state, that I was going to be making a very important decision, whether I'm going to go on this flight, whether my wife's coming with me, whether I'm going to go, or whether I'm going to stay behind with my son. It was a super important decision. But that decision, if it came from an empowering place, I would make a very empowering decision. But if it came from another place, I need to make sure that my energy was on 9 and 10, and I was controlling my state before I made that decision. So I spoke to my wife, and then what we decided that she would stay behind with my son to look after him, because I had thousands of people waiting there for me. And I was also invited by a charity to raise funds for the future of kids. So I knew inside of me that there was a bigger calling, that I had to go and do what I had to do. So I made that decision, and I was just about to board the flight. So I was actually, they put my passport in, and I was actually walking on the jetty going into the flight. And then I had a message that my son had actually been wheeled into emergency surgery to have his appendix out. And I was going to be on an American airline, so there was no Wi-Fi on board. And it was like, oh my God, for the next 9 hours, my son's going into theater, and I'm stuck on a plane, and I'm going to be totally unreachable. You know, before I got on that flight, I had to control my state. Again, why? Because I knew that the moment I got off that plane, I'd have to go to a hotel room, get changed, and I would straight be lecturing, I'd straight be delivering that seminar. I had a mission. And that flight, the 8-9 hours of that flight, I knew that I've got to prepare. You know, that I was at the front of the plane, it was great. So I could, get my work, then I could sleep. But now with this, how was I going to do it? So I had to control my state. I'd say, look, I'm going to do this because there's something which I have to deliver when I go there. So I don't want you to take this lightly. I want you to understand that your emotional state will govern your life. It'll govern everything you do. So use this information I've given you, because it's helped me so much. And the reason that you're listening to this, the reason I've given this to you, the reason you're listening, is because I want your life to change as well. So what I want you to do is I want you to pause what you've been listening to and digest what we have gone through. Because remember what I said in the first part, that emotion and information need to mix. So information without emotion, it won't last. I want you to commit today. I want you to commit now that you will live in the most beautiful state. But I want you to commit. And how do I get you to commit? It's with energy. So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whether you're in the gym, whether you're in the car, whether you're at home, just shout me out a massive yes. Just say, yes, I'm willing to live life in this most beautiful state. Because it's only when you're empowered can you empower the people around you. Make sure that you commit to live in this beautiful state. I would love for you to join me on my 2-day event where I can get you energized, where I can get you doing all this. And by the time you leave me on those 2 days, life will never be the same again. There should be a link somewhere where you are. Just click on it. Let me see you in London for 2 days. But even before I get there today, I want you now to commit to live in the most beautiful state ever. Because this is your life, right? No one's coming back. This is a one-off you have. Make this the best life you can. But the only way that you're going to have that life you want is when you commit to live in the most beautiful state ever. So do you commit to live in this most beautiful state every single day, that you wake up in the morning knowing that the only way that you're going to get to where you want to get to is by living in this beautiful state, and the only way that you can control your state is when you control your state. No one out there controls your state, but you control your state. So on the count of 3, let's have a massive yes. 3, 2, 1. Yes! Fantastic. I'm so excited for you, and I feel so privileged. I feel so blessed that you're here listening to me, and I'm really hoping that this is changing your entire life. So I look forward to seeing you in the next chapter. Welcome back, everyone, to the next chapter, and I hope you've arrived here with the most amazing and the most beautiful state you could ever have after going through the last chapter. So by now you should have the building blocks of how to create your ultimate life. So let me get into this new chapter by actually telling you a very powerful story. There was a young boy one day, and he was walking through a forest. And as he walked through the forest, he tripped over. And he looked down to see what he tripped over on, and it was actually a boulder, or what he thought was a boulder. But when he actually went to pick it up, it wasn't a boulder, but it was an egg. But it wasn't just any old egg. This was an eagle's egg. And eagle's eggs are large. So the little boy picked up the eagle's egg and he looked up at the tree and he said, what if I could put this egg back inside the eagle's nest? So he picked up the eagle's egg and he tried to climb up the tree. But because he was really small, he wasn't able to do that. So what did the little boy do? He opened up his backpack and he put the eagle's egg inside of there and he walked home. And on his way home, as he looked around him, he saw that there were a lot of hens and a lot of chickens walking around. So he thought, maybe the best place that I can put this eagle's egg is with the other chickens. So he opened up his bag and he put the eagle's egg along with all the other chickens. And all the chickens came up to this egg and they were trying to find out what it is. And one day this egg hatched and the eagle's head popped out. And the eagle started looking around at, where am I? And he saw all these other chickens around him. So what the eagle believed is that he was a chicken. So the eagle learned to eat like the chickens, scrap by scrap. He learned to fly like chickens, bit by bit. He learned to do everything just like the chickens do. And one day, this eagle was outside and he saw this bird soaring across the sky, and he goes to the other chicken, what's that? And the chicken goes, that's an eagle. They're born for the skies, but us chickens, we're born for the ground. So the eagle walked away with a tear in his eye. Days passed, weeks passed, months passed, years passed. The eagle lived with the chickens and the eagle died with the chickens. You see, this was a bird which was born for the skies, yet it died on the ground. And the question which I want to ask you right now is, where do you feel that your life is? Are you the eagle in the sky, soaring, getting everything that you want out of life? Or are you actually the eagle on the ground? Where is your life right now? Close your eyes right now and I just want you to imagine a year from now. Just close your eyes. Imagine a year from now waking up and everything's the same as it is right now. Nothing's changed. Imagine that kind of life. How would it be? How painful would it be to live in that kind of world when next year life is exactly the same for you as it is right now? And I want you to really feel that. Touch it, feel it, smell it. Imagine how it would be living in that world where your life is exactly the same as it is right now. Maybe it's not a year, maybe it's 5 years. You wake up and you realize life is exactly the same as it is right now. And what I want you to do now is I want you to rethink that. Let's think about something else. Imagine waking up a year, imagine waking up 5 years from now and having that life of your dreams, the relationship of your dreams, the business of your dreams, the money, the wealth, the happiness, the family, the friends, everything, the wealth you've always wanted. Imagine what a life like that would be like. Touch it, feel it, smell it, close your eyes, go into that place. Imagine how life would be. Imagine how life would be if you had that. And this is what it's all about. That I want this chapter to be the chapter which makes sure that nothing at all stands in your way of you and that ultimate life. Right, okay, so let's get started. So how many of you have ever set a New Year's goal? Not if you've still got it going now, but how many of you have ever set a New Year's goal? Most of you, right? Do you know that most New Year's goals are broken by day 23? So 23rd of Jan, that's when most New Year's goals are broken by. And you know why? Do you know why people cannot keep those New Year's goals going? I'll tell you why. There are 3 secrets on how to make sure that you can continue any New Year's goal you ever set, or in that case, anything you ever do. If you put these 3 into action, whatever happens, you will make sure that it works. Whatever your intention is, whatever the goal is, you make these 3 keys happen, you do these 3 things, you play out these 3 secrets, and it'll work. Let me tell you what they are. Number 1, so the first thing we spoke about in chapter 1 was to make sure that you set a goal. Okay, so the first secret, the first key is make sure that you set a goal. Do you remember what we also said? We said be super specific on what that goal is. Number 2, make sure that you set the goal from the person you want to be, not from the person you are. And also make the goal a short-term goal. Make it a short-term goal. Don't make it a 5-year goal, but make it a 6-month, a 9-month goal. We always overestimate what we can do in 9 months, and we underestimate what we can do in a longer period of time. So my point is, keep a short-term goal and make that happen. And when you add up these goals, you will be able to create something huge. So then within 4 or 5 years, you can have something massive. Within a year, you can have something massive. But if you set a huge goal for 5 years, then you won't be able to action it because it's too big. So create short, workable goals. Also, remember we said don't worry about the how, worry about the what, but the how takes care of itself. When you commit, when you go all in, when you have faith, when you have trust, the how works itself out. The second key, the second secret is belief. Remember we said you need to believe that you've already got it before you've got it. We spoke about eyesight, we spoke about mindsight, we spoke about eyesight being the ability that it's when you need to see something before you believe it, but mindsight is the gift, the ability to believe something and then you're going to see it. We spoke about the 4-minute mile with Roger Bannister. But you know what? Sometimes one part of our mind believes that it's possible and the other doesn't. And that's what this chapter is all about. It's the parts of the mind and how you can now create that massive belief to believe you're already there before you're there. And third secret, the third key, it's all about action, but not just action, it's about taking massive, massive, massive action. So just imagine where you are now and where you want to get to. So where you are now and the life that you want. And imagine this is like quicksand. So when you're taking action, it needs to be massive action and it needs to be fast. Imagine you're trying to get out of this quicksand. So imagine you're trying to get out of the quicksand. Do you think you need to move fast or do you think you need to move slow? If you move slow, the quicksand is going to hold you in, right? So you need to move fast. And imagine if you take baby steps out of the quicksand. Do you think you're going to get out? No, you need to jump out, right? You need to take massive strides. So this is what it's all about. The action that you need to take is massive, massive action, but not just massive action, but massive action quickly. Whenever you set an intention, never leave this moment without setting something in place. Take some sort of massive action, you know? How many times have you ever had an idea and you didn't do anything about it, and then someone else did it, and you said, oh, hold on, that was my idea, right? How many of you? Yeah, a lot of you, right? That maybe one day you had that idea that what if I could put all my friends on a website? Okay, how would that be? That maybe you were meant to be the Facebook. What if you had an idea one day that what if I could tell my life in pictures rather than in words? Maybe you were meant to be the Instagram. What if your idea was that rather than me going to the cab, what if the cab could come to me? But not just come to me, but what if it can come to me and I just press a button on my phone? Maybe you were meant to be the Uber. But you know, sometimes we have all these ideas, but we just don't action upon them. So I want to give you some tips, some strategies right now to how to make sure that whatever you want to do, you action upon it and it works. So one of the biggest influences in my life when it comes to taking action is Mel Robbins. You've probably heard of Mel Robbins, and she's got this very powerful thing called the 5-second rule. And what this 5-second rule shows is that whenever you want to make any sort of decision, when you're trying to get out of your comfort zone, when you're trying to do anything, what the mind does, the mind will try and shut it off. It'll want you not to do it. Why? Because the mind isn't on your side. Because the mind wants to keep you safe. The mind wants to keep you in your comfort zone. So whenever you want to take some sort of action, the mind will say no. It'll come up with a million reasons why not to do it. So what the 5-second rule is, is that you have 5 seconds between you have an idea and you take some sort of action towards it. So maybe if you're in a networking meeting and you saw someone on the other side of the room and you said, oh, I really want to speak to him, but then your mind says, no, don't go and speak to him because he won't want to speak to you. He'll ignore you. He's got so much more than you. Why would he want to speak to you? And then you don't do anything about it. And then you never get to meet him. But what if that one meeting was to change the rest of your life? What if it was your future spouse you saw somewhere and you wanted to go and walk and speak to them, but you didn't have the courage to do that because the mind says she will or he won't want to listen to you, and then you stepped away. So what the 5-second rule is that you have 5 seconds within that moment to do something about it. So you start moving towards that person, you take action, you post a video, you do whatever you have to do, but you have 5 seconds or otherwise the mind's going to turn it off. So that's a very, very powerful influence, a very powerful strategy I use in my life, that whenever there's anything I want to do, I have 5 seconds before the mind's going to turn me off. So I've got the 5-second rule. And I've also got another rule which I want to share with you, that I want to talk about the 90-second rule. So the 90-second rule is that how many of you have ever had a bad day, or something bad has happened, or things haven't gone your way, and you've beaten yourself up about it? Some people are still beating themselves up about things which happened in their childhood, which they have no influence over. 2 minutes of negativity causes 4 hours of immunosuppression. You can literally kill yourself by being negative. And some of us were holding in these thoughts from when we were kids. That's what I say is a 90-second rule, that everyone's going to have a bad time. We're all going to beat ourselves up. Even the billionaires will do that, right? But the key is how long you stay in these low points for. So I've got a 90-second rule, that no matter what happens in my life, I can beat myself up for 90 seconds. Then I need to get out of there quickly. I just need to jump out of there. Why? Because if I'm in that state, there is no way that I can do the things which I'm put on this earth to do, to have the effect I'm going to do, to touch the people's lives that I need to touch. 90 seconds, right? I want you to do that. So no matter what's going on in your life, however something bad happens, you've got 90 seconds before you say, look, I'm just going to get out of this now. So don't not beat yourself up. Beat yourself up, that's cool. But give yourselves 90 seconds. Let me tell you somewhere where the 5-second rule has really, really helped me. So recently, I was at a business conference in the US, and after my talk on stage, I got told about this coach who was in the audience. And this coach in the audience, there's something special about him, because someone told me that he charges €1 million per person to coach them. And I was like, wow, €1 million? I was like, I don't charge anything near $1 million. And I would love to know how this person charges $1 million. So I looked him up and I friended him on Facebook. And every time I tried to find him, he was always around people I could never speak to him. In the evenings, he was always busy. And so I just couldn't get in touch with him. And I remember on the last night, I came back from dinner with some friends, and it was about 1:20 in the morning, and I had a flight back to the UK the following morning. So I needed to sleep. For some reason, I went for a walk. Right? I don't even know, can't even explain why I just felt like going for a walk, but I went for a walk. And guess what I saw? I saw him sitting down with someone and speaking to them. And I thought, hold on, right? Mahmood, you're here right now. It's 1:20 in the morning, and you're leaving in the morning. And if you don't speak to him now, you're never going to speak to him. But then the other part of my head said, look, Mahmood, why would you want to speak to you? It's 1:20 in the morning. He's busy speaking to someone else. So for me, it was 5-second rule, right? 5-second rule, let's do something. So I started walking towards it. So I got there and I just stood there and I looked at him and this other person. And they looked up at me. And they said, how can we help you? And I said, look, I've been trying to get hold of you all week and I need to speak to you. And if I don't speak to you, I'm not leaving this place. And he looked at his watch. And he looked at me. He looked at his watch and he looked at me. He looked at his watch again and he looked at me. He goes, do you know what the time is? I said, yeah, I know. It's 1:20 in the morning. And I said, I'm not leaving. I said, I'm going back to London in the morning, but I need to speak to you before I go. And he said, look, go over there and go and take a seat. And when I'm ready, I'll call you. So I said, okay, fine. So I went away thinking he's going to take 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes. 50 minutes later, right? It's nearly 2:30 in the morning and he calls me and he said, look, how can I help you? And I said, look, I don't even know what I want to ask you, but the one thing I know is that, is it true that you charge people $1 million to coach them? And he said, yeah, that's true. And I said, well, I want you to teach me how you do that, because I don't know how you do that, because I want to do that myself. And he said, okay. And he asked me if I'd read his book, and I said, no. He said, look, okay, take my book and read it, and I'm coming to London next week and I'll come and meet you there. So I said, okay, fine. So I went home and I read his book. And the next week came and I went to meet him. And he said, have you read my book? And to check, he asked me a few questions, right? And I could answer them because I'd read it, and it was brilliant. And he goes to me, okay, look, Mahmood, what is it that I can help you with? And I said, look, I would like you to coach me, but I don't know how on earth I'm going to be able to do that. But I want you to show me how you coach people for $1 million. And he goes, Mahmood, have you got anyone in your life who can do this? Do you have any other coaches? Do you have anyone in your life who's doing what I'm doing? And I said, no. And he said, well, then you need me. And I said, I know that I need you, but I don't know how. And he said, well, do you know what? I've also got a group coaching session which I can coach you in. And I said, okay, cool. So I'm thinking, like, if the one-to-one is this much, how much is the group? And he gave me the figure. And I was like, no way, there is no way in the world that I can do this. And he goes, okay, fine. And he said, so that's it. You don't want to grow. I said, I do want to grow, but I can't afford what you've asked me to pay. And I started walking away. And I said, hold on. There is a way. That what you're asking me for in fees and what my father left me, what I've got left since he died, what he left me, that I've got that. And that's exactly what you're asking for. And he goes to me, Mahmood, stop. He goes, stop and let me coach you. He said, do you know your biggest problem in life right now? He said, it's your attachment with money. He said, right now you mixed up your dad, your father and money in the same sentence. He goes, your father's your father, your money is your money. You need to learn to separate them. He goes, money will come and go, money will come and go, money will come and go. But your dad's separate. And he goes, Mahmood, it's your attachment to money which is holding you back. And I looked at him and I said, wow, that is so true. And I said, do you know, okay, fine, I'm in. And he goes, okay, great. Because you're in, I'm going to give you something extra. You're going to come with me. You're going to come with me to Paris next week. I'm going to coach you further there. So then I went along. And he coached me. And I went through so much with him that what happened is within the first 5 months, I returned back double what I had given him in fees. But the thing is that if at that point, at that time in the US, if I didn't go up to him, if I didn't use the 5-second rule, I would not be where I am right now. So imagine in your life right now, what opportunities are you given? Like people say to you that luck is right time, right place. It's not. Luck is about right time, right place, but right mindset. The mindset to know that you're going to go in, you're going to do this. Most people worry about what would happen if it goes wrong. What about if you could think about what would happen if it goes right? Totally different way of seeing things, right? Totally different decision you'll make based upon that. When you come in with that thought, you'll make a totally different decision and your life begins to change. Okay, 5-second rule, 90-second rule. Use it all the time and use it well. So early on in the earlier chapters, I spoke about the 2 parts of your mind. That you've got the conscious mind, which makes up 5% of your mind, and you've got the subconscious mind, which makes up the other 95% of your mind. So the conscious mind is the mind where you have to be alert, right? You have to be conscious to use that part of your mind. And that is used in goal setting. So whatever goals you have, maybe it's a financial goal, a money goal, a holiday goal, a house goal, a environment goal, a family goal, whatever the goal is, whatever you're thinking about, that's when the conscious mind is activated. But the subconscious part of your mind is that part of the mind which works on autopilot. So you don't need to give it instructions, right? So imagine if you needed to tell your brain when to breathe. Like, you don't have to, right? Because that's something your subconscious controls, that all of these things are happening on autopilot. How many times, for example, have you driven somewhere? You've driven to a place so many times that you drive there and you get out and you think, hold on, I can't even remember how I got here. Why? Because it's become a habit. It's been implanted in the subconscious mind, right? So the 5% of your mind is the conscious mind, and the 95%, the subconscious, is actually the autopilot part of the mind. So the conscious mind, another way to say it, the conscious mind is the goal setter, but the subconscious mind is the goal getter. So the conscious part of the mind is the mind which says, look, the part of the mind says, I'm going on a diet. But the subconscious part, the 95%, says, hey, but I love chocolate cake. And then you say, no, we can't do that. But then the subconscious says, hey, even if it's a Weight Watchers cake, let's have that. Okay, so no matter what your goals are, if you've got a subconscious, and the subconscious will always overpower the conscious, because that's 95% of your mind. See, willpower, motivation, positive thinking, it doesn't work. And people are going, really, Mahmood, it doesn't work? No, it doesn't. Do you know why? Because willpower, motivation, and positive thinking all comes from the conscious part of your mind. That you have to think about it to actually make it happen. See, so all of your goals are in your conscious mind. But subconsciously, your brain is not allowing you to make that happen, because on autopilot, you've got other things which are happening which won't allow you to match up to your goals. You see, because as I said, the 5%, the conscious part, can never get over the 95%. So if you don't have a subconscious programming that's on autopilot, which will help you get towards your goal, then no matter what we tell you, no matter what I tell you, no matter what information I give you, there will be no way that you'll be able to get that ultimate life, because your subconscious is telling you something else. So you will never, ever win. Example, if your conscious mind says that I can treble my income in 3 months, but your subconscious says, nah, it's not possible. Money doesn't grow on trees, because that's what we've heard before, right? Money is hard to come by. Then what's going to happen? Then no matter what I say to you, no matter what I give to you, it's not going to be possible, because it doesn't happen if your conscious and your subconscious are not aligned. When I work with you as a coach, whether it's one-to-one or whether you're at one of my events, the first thing I always do is I want to make sure that I can reprogram your mind. Why? Because I know that no matter what information, no matter what strategies, no matter what I ask you to do, if your subconscious does not agree with your conscious, it's never going to work. So the key is to be able to change our subconscious so that on autopilot, we're excited about our goals, excited about our new life, and we don't overcomplicate things. We don't get overwhelmed. We just take the information. You just take what I tell you and you just go and get it done. So the first exercise I'd like you to do right now is an exercise on the difference between the conscious and the subconscious, and I call it the exercise of mixed messages. So a mixed message is the difference between what your conscious mind says it wants and what your subconscious mind is saying you can't have. For example, you may say, I want to double my income. That's the conscious mind talking. But the subconscious mind says it's not possible. It sounds like too much hard work. It doesn't happen for everyone. You can't do it. No one in your family has done it. None of your friends have done it. So what I want you to do is on the left-hand side, to get a piece of paper, and in a minute, pause this. You're going to take 4 minutes to do this. Get a piece of paper. On the left-hand side, I want you to list all of your goals, which you wrote down in chapter 1. And then immediately on the right-hand side, I want you to make a list of reasons why you don't feel you can have that. So for example, on the left-hand side, you may write, I want to earn 100K. But on the right-hand side, the subconscious may say, but I'm going to have to pay more tax. Maybe on the left-hand side, it'll say, well, I want 10 new clients per month. But the right-hand side, the subconscious says, well, how are you going to cope? Maybe the left-hand side says, I want to quit my job. But the right-hand side said, well, what if things don't work out? Okay, so you get this, right? So left-hand side, you write your goals, and the right-hand side, I want you to write the mixed messages which are coming out of your subconscious. So I want you to pause this right now, take out 4 minutes and do this. And as soon as 4 minutes are up, then unpause it. I don't want you to take more than 4 minutes because I don't want you to overthink this. 4 minutes, write your goals, write mixed messages, the difference between the conscious and the subconscious, and then we'll carry on. Right, okay, so I hope that you've taken out 4 minutes and you've got the list now on the left-hand side of your goals, and the right-hand side, the mixed messages, the message which your subconscious gives you about why it's not possible. Right, okay, let's move on. So as I said before, the mind is designed to keep you safe, and whenever you try and get out of your comfort zone, the subconscious will try and find as many reasons as possible to keep you where you are. Let me tell you why. Tell me one thing, what are the 2 biggest fears in life? What are the 2 biggest fears? Shout them out. Okay. No, it's not public speaking, that's the 3rd biggest fear. So the first biggest fear in life is failure, and the second biggest fear in life is not being loved. So just imagine this, right? If the first biggest fear in life is failure and the second biggest fear in life is not being loved, just see how this works, okay? Just let me play it out to you and just bear with me on this, okay? So I want you to follow through, right? So imagine how the mind works. So you have an idea. You want to grow a business. You want to do something great, okay? So you're going to get outside your comfort zone. But obviously when you get outside your comfort zone, you're going to fail, right? Because failure is part of growth. You know, you are going to fail so many times before you hit success. It's part of life, right? But if you fail, that's your biggest fear. And then if you fail, the people around you may not love you as much as they love you now. Because what happens if you're leaving your job? And what happens if you try and grow a new business? And what happens if you fail? What happens if you lose the money you have? Then, you know, it's going to cause problems at home, right? With your family. And maybe that love's going to go away a little. So why would the mind want you to get out of your comfort zone and grow? Because the moment you start to grow, you risk your two biggest fears, which are failure and not being loved. So instead, what if you created a massive reason, a massive problem which would allow you not to do what you want to do so that you have an excuse for doing it? Right? So imagine you're going to grow this massive business, but instead, what if your subconscious tells you, you know what? Well, no one in your family's ever done it, or your dad tried to grow a business and he failed, or your dad tried to grow a business and he spent all the hours at work and he never gave you any time. So now, instead of growing a business, when someone comes to you and says, look, why aren't you doing your own thing? You say, you know what? It doesn't really work because my father did it, and because my father did it, I had no time with him. And they think, oh, you know what? That's true. Or you may say, I have no money at all to do. So they go, you know what? Okay, fine, I understand. And all of a sudden, you found your own reason not to grow. Why? Because the mind wants to keep you safe. It wants to keep you in that comfort zone, because the moment you get out of your comfort zone, you're going to risk your two biggest fears, which is failure and not being loved. So where does your subconscious get these ideas from? Your subconscious is formed from your beliefs. And most of the beliefs you have been instilled in you through others from the third trimester of pregnancy to the age of 7. So imagine that you don't even know what record's being played in your mind. So during that time, our brains were working on an energy level and a frequency which is similar to hypnosis. So everything we hear on the outside world, we actually take in. It's like having a record button being pressed. But the thing is, you only record certain parts of it. So for example, say you were young and you spilled some juice on the floor. And your parents said to you, oh my God, why did you do that? You're so useless because you spilled the juice. What the mind does is the mind records the useless part, but it doesn't record why you were told you're useless. So later on in your life, when you're trying to do certain things, there's a subconscious record in your mind saying that you're useless. So no matter what you try and do, you've got useless playing in your mind. Imagine if that happened when you were younger, you were told money doesn't grow on trees. We're all told that sometimes, right? And subconsciously we believe now that money doesn't grow on trees. We don't even know we have that, but it's inside of us. So every opportunity you get to grow your business, to increase your wealth, to increase the amount of money you have, you may not take it. Why? Because you've got a record inside of you saying that money doesn't grow on trees. Can you see how important it is that between the age of 0 and 7, the kind of information we feed our kids, the way we talk to our children, what we do, the example we set, how we speak to them, the leader we are? We're parents, right? We're leaders. How do you become that leader for your child? That imagine the age of 0 to 7, everything you tell them, they're like a sponge, it's just going in. The record button's being played. You must know one person who's got that golden touch. Whatever they touch turns to gold. Whatever business they start works out. And you question why. Why is it that they always become successful? And the answer is that that person has got some level of subconscious programming, whether they know it or not, which sets them up for success. They've got a subconscious which allows them to win. You see, when I've coached high net worth individuals, what I realize is their kids, they find it easy to make money. Why? Because the kids have been brought up in an environment where making money was easy. So now the kids believe that making money is easy, so they do. And sometimes they have other problems where they find it hard to make friends, whereby other people find it easy to make friends. So there's a level of subconscious programming in you which allows you to be successful or which sets you up for failure. So the key is to know what your subconscious programming is. You've heard of Serena Williams, one of the most coveted tennis players. Serena Williams' parents used to put post-it notes around the house when she was a baby, when she was a young kid, telling her that you're going to win Wimbledon, you're going to be the best player in the world, that you're great, you're a champion. And imagine that subconsciously this fed into her mind all the time. See, success isn't luck. That most people you see who are super successful, they've got a record playing in their mind. or they knew that there's a bad record playing in there and they had to go out and change that. And so many people, you'll see the rags to riches story, that they had a tough childhood, they had a bad childhood, and they knew that, and they had to go out and they understood self-awareness, right? Understanding about themselves. We said that knowledge is power, but knowledge about yourself is self-empowerment. They knew about themselves, they knew they had to go out and be able to change. They got coaches, they got people who could help them change their subconscious so they could go out and have success. And let me tell you a story. So I'm not sure if this is a true story, but it's a great story nonetheless. Okay, so Nike were launching a new pair of trainers, and they wanted to go out into a new field. So they looked at the Sahara Desert. So they said, we want to launch this new pair of trainers in the Sahara Desert. So what they did is they got their top sales guy and a mediocre sales guy. There were a load of mediocre sales guy, right? Because mostly everyone's mediocre, but they only had a very few top sales guys. So they picked one top sales guy and one mediocre sales guy. They put him in a plane. They said, go to the Sahara, check out what the climate's like, check out what the market's like, and feed back to us so we can get going. So fine, they sat in a plane, they went, they got there, they got out the plane, and they're looking around the desert. And the mediocre guy picks up the phone and he calls his MD. And he says, look, John, he said, you know what? We're not going to make it out here. There's no point. It's hot. It's sandy. People don't wear shoes here. It's just not the place that we can come in. He said, look, I'm coming back home. I've got work to do. Bring me back. So the mediocre salesman went back. The best salesman phones the MD. He goes, look, John, he goes, guess what? We're in the best place ever. No one here wears shoes. No one in this place wears shoes. We could put shoes on everyone. It is such a hot place. They're burning their feet on the sand that we can put shoes on them and serve them so much. And because of that, Nike went into there and they dominated the market. But do you see that, right? It's two people seeing the same thing, but actually they saw something else. Why? Because the subconscious was different. That the top sales guy was top for a reason, that his subconscious was programmed to make sure that he sees things differently. What are you seeing in your life right now? Do you see opportunity? Do you see risk? Because that's going to change everything, right? When you're given a chance to do something, do you think it's going to work or it won't work? Do you see risk or do you see reward? Do you see happiness potential or do you see grief potential? What are you looking at? And what is your subconscious like, right? So some people ask me, Mahmood, how do I know what my programs are? Because my subconscious happened between 0 and 7, as you say. So how do I know? And let me tell you how you know what record's playing in your mind. Now look at your life. Think about the things which come easily to you, which you find easy to do, but others may find it hard. What comes to you easily that you've got a record in your mind with that record which is playing? And look at the things which you find really hard, which you struggle with, and you've got a program which is playing for that. So in my life, I was finding it so hard to speak. Why? Because of my stutter, because I was worried what people would say about me. I didn't like the sound of my voice. I didn't like any of that. So I realized I had a record which was playing for that, which came somewhere in my childhood. Now, I don't know where it came from or what happened, but all I know is that I had to change it. And that's what I had to change to become the person I am right now. So look into your life right now. What is it that you find it easy to do? You got a record for that. What are you finding hard to do? You got a record of that. So now you know what is it that you need to go after and actually change. So now let's see what beliefs you may have which you don't even know about. Okay, so I'm gonna do an exercise with you right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to read out a list of beliefs which I have over here. Now, from coaching thousands of people, what I know is there are certain beliefs which most people have. So I'm going to read out a list of beliefs, and whichever ones you feel that may relate to you, what I want you to do is I want you to write it down. Okay, so whatever I say, if it relates to you, if you feel that, yeah, I've thought about this, or I think about this, or this is how I feel, I want you to write it down. So here goes. Okay, so write these down. I'm going to go through the whole list with you. And this is so powerful because now we're beginning to unlock what's going on inside of you. So let's start with the first one, that I'm not good enough. People won't pay for this. I don't know enough. People will find out I'm a fraud. I don't have the right personality to be a success in business. I'm a failure. Who would want what I offer? I can't compete. I'm not good at marketing. I lack focus. I'm not worth it. Now's not the right time, I'll do it next time. I'll get overwhelmed if I get too many clients. I can't have it all. People won't pay for this. I don't have what it takes. My clients have no money. I don't have all the answers. Should I charge for this? I won't be able to handle everything when it happens to me. I'll have to do a half-hearted job. People won't pay me my full fee. I'll spread myself too thin. I have nothing to offer. I have to be fake for people to like me. I don't really need all that money anyway. I can't do this. I'm not good at what I do. I can't handle a full business. People don't hire me in this economy. My expertise is just common sense. I'm not a good speaker. Who am I to do this? There are too many competitors out there. I'm too disorganized. I'm not motivated enough. I'll be like a sleazy used car salesman. I won't have any fun. People won't want what I have to provide. I'll have to give a discount to my clients. I can't sell anything. People will think I'm greedy and inauthentic for wanting more money. This is hard work. I can't sell anything. I just don't know what my passion is. I don't know what my purpose is. This is too much hard work. It'll all be taken away from me one day anyway. I don't have the money to be able to market myself. I never win in life. Why do I even bother? I can't afford to get help. I'm already too scattered. People won't like me if I become more successful or powerful. I can't possibly charge that much. It can't be that easy, or everyone must be doing this. I might have to travel a lot. I'm not as good as they are. I'll never make good money. This won't work for my business. My business is different. I won't be able to have a life. I don't have the time to market myself. I don't like to sell to people. What if people laugh at me? I'll have to work too hard to succeed. Who do I think I am anyway? My partner will leave me if I become more successful than they are. What will my family think? Someone else should be taking care of me and paying my bills anyway. I have kids, I have to put them first. I'll have to pay a lot of taxes. What if I make money and then I lose it? Then I'll really be a failure. You can't be a good parent and run a successful business. Something has to give. What if my expenses go up more quickly than my income? What if I take on staff and they steal my clients? I know all this already. I've heard it all before. I want to do this all by myself, because otherwise I'll feel like a failure if I get help from others. I'm not good at IT. I'm a perfectionist. I need more experience first. I don't want to manage a big team of people. If I limit myself to one type of client or one type of business, I won't make enough money. Now, all of these things, now just take a moment, okay? And what I want you to do is I want you to go back if you've missed any of these out, and I just want you to write down all the ones which resonated with you. And then what I want you to do is I want you to pick out the one which kind of hits you the most. So if there was one belief that you were going to change, which would have the greatest, the biggest impact on your life, which one would it be? So let me tell you one thing. Whichever beliefs that you wrote down on there, none of these you were born with. These are all beliefs which you've taken from when you were younger. Someone's told you them. You've seen something in your life which has showed you this. You know, we're only born with two fears in life: the fear of loud noises and the fear of failure. All other fears, they're given to us by other people. We've taken them in ourselves. And whatever ones which you wrote down right now, any beliefs which you had, or any of these negative beliefs, they're holding you back. So what I want you to know is, I want you to get rid of these today. I want to show you a way. I want to show you a way now of how you can get rid of these. You see, because as I told you before, these beliefs, they're formed between the ages of 0 and 7, right? So in the third trimester of pregnancy up to the age of 11. And how these beliefs are formed, how these beliefs go into your subconscious, when you hear something, when you're told something, with three very important things. Number one, when you're told something with authority. Now, an authority figure in your life may be a parent, maybe a teacher, maybe a doctor. It may even be the news. So number one, it's when there's an authority figure telling you something. Number two, it's when you hear this repeatedly. Okay, so you hear it over and over again. So for example, your parents may tell you something over and over again. Your teachers may tell you something over and over again. The media may be telling you something over and over again. And the third thing is when you're told it with impact. So what I mean by impact is when someone's telling you something with emotion, or when they're shouting at you. Say your teacher or your parent is shouting at you. Okay, so when there's these three things, when someone tells you something with authority, they tell you over and over again the same thing. When they tell you that thing with impact, that's how beliefs are formed. So let me tell you a story about a friend of mine when I was younger. We're going to call him Jack because I don't want to use his real name because he could be listening right now. But Jack used to live down the road from me, and Jack was amazing at maths. Whenever I had a problem in maths, I always used to go to him and I always used to ask him, and he used to be brilliant. And I actually believed, and everyone believed, that Jack was going to be a professor of maths when he grew up. But the problem was his parents. That his parents thought that it would be funny if they always took the mick out of him. I don't know why parents are like that sometimes, but his parents are like this. So his parents used to joke that Jack's going to be a dustbin man. That whenever anyone came round, whenever there was a dinner, whenever his friends were around, they would always say, Jack's going to be a dustbin man, Jack's going to be a dustbin man, Jack's going to be a dustbin man. There's nothing wrong with being a dustbin man, but Jack had the potential to be a maths professor. He was absolutely brilliant. I met up with him recently, and where I saw him is I saw him at a supermarket, like a Walmart, something really big, and he was sitting there on the till and he was checking the food in. Just, where you're sitting on the till and you're just checking in the food and then getting the customer to pay for it. And it made me think, wow, man, this was Jack, who had the potential to be a maths professor. But instead, because his parents told him all the time he's going to be a dustbin man, he didn't turn out to be a dustbin man, but he turned out to be something where he had so much more potential of doing. So it is so important to understand the way you talk to yourself, the way you talk to people around you, the way you talk to your kids, the way you talk to everyone. That if you want to create a belief in someone, understand that if you're an authoritative figure to anyone, if you say it over and over again, if you say with impact, this is the way in which you can instill beliefs. Now, how do you change beliefs? You see, because it's all well and good to know that we've got all these beliefs we need to change, but how do we change beliefs? How do we change our subconscious? So the next bit I'm going to tell you is life-changing. So listen, whatever you're doing, if you're looking at something else, pause, have a stretch, come back, concentrate, because this now is massive. I want you to be able to do this, right? 4 ways to change your beliefs. Number 1, hypnosis, right? That if you can get in a trance, then it's possible for you to actually change the subconscious you have. Why? Because when you were younger, between your 3rd trimester and the 7th year of your life, the way your mind was working, the frequency your brain waves were working on was the frequency of hypnosis. So what hypnosis will allow you to do is allow you to go back to that stage. So whatever you picked up at that stage, if you go through it now, you'll be able to instill new beliefs in you. Number 1. Number two, the second way to change your subconscious, change your beliefs, is by having a habit. So you do something so often that it becomes a habit. So for example, if you feel you haven't got the confidence, and if every day you go and you do something which is going to give you some confidence, you do every single day, over time, 30, 40, 45 days, it'll become a habit. So that's another way to change your subconscious. The third way is when there's a massive emotional impact, something which happens in your life. You have a health scare, someone dies, something so crazy that life's never going to be the same again. Imagine you're sitting in your doctor's surgery and they say, look, you got type 2 diabetes, you're going to die, you're going to do this if you don't sort your health out. On that day, you will change your health because you've had such a massive impact. You know, when my dad died, I told you the story in chapter 1, right? That was the day when my life changed. My point is, why do we wait to change in a state of pain and suffering when we can change in a state of bliss and happiness? Now is the time to change. Don't wait until that time in the doctor's surgery or you've got a health scare. And the most powerful way to change your subconscious, to change your belief, is a way called belief change modality. Now what this is energy psychology. This is like super fast, super learning. And what this will allow you to do is this will allow you to change 50 years worth of programming in 10 minutes. So 50 years of your life can be changed in 5 to 10 minutes. You see, because number 1, hypnosis, number 2, habits, number 3, a big emotional impact. That takes time for it to happen. Number 4, when you can do energy psychology, it changes within a few minutes. You're done. Okay, so this is what I want to show you. I want to show you right now how you can change things so quickly. So let's try this. Now what I want to show you how you're going to rewire yourself, how you're going to get rid of a belief that may have been holding you back for 30, 40, 50 years. It may have been with you for that long, but I'm going to show you now a massive, powerful way in which you can get rid of it in just a few minutes. So what I suggest for this is I want you to have a friend with you. I want you to have someone in the room with you. So what the first thing is, find a friend, tell him to download a copy of this book so he or she has gone through this so they know exactly what's going on. And the first thing that I want you to do is I want you to get with that friend in that room. Now it needs to be a friend. It can't be your wife, your husband, your parent, your close friend. If it's someone very, very, very close, it's very hard to do this because they know too much about you. So be a friend, but make sure they're not too close, or someone, get your neighbor, right? Just bring your neighbor, say, look, I want you to do something with me, download this book, listen to it, and then I want us to do something together. Okay, so the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna be with this person in the room. And when I went through that list of beliefs, and I said pick out the one which is kind of holding you back the most, or the one which if you could change, it would change your life so much. I want you to work on that. So let's imagine that one was, I'm a failure. Okay, I feel like a failure. So when you're going to be with the person in the room, the first thing I want you to do is tell them your negative, your limiting belief. So you'll say that I'm a failure. And what that person's going to do is they're just going to ignore you. They're just going to ignore you like you just spoke nonsense, like it just doesn't matter what you said. Imagine this, right? Imagine you're with your child in a supermarket and they throw a tantrum. If you give in to the tantrum, what happens? The child knows that the moment he needs attention, he can do that and you'll give in. But if you didn't give in, the child would learn that it's not going to get anything out of there, right? So what the child will do is he won't use that again. And it's same as the subconscious mind. So you're going to say this limiting belief. You're going to say, look, I'm a failure. And the person next to you is just going to ignore you. And about 30 seconds later, they're going to ask you, well, what is your better belief? And then you're going to give your new belief. So if your bad belief, if your disempowering belief was I'm a failure, your new empowering belief would be I can achieve anything. Okay. Now, the moment the other person hears that, they're going to use the power of authority, power of impact, and power of repetition to throw this back at you. So for example, the authority will be that they are standing above you, right? So make sure that you're sitting down, but the person who's saying this to you is standing above you, so they've got more authority over you. They're going to say with impact, so they're going to shout this and scream it, and they're going to say over and over again, so it's repetition. So for example, the person's going to go, yes, you're amazing, you can do anything you ever want, you're going to be the best, you can achieve anything you ever wanted, you can do it all, yes. So this person is going to stand in front of you and over you and shout this and and they're going to go crazy. They're going to go totally crazy over your new belief. See, in my events I run, if any of you have been there, you'll see that all of this is done with a huge amount of energy. Why? Because as I said from the beginning, that it's about getting out of your comfort zone. It's about getting that level of energy, moving your body, getting to that place where you can make this happen. So if any of you have been with me or you will be with me, you'll see that it's totally about energy. So where you are right now at home, I want you to replicate that. I want you to make sure that the person who's working with you on this is really full of energy as well. Because the more you put into this, the more you shout, the more you scream, the more you dig in that more powerful belief, the more it'll stick. Nerves which fire together, wire together, right? So you get in there, get energy level 10, push this to the max, and you'll see amazing changes happen in your life. One of the great things about being in an event like mine is what you have is because you're doing this in groups, when you've got multiple energy of multiple people, the energy compounds because everyone is synced. Let me give an example of what I mean. On 9/11, where the actual planes hit the Twin Towers, exactly a year after that, have a guess what most of New York City was thinking about, right? They're thinking about the events of 9/11. The lottery on that day, when the numbers came out, guess what the last 3 digits of that random lottery were? 911. Now, you can say it's a maybe, you can say, oh, it's fluke, but the truth is that there's so much, when people are on the same wavelength, when you got a group of people with that same level of energy, things change so much. The power of a group, the power of energy, just because we can't see energy, sometimes we think it's not there. So there are brain scans which can be done whereby the actual machine isn't touching your actual head, so it's just taking a reading of the amount of energy you're emitting. So everything in what you're doing, there is so much energy around you, right? So much energy. There's so much healing which comes from energy. So make sure that you don't overlook this. The power of a group, the power of a circle, the power of people on the same wavelength, the power of energy is absolutely amazing. Okay, so the next thing I want you to do, I want you to make sure that you do this, and then after that, what I will now want you to understand is that once you're starting to change your beliefs, at that point you need to then think about what you think about how you speak to yourself, the language in which you speak to yourself. So every time that you say I am this, I am that, you're actually reinforcing a belief inside of you. So most people wake up every day and say, I'm never going to be a success, I'm a failure, I'm scared, I'm not able to make that amount of money, I'm not able to afford it, I'm not with someone who'll support me. And when you say I ams like that, all you'll see in your life is evidence of anything to support that. So maybe it's time we had much better, much more stronger, much more powerful I ams. Imagine if you woke up every morning saying and shouting, I'm hugely successful, I'm insanely confident, I'm fearless, I'm happy. Imagine what your life would be like. Let's do this. Shout with me 3 times. I'm hugely successful, I'm insanely confident, I'm fearless, I'm happy. Let's go again, right? But let's get your energy levels up. I don't care who's in the house with you. I don't care who's listening. This is about you. Remember the oxygen mask? You can only have it. You can only give it when you have it. So let's get the energy level right up. Let's go again. I'm hugely successful, I'm insanely confident, I'm fearless, I'm happy. Let's do that once more. But let's crank the energy up to number 11 now. I'm hugely successful, I'm insanely confident, I'm fearless, I'm happy. How are you just feeling right now? Just by saying that so loudly, you must be feeling awesome. This is how to create that new lease of life. What I want you to do every single morning when you wake up is I want you to have a list of I ams. And how do you get this list of I ams? Think about the person who you want to be, and see what kind of character, what kind of things they do, and then create your I ams based upon that person who you'd like to be, because that is your blueprint, right? For the person, the mentor, the coach, the successful person you want to be. Look at their life, see what they have. Imagine what that person would do in that circumstance. What I ams would they have? What are they? And then create your I ams based upon there. And every morning when you wake up, what I want you to do is I want you to be able to shout and scream these. So I go in the park, okay, and I shout and scream them there, no one's around. Go inside your car, lock yourself in the car, go in your office, go in your garage, wherever, even if it's waking people up, just shout it. Because if you speak about it softly, then nothing's gonna happen. But if you shout it and if you scream it, then you begin to believe it. And remember what we said, it's about mindset, right? That your belief, that your personality shapes your personal reality. So make sure that you're making this part of your personality. Okay, so just before we finish this chapter, the last thing I would like to take you through is how are you going to keep these beliefs? How are you going to keep these beliefs every day? And I want to talk about the power of your circle, the people who you're around, because you need to be around people who are going to charge you up every day, not people who are going to drain you. Like, how many of you have that one friend who just drains you all the time, right? We always have one person like that, right? Something's always wrong, blaming someone else for everything. I want you to be around people who are going to lift you, people who are going to help you, people who are going to power you up, okay? So people who are going to raise you up rather than putting you down. Remember that you're the average of your 5 closest friends. So if you've got 5 loser friends, you're going to be the 6th. If you have 5 complainer friends, you're going to be the 6th. You will earn within 10%, and this is studies which have been done. You will earn within 10% of what your 5 closest friends earn. You know, the power of your circle is so important, and you'll find that women's monthly cycles, they adjust to their best friends. So all the friends are synced. Imagine what a tough time that is for their husbands, right? This also goes for if you're around friends who don't value health very much. That'll soon rub off on you. If you're around 5 people who eat badly and who are overweight and who don't really care about their health, it is so difficult to change anyone else, but it is so easy for people to pull you to them. So the thing is that you're going to become more like them rather than you thinking that you're going to change them. Don't try and change others. It's a full-time job trying to change yourself. So what we'll do now is let's do an audit of your circle. What I mean by that is let's audit the people you're hanging around with. And in a moment, what I want you to do is I want you to take 4 minutes. So in a moment, I'm going to get you to pause this and take 4 minutes out. And I want you to make a list. I want you to make a list of 3 people in your life you need to spend less time with, and 3 people in your life you need to spend more time with. Okay? And next to each one, write down how you're going to do that. So maybe if it's someone you want to spend more time with, maybe I'm going to drop them a WhatsApp for a coffee, maybe I'm going to give them a call, maybe I'm going to send them a text, maybe I'm going to meet them. Find a way and write it down now, an action point of how you're going to do that. And then next to the people you want to spend less time with, same thing. Write a way that how you're going to spend less. So maybe it's a friend who's really bringing you down. Maybe it's I'm going to go out less with them. Maybe if it's someone who every time you call they bring you down, maybe say I'm going to call them less. This year I had to do a lot of this. I had to see the people in my life who are draining me, the people who are pulling me up. And I said I'm going to spend more time around those people who are pulling me up, because when I'm around people who are draining me, or when I was around those people who are draining me, I had to control the show more, bring up the right type of conversation. So I know that I've got more control over them, not to give them a chance to be able to bring me down. Okay, so make a list of 3 people who you're going to spend less time with, 3 people you're going to spend more time with. Audit your circle. It is so important for you to have a group of people who are going to empower you, inspire you, and motivate you on this journey. Don't be around people who always tell you that it's not going to happen, it's not possible. You know, in the US, there were these 2 boys and it was freezing outside. The temperatures dipped a lot and there was a lake which had frozen over. So these 2 boys, they went for an actual walk on the lake. And as they were walking on the lake, the ice broke and one of the boys fell through the freezing ice, and he slipped under the water and he couldn't get out. And his friend shouted, help, 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 but there was no one there to come and help him. His friend knew that if he didn't get him out, the boy under the ice would die. So he looked around him, what can he do? And he saw this massive tree. So he ran up the tree, he broke off this massive branch from the tree, he came down, he smashed the ice, and he pulled his friend out, and he saved his friend's life. And a little while later, when the ambulance, the paramedics, the doctors came, the paramedics sat back and they said to themselves, how can a puny little boy like this climb up that tree, break a massive branch of the tree? How can he then come down, smash the ice and pull his friend out and save his friend? How can he do that? And a man came from behind and he said, do you know what? I know how he was able to do it. And they go, how? And he said, because no one was there to tell him he couldn't. No one was there to tell him he couldn't. Wow, right? How powerful is that? How many people in your life do you have right now who are naysayers? People who are telling you that something is impossible. People telling you that it's not possible to do what you want to try and do. You're going to fail. You're not going to make it. You're not great. You're not a good speaker. You're not a good business person. You can't make a lot of money. What are people saying about you right now? But I want you to understand that people will put their own insecurities on you. So it is nothing to do with you. It's to do with them. So maybe it's time we looked at our circle, we audited it, and we made sure that we're spending time around the people we actually want to, need to, must spend time around with. So the content I've taken you through on this chapter is super, super powerful. And I wanted to make sure that you've gone through this at least twice or thrice before moving on. Okay, so go through this twice, go through it 3 times, 4 times, whatever you have to do, but make sure it's instilled in you before you move on to the next chapter. Thank you for listening and see you in the next chapter. So welcome back, and I hope you're feeling super powerful, super inspired, and super motivated now to get into this next chapter and really, really, really create the ultimate life which you've been looking for and which you really want. So let me start this with a very powerful story which is very close to my heart. So this story is about Alexander the Great, one of the greatest warriors of that time. So when Alexander the Great was finishing one of his battles, he fell very sick, and he knew that this was going to be his last battle. And as they went away, he spoke to his generals and he said, look, I haven't got long to live. This is my last battle. And what I want you to do is I've got 3 wishes which I need you to carry out for me once I die. And his generals looked at him and go, 3 wishes after you die, not 3 wishes before you die? He goes, no, these are 3 very important wishes which I want you to carry out for me when I die. They turned around and said, look, Your Majesty, anything you want we'll do for you. His team, his generals, they loved him so much because he was a very, very kind person. So Alexander the Great goes, okay, look, the first thing I want you to do is when I die, I want you to get the best doctors from around the world, and I want them to lift my coffin from where I die to actually where it's going to be buried. And his generals looked at him and thought, why is he asking this? But they would never dare to question him. They said, that's fine. What's the second one? Alexander said that, look, what I want you to do is the path between where I die and where I'm going to be buried, that path, I want you to line it with all of my wealth that I've collected in my life, all of my wealth, gold, diamonds, riches, everything, money. I want you to line it all so everyone can see it. They go, okay, fine. And he said, thirdly, what I want you to do is when you put me in my coffin, I want you to put my hands sticking out of my coffin, both my left and my right hand. And the generals have no idea why he said this, but they said, okay, Your Majesty, 100% will do this for you. His most loyal general went to him and he kissed his hand and he said, oh, Your Majesty, I want to know why you're asking us to do this, because everything you've ever said in your life has so much value in it. So why is it that you want us to do this? And Alexander smiled and he looked at him. And he said, number 1, when you get the best doctors to carry my coffin, I want everyone to know that even the best doctors cannot save you when it comes to your death. So you have one life and make sure you live it in the best way possible. Do everything, because there's going to come a time when not even the best doctors in the world can help you. Number 2, I want you to line the road with my wealth. Why? Because I want the world to see that I spent my whole life collecting wealth, and now on my deathbed, the one thing I regret is that I can't take it with me, right? I regret collecting all this wealth. So don't spend your time collecting wealth. Number 2. Number 3, he said, I want you to put my hands outside my coffin. And they said, why? And he said, because I want the world to see that you come into the world empty-handed and you leave this world empty-handed. Wow, what a story. And then I read a quote one day by Maya Angelou. And what Maya Angelou said is that people will forget what you did, people will forget what you said, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And when I combine the story and the quote by Maya Angelou, what I realized, the greatest currency in life, and I've learned this as well, the greatest currency in life is the way you make people feel, right? The greatest currency in life is not the Bitcoin, it's not the pound, it's not the dollar, it's not anything. The greatest currency in life is the way you make people feel. And you know what? When we want to make other people feel great, the first thing we need to do is we need to make ourselves feel great. We must wake up every single day feeling great, and that's what this chapter is all about. How you wake up every single day making yourself feel great every single day. Everyone has different subconscious blueprints for the feelings that they must achieve in life. So as I've said before, feelings are like emotions. And what emotions are the end result of a past experience. See, so there are certain feelings that we need to achieve every single day. The feeling to feel alive, to feel happy, to feel motivated enough to go out there and create the life that we've been designed for. And do you remember when we spoke about the 6 human needs, the 2 top needs for happiness is growth and contribution, where we need to grow beyond ourselves and we need to contribute beyond ourselves to be able to give more, serve more, do more. So life then is about progressing, right? Progressing and contributing. That's what it's all about. But everyone tries to attain these, but my question is, how do you attain the feelings needed to be able to grow and to be able to contribute? So what feelings do you need, number 1? And how do you live a life where you've got these feelings every day so you can go out and you can grow beyond yourself and you can contribute more than just yourself and your family? See, each person is very unique, and each person will have different emotions and feelings which are more important to them than other people. And that's what I call your blueprint for life. And on any of my events, we normally have one full day when I dig into what emotions, what feelings you need, and we find out which are the most important ones for you. So let me give you a list of some basic emotions we need to feel. Things like success, health, love, growth, contribution, passion, joy, adventure, security, freedom, peace. So when you combine your understanding of the 6 human needs and what needs are most important to you, or what needs are governing you at the moment, and then you use that to analyze your blueprint, then everything starts to make sense. So imagine you're at the stage of your life right now where you're starting a new business, and so your biggest want is the success of your new business. So that's rank number 1. But when you look at your 6 human needs, your top rated need was certainty. So you need a very certain type of life. But then now you're going into something which is totally uncertain, because you'd agree that starting a business in this day and age, it's totally uncertain. So you try and you fail, and you try and you fail, and do you know what you say? It's not working. It's not that it's not working, it's not that you're not good enough, it's because your blueprint and your needs are in conflict. Can you see that? Because you require certainty in your life, but you're going into a very, very, very uncertain field. So the thing is that once you realize that, the idea is then to rewire you so that you can actually have uncertainty as your top need. Now, on this audio, it isn't possible to do this because I need you there in person, but I want you to understand that again, by high levels of energy, by getting you to totally believe that uncertainty is your biggest driver, you could actually internally change that. And that's what you need to succeed, because there's so many people out there starting new businesses and things are going wrong, and the question is why? It's not because strategy, as I've said, is only 20%, but psychology is 80%. So if you haven't got your psychology right, if you haven't found out what is it that what drives you, what needs you have, and then you relate that to what you want, if you haven't got those two synced again, conscious, subconscious, you're not going to be able to do it. Remember what I told you about my dental practice? That when I left my dental practice, my biggest need was certainty, but I was going into a totally uncertain world. And it's only when I realized that could I then reprogram myself to make sure that uncertainty became and is becoming one of my biggest needs rather than certainty. Because otherwise, if I'm a certainty driven person, there is no way that I can flourish in a very uncertain world. And you know, Tony Robbins says this, and I love what he says. He says, your life will be governed by the amount of uncertainty you can handle in your life. That the quality of your life will be judged by how much uncertainty you can handle. That you need to feel comfortable feeling uncomfortable in your life every single day. And that's how we're going to win. Let me give you another example. So have a look at your marriage. Say one of your biggest goals, one of the things you really wanted to create was this awesome relationship, this great marriage full of happiness, full of love, full of romance. But when you analyzed your 6 human needs, what you saw is that certainty, and certainty is another word for security, was so important to you. And uncertainty, and adventure is another word for uncertainty, was a lot further down your list. Then can you maybe see why the relationship may be becoming kind of boring? That you want this amazing life, right? Full of happiness, love, romance and passion. But to have that kind of life, it needs to be uncertain. It needs to be spontaneous. It needs to be adventure. But when the biggest needs you have is security and certainty, you want a certain type of love, right? You want a certain type of relationship. You want everything penned out. So maybe that's why it's become boring. So what about if you could rewire yourself, and what about if you could make adventure and uncertainty your main driving force? Imagine the quality of your relationship you'll have. And you know, when you spend a day with me, that's what I want to do. I want to rewire you. I want to make sure that you get your blueprint matching to your goal so you can make sure that you hit that. So in life, I want you to make uncertainty and adventure a much bigger driving force in your life than security and certainty. And that way you will have an amazing life. So out of all of the feelings that we've spoken about, there are 4 base feelings that everyone needs to feel, that you must feel every single day in the morning. And they are: number 1, success. So what makes you feel successful every day? Number 2, health. What makes you feel totally healthy every day? Number 3, love. What makes you feel loved? And number 4, growth. What makes you feel that you're growing? So we need these 4 base feelings every single day. And what I want you to do, and what I'm going to help you create now, is a way in which you can create like an entry level, a base level to have these feelings every day. Because if you can have these feelings every single day consistently, you will feel happy, you'll feel energized, and you'll feel pushed to go out there and lead the life that you want to lead. So I was giving a talk at a business seminar recently, and the way the room was is that the people at the front, they paid a lot of money to be there, millionaires, billionaires, everyone at the front, and at the back there were other people who paid less. So I asked one of the guys from the front, and I knew what the answer was going to be. I said to him that, do you feel successful? And he said no. And I was shocked. I was really, you don't feel successful? And I said, what is it that you need to feel successful? And he said, look, I need X amount of money in the bank. I want my kids to listen to me, because at the moment my kids are teenagers and they're not listening to me. And I want to make sure that I don't argue with my wife. And I looked at him and I thought, really? Your kids are teenagers, they're always going to argue with you. Or there'll always be some sort of argument, right? And who doesn't have arguments with their wife? And then I picked someone from the back and I said, sir, can you tell me, do you feel successful? And this guy said, yes. And I said, why? What is it that makes you feel successful? He goes, every morning when I wake up and my feet touch the ground, then I know I'm successful. And I said, wow, how amazing. And he goes, you know, when my eyes open, my feet touch the ground, it means I have the ability to be able to learn, to be able to earn, the ability to be able to give. And I thought, wow. Now, who do you think is going to have a much happier life? Obviously the guy at the back, right? Because sometimes we have rules in our life which are unwinnable. And some rules are so skewed, that guy at the front, his rules are so skewed that he'd never be able to meet them. And he'd always live a life feeling unsuccessful, even though in real terms he was super successful. So what about if your feeling for love could come from the ability to give love rather than receiving it? Then maybe you could feel loved every single day when you wake up in the morning. Imagine if your blueprint for success could come from waking up every day knowing you have the ability to earn. Imagine walking around all day then feeling successful. Do you not think that you will attract more success into your life? So previously for me, my feeling of success would come from having £1 million in the bank and a supercar in my driveway. So I don't know when I'm going to get that. I know I will one day, but at the moment I don't have that. So every day I was waking up feeling unsuccessful. And can you imagine that? That even though I'm doing what I'm doing right now, speaking around the world, doing everything I've always wanted to do, but I wasn't feeling successful. And why? Because my blueprint was messed up. So I changed it. So now my feeling of success comes from knowing that I have the ability to change other people's lives, and every morning now I can wake up feeling successful. Imagine that. Because if you wake up every single morning feeling unsuccessful, what do you think you're going to do in your day? Do you think you're going to take steps in your day to become successful? No, because you're feeling unsuccessful. If you want to take steps in your day every single day to be able to be successful, you have to wake up in the morning feeling successful. So what I want you to do now is I want you to be able to find your blueprint so you can wake up every single day feeling these four: feeling success, feeling health, feeling love, feeling growth. Don't put them in the hands of other people. So do you know that person? He put his feeling of success in the hands of his wife. But don't. What I want you to do is, your feeling of love can come from the ability to give love, not receive love. So again, let's make sure that we control these. So whenever I begin to coach anyone, the first thing which I always do is I concentrate on your health. Because no matter what your goals are, say for example, your goal is to have this beautiful, amazing, passionate relationship. Or say your goal is to be able to start a business. Say your goal is to be able to grow your business from 4 figures to 5, from 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, wherever it may be. I know that you need to have a level of energy which you've never had before. Okay, you need to feel alive, totally full of energy. So I need you to wake up every single morning feeling healthy, even before you get on the journey of being healthy. So I need to find something within your life which I can relate to what you're doing so you can wake up every morning feeling healthy. Because if at the moment you're waking up feeling unhealthy, what do you think you're going to do in your day? Do you think you're going to take enough steps to actually become healthy? You won't. But if you can wake up every single day feeling health, wow, then you will take steps in that day. You will take actions in that day to make sure that you feel even healthier, that you will attract more health in your life. So maybe your feeling of health can be, when I wake up in the morning, if my eyes open and my legs touch the ground, then I know I'm healthy. And imagine if that was your barometer for health. Imagine how great you'd feel. So you're probably saying that, Mahmood, hold on, then you're asking us to set our goals low? No, I'm not. I'm saying that lower the bar to feel that, to feel that emotion, to feel that feeling, lower the bar, but keep your goals super high. So I want you to wake up every morning and having an easy way to feel successful, feeling health, feeling love, feeling growth. And every single morning, if you can wake up every morning feeling successful, healthy, loved, and that you're growing, imagine the life that you will lead. Every day you'll be focused on creating more, doing more, serving more, so you can become that amazing person that you want to be, that you're on that journey to become. So what I want you to do right now in a moment is I'm going to get you to pause this for 4 minutes. And in that 4 minutes, I want you to write down how is it that you will wake up every single morning from tomorrow and you will feel successful. So maybe like me, it'll be, so my feeling of success comes from knowing that I can change other people's life. That when I know that, then I know I'm successful. That's it. So look at something in your life right now and use that as your barometer for success. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to do that for health. Find something in your life that you can wake up every morning knowing that you're healthy. So it may be that if I can wake up every single morning and go for a walk, or if I can wake up every single morning and have a nutritious breakfast, then I know I'm healthy. And that's something which you can easily do every day, and because of that you will know that you're healthy. And the more you do this, and if you put everything together, you can hardwire this inside of you, so you will actually begin to believe this every day. Find something in the morning where you can wake up knowing that you're loved. And again, maybe your feeling of love can come from the ability to give love rather than to receive love. And lastly, find something in your life which you can say that I know that I'm growing. That maybe because every day you're helping someone, or maybe every day you're reading, maybe you're doing something in your life every day. So link it to the feeling of growth. And every single morning I want you to wake up and I want you to feel these 4 feelings first. So write them down on a piece of paper, and when you wake up in the morning, turn over, don't look at your phone, but look at this. Look at this as the first thing and wake up with these 4. So press pause, write these down before you move on. Okay, great. So hope now you've written down what you're gonna say to yourself every single morning so you can feel successful, so you can feel healthy, so you can feel loved, and you can feel as if you're growing. And see, when you combine this, so every single morning I want you to have written this down, have it on a piece of paper, have it next to your bed, so the moment you wake up you're reading these. And what I then want you to do is I want you to have a list of your I ams. They can either be, do you know the I ams we done in the previous chapter, or affirmations, things about you which you're going to say every single morning, which is going to power you up. And I want you to wake up every morning and I want you to shout these. So you're going to start by shouting your I'm successful, I'm healthy, I'm loved, I'm growing. And I want you to have your reason as to why you feel that. So make sure you've written them down, make sure you're reading them out. And the next thing is I want you to have affirmations every day. Things like, for example, I've put some together. So for money, you could be saying, money comes to me easily and effortlessly. I constantly attract opportunities that create more money. I'm worthy of making as much money as I want. I'm open and receptive to all the wealth life has to offer me. My actions create constant prosperity. Money and spirituality can coexist in harmony. So those 6 which I've just said right now, I want you to have your own if you want, or use these ones. By saying these every single morning, you're going to be attracting a lot more money into your life. What about how do we attract love and relationships, positive relationships in our life? Maybe we can use affirmations like this. I'm full of positive, loving energy. I welcome love and romance into my life. I'm in a loving and supportive relationship. I deserve love and I get it in abundance. I am loved, loving, and lovable. I am blessed with an incredible family and wonderful friends. I give out love and it is returned to me multiplied manyfold. Right? So what I want you to do now is let's think of some affirmations about yourself, about you. So create your own or use mine, but every day I want you to be reciting these every morning after you've said I'm successful, I'm healthy, I'm loved, I'm growing. Okay? So I forgive myself and set myself free. I believe I can be all that I want to be. I am in the process of becoming the best version of myself. I have the freedom and power to create the life I desire. I choose to be kind to myself and love myself unconditionally. My possibilities are endless. I'm worthy of my dreams. I am enough. Let's create some affirmations now about your health. I deserve to be healthy and feel good. I'm full of energy and vitality, and my mind is calm and peaceful. Every day I'm getting healthier and stronger. I manifest perfect health by making smart choices. Now, let's create some affirmations with regards to happiness. I am grateful to be alive. It is my joy and pleasure to live another wonderful day. Happiness is my birthright. I choose to be happy and I deserve to be happy. Being happy comes to me easily. Happiness is my second nature. Good things are happening. I'm deeply fulfilled by what I do. So I want you to wake up every single day and feel success, health, love, and growth. And the reason is because, sometimes and many times life gets tough. So you need these strategies, these skills to be able to navigate through life and be a success. So sometimes life will be tough. And one of the greatest stories for me about success is the story about the Chinese bamboo tree. And you may have come across this on my YouTube channel, but this is a story which is very, very, very close to my heart, right? I love this story. So in the deepest parts of China, and this is actually a true story, in the deepest parts of China, there's a tree called the Chinese bamboo tree. And just like any other tree, the seeds of this tree needs water, light, and nutrients to be able to make it grow. So even though you give it water, you give it sunlight, and you give it nutrients, you don't see anything happening for year 1. You don't see anything happening for year 2. You don't see anything happening for year 3. Not even anything on year 4. But on year 5, this tree breaks ground. And when it breaks ground, what this tree does is it grows 80 feet within 6 weeks. And the question is, did the tree grow 80 feet within 6 weeks? Or did it grow 80 feet within 5 years? You tell me. It's 80 feet within 5 years, right? I love this story so much, and there's 3 very, very important messages from here which I'd like to share with you. That number 1, it's only because of the solid root system that the bamboo tree had developed over the 4 years. Only then could it push out from the ground, and it could grow, and it could survive the warmest of summers and the harshest of winters and support the enormous weight of the tree. You see that if the tree was given the 80 feet immediately, it would have probably cracked and the tree would have broken. But I'm sure the farmer would have wanted it immediately, right? Sometimes we all want things, or many times we want things quickly, but sometimes we're just not ready for it. We may not be able to cope with it, and we need to build up our strength. So we need to create the strongest of foundations in our life, in our business, in our relationships. And if the foundation is strong, the world can shake us, but it can never break us. Keep your eyes on the stars and your feet on the ground, right? That's how we attack life. Be like a lighthouse. Lighthouses don't get wobbly when the weather gets rough. They just shine brighter. Grow your roots, prepare your winter, because everyone's gonna have a winter. The second message from this story is about small steps every single day. You see, because the bamboo tree needed watering every day, it needed nutrients every day, but you didn't see anything until after 4 years. And what does that mean? It means that little things actually add up. Little things add up. You know, your daily habits, everything which you're going to do, everything you've learned here, the things you're going to do every day, that's what success is about. Success isn't one big thing. Success is a series of small steps added up. You see, small things do add up. Imagine if I gave you 1 cent today, doubled for 31 days. Or I said, you know what, I'll give you $1 million. What would you take? A lot of you may say, well, I'll take the 1 million, but some of you may say, you know, if Mahmoud's saying this, maybe there's a reason why we'll take the 1 cent doubled for 31 days. Fine, so let me give you 2 million. Let me give you 3 million. What are you going to take now? You can take 4 million, or you can take 1 cent doubled for 31 days. Do you know 1 cent a day doubled for 31 days is $10,700,000, right? Power of compounding, power of small things adding up. I want you to set yourself up to win like a bamboo tree. Remember, you know, if they just watered the bamboo tree once a week, it probably would have broken ground, but it would never have survived. So make the daily habits you have, make them your life. Make them your life every day, every day, every day. Prepare for your winter, because you know what I always say, that everyone's going to have a winter. And the third really important message from this is that it's all about faith. That you got to have faith, right? You got to know never to give up, to just keep going every day, the hustle, the daily grind, knowing that if you work hard enough, the results will come. See, if we were that farmer, how many of us would have dug up the seeds after, say, 6 months or a year and a half and said, you know, I've tried it, but it's not working there. And you'd have gone and put it in another patch of soil. You know, how many of us give up on our dreams so easily that we try it once, twice, third time it doesn't work, and we fell 3 times. But what if success for you is guaranteed at time number 5, but you never did it because you gave up at number 3? You know, and my thing is that once you decide and commit, then there's a higher power at work. Because if it was easy, everyone would be doing it, and there's a reason why success is reserved for the top 1% of people. It doesn't mean that you got a 1% chance of being successful. It just means that you got to do what 99% of the world doesn't do. See, because the grass is always greener in your neighbor's garden, right? You know why? Because they water it. And when you water your grass will shine as well. So believe it'll happen. Have faith. Prepare for your winter, because everyone's going to have a winter. And I want you to know right now that in your life, you may be that bamboo tree, that you may have been trying something for month upon month upon month, for year upon year upon year, but things aren't working. But that's okay, because what you see isn't working is you're looking at the outside. Understand that your roots are growing. Understand that what you've been putting in, one day this will grow. So just keep on going. Don't give up. Do everything which I've told you so far to do in this chapter. Make sure you've got every morning you're waking up feeling healthy, feeling successful, feeling loved, knowing that you're growing. Have your I ams, have your affirmations every day. Go, go, go. Believe it's possible. Work your hardest and you'll get it. Be like the Chinese bamboo tree that at the moment, it may just be your roots which are growing. So as I've mentioned before, I would like you to stop now and go through this chapter 3, 4, 5 times, however many times you need to go through it to make sure that you action everything on there. Create that amazing blueprint so you can wake up every morning feeling those amazing, amazing feelings, so you can begin to create that ultimate life, the life that you are designed to lead. And I look forward to seeing you in the next chapter. Welcome back and welcome to the final chapter. So before we start here, I hope you've gone through all the chapters 3, 4, 5 times and you've actioned upon everything and you've come here, and this is what's going to finish everything off. This is kind of the icing on the cake. So I want to start with a story about a teacher. That the teacher went into school and she said to her children that, look, we've got a test today. And all the children are like, oh my God, you didn't tell me, we didn't revise. Why is there a test? And the teacher said, look, this isn't a test I need you to revise on. I just want you to go and do this test right now. And the children said, okay, fine. So she gave everyone a piece of paper. And she said, when you turn the piece of paper over, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to write whatever you can see on the piece of paper. So the kids turned the paper around and the clock went on for 10 minutes. And on this sheet of paper was a sheet of a white piece of paper, but in the middle there was a black dot. And the kids started writing about the intensity of the black dot, where it is in relation to the paper, you know, how dark it is, the size of it, everything they could write about the black dot they wrote. 10 minutes finished, and the teacher took the pieces of paper and she looked at all of them and she tore all the pieces of papers up in front of them and she threw it in the bin. And the kids are like, Miss, you told us to do this and you've thrown all our pieces of paper away. The teacher said, do you know why? She said, I told you to tell me what you could see on the piece of paper, and all you've written about is the black dot. The black dot was tiny. You haven't even mentioned about the white. The white took up most of 99% of the paper was taken up by the white, but you concentrated on the black dot. And isn't that sometimes in our lives what we do? We've got so much in our lives right now which is going right for us. We're actually living inside the prayers we once asked for, but yet we concentrate on everything which is going wrong, the negative, the bits we can't change, our past, the things we really cannot change, things which are going wrong for us, but we never look back and see how lucky we are to be where we are. So in this final chapter, what I want to talk about is the power of appreciation, the power of gratitude. And once we practice this, we become like a lion. And who is the lion? The lion is the most powerful, the king of the animal kingdom. See, have you ever heard about a lion waking up in the morning feeling depressed, feeling sorry for itself? Have you ever heard of a lion waking up worried about what others will say about him, what the other lions will say? Never. So maybe we need to take a leaf out of the lion's book. You see, every morning in the jungles of Africa, a lion wakes up, and the sole purpose of the lion is to catch the slowest gazelle. And every morning in the jungles of Africa, a gazelle wakes up, and the sole purpose of the gazelle is to outrun the fastest lion. You see, I love this story. There are two very, very, very important messages in this story which I'd like to share with you. Number one, it doesn't matter if you're a lion, it doesn't matter if you're a gazelle, but when the sun comes up, you better start running. You see, but there's a difference. The gazelle is running away from something, whereas a lion is running towards something. The gazelle will only run when it's being chased. See, the gazelle needs an external factor to motivate it, but the lion is driven by itself. The lion knows what he needs, the lion knows what he wants. And you see, when your sun rises in the morning, the question is, are you chasing your dreams or are your problems chasing you? You see, I understand, right? I understand that life is sometimes tough. Life is very tough and we all have our problems. And I understand that life plays out in one of three ways. Either you're walking into a storm, either you're in a storm, or either you're walking out of a storm. You see, life's never ever going to be easy. See, but what about your life right now? What storm are you going through? Are you running away from something or are you running towards something? Are you waking up every morning feeling totally alive, full of energy, loving the day ahead? Do you know what? Did you know that most heart attacks happen, most cardiac arrests happen on a Monday morning? And why is that? It's because people are going into jobs they hate. You see, but is that the life that you were designed for? A lion would never settle for a life like that. Most people die at 30 and they're buried at 80. Ask yourself, are you feeling dead inside right now? See, we've all been put on this earth with a gift which is unique to you. And except if you believe in reincarnation, then you're not coming back, right? This is it. One shot at life, that is it. You've been put on this earth with a gift, a purpose. And just like you have a unique fingerprint, you also have a unique purpose. There is no one on this earth who can do what you're put on this earth to do. Someone may have the same job, they may have the same career, but there's no one with your why. And if you leave this earth not doing what you've been designed to do, what you've been sent here to do, then there'll be millions or billions of people who've missed out. So see, the journey of life is to find your gift, to tap into your gift and to use your gift to serve the world. And what is your gift? Your gift is what you're good at. Your gift is what you're great at. Your gift is your strength. And so you need to find your gift, tap into your gift, nurture your gift, and then use this gift to change the world one person at a time. And when you do that, that's when you find the lion inside of you. And the second message, that it's all about leadership. You see, what makes the lion the king of the jungle? What's so special about the lion? Why is the lion the king of the animal kingdom? What makes the lion the leader? See, in life, if you want to be an impactful personality, you have to develop a special way of thinking, a way of thinking that changes the way you see yourself and also the way others see you. That's the key to leadership. That's what separates leaders from followers. The lion is the king of the jungle, but what makes him the king? You see, for me, the lion is a great source of encouragement to us all. Let me tell you why. He's not the tallest. He's not the largest. He's not the strongest. He's not the smartest. He's not even the fastest, but yet he's king. So see, you don't need to be the tallest, the largest, the strongest, the smartest, the fastest. You don't need any advantage, but yet you can be the leader. You see, the lion isn't taller than the giraffe. He's not larger than the hippo. He's not stronger than the elephant. He's not smarter than the hyena. He's not even as fast as the cheetah. But yet all the animals in the kingdom respect the lion. The lion cancels out all of your excuses for not being a leader. So what makes the lion so unique? You see, an army of sheep led by a lion will always defeat an army of lions led by a sheep. So how can a lion be the king of the jungle? How can a lion be the king of the jungle with all these limitations the lion has? And do you know why? It's about one thing. The lion is the king of the jungle because of belief. The belief that he has in himself. And it's this belief which makes all the other animals in the kingdom respect him. You see, when a lion goes up to an elephant, why does such a large elephant respect such a small cat? It's because when the lion sees the elephant, the lion only thinks of one thing, and that's food. See, the elephant is 10 times its size and maybe 50 times heavier than the lion. One stomp of the animal's foot can kill the lion, yet the lion doesn't look at any of that. All it sees is food, and most importantly, the lion acts the way he thinks. The elephant is larger, bigger, stronger, more powerful, but the elephant believes that the lion will eat it. The elephant is controlled by the way he thinks. The elephant is a victim of the way he thinks. You see, so it doesn't matter how old you are, how intelligent you are, what happened to you when you were a child, how many degrees you have. It doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter what religion you are. It doesn't matter how much money you have. It is your thinking, it is your mind which will keep you small. And how do you tap into the power of belief? You know the key to tap into the power of belief. How do you tap into the power of belief? And the key to tap into the power of belief is through gratitude. Being thankful for what you have. So what I'd like you to do now is pause this in a moment for 4 minutes. And in that 4 minutes, what I want you to do is write down everything in your life you can be grateful for. Don't lift that pen up from that piece of paper for 4 minutes. Just keep on writing everything. Think of the things which sometimes we take for granted so much. Remember the saying, right? That when you take things for granted, the things you're granted get taken. Don't take things for granted. Write down everything you can be grateful for. From your eyes to your nose, to your arms, to your legs, to the oxygen you have, the money you have, the house you have, the parents you have, the kids you have, the spouse you have, the money you have, the education you have, the place you live in, the country you live, the oxygen you have. Write down everything you can be grateful for. Don't stop. Just keep writing and and take 4 minutes and just keep writing and don't stop 4 minutes. And I hope you've taken the 4 minutes to write down everything in your life you can be grateful for. As I said before, that we take a lot for granted in our lives. And what about if we could realize that we're actually living within the prayers we once asked for? We're living within the gifts we asked for. That if you look at your goal list, which was from last year, that actually now a lot of that goal list will probably be in the gratitude list. And the things which were on your goal list now, next year, they will also be on your gratitude list. That's how it works, right? That I want you to be so thankful for everything you have. And what I want you to do in the morning is I want to set you up a morning routine where you wake up in the morning and the first thing you do is you look at this gratitude list and you be so thankful for everything that you have. You see that the first 20 minutes of your day sets the tone for the rest of the day. The way your brain works, your brain waves are functioning in a totally different way on the first 20 minutes of your day. If you wake up and in the first 20 minutes you have an argument or you say it's going to be a bad day, it probably will be a bad day. So your first 20 minutes, make it about the most important things in life. Pick up this piece of paper. Be thankful. Read the list. Read no matter what happens. Remember what we said in the previous chapter. We normally wake up in the morning and the first thing we think about is our problems. Instead, let's wake up in the morning, let's read our list of gratitudes, everything. And you know what you do? Shout them, scream them, whatever. Just go crazy about how lucky you are to be living the life you have right now. Everything, speak it, talk it, live it, smell it, get in that frame of gratitude. And when you live like that, life will never be the same again. So you start up in the morning looking at your gratitude list, speaking it, shouting it. And then what you do is you shout out your list of I ams. I am this, I am that, everything. And you start feeling the way you want. Then you go through your goal list and you start reading out your goals. And then you start feeling what we spoke about in the last chapter, the feelings of love, of happiness, of success, everything. And imagine if your first 20 minutes is spent like this, and then you go outside and you look after the greatest gift that God, the world, the universe has given you, which is your health. You go for a run, you pick up some weights, whatever it is, but you go and you look after the only place that you have to live, the body, your body, which is the most sacred gift you've ever got. Look after that. And imagine if you spent your first 20 minutes, your first 30 minutes, your first hour of your day like this. Imagine where your life will be. Life will never be the same again. So as we begin to wrap up now, I want to just go through with you. I want to talk about the 4 steps to mastery. Number 1, take control of your mind. Feed your mind, strengthen your mind. That understand that when times are uncertain, that uncertainty releases fear. The fear that it won't work out, the fear of failure, the fear of the what ifs, and fear can have a horrible effect on us, as we've been through on the previous chapters. Jim Rohn, who was Tony Robbins' mentor, said a great thing. Jim Rohn said, stand guard at the door of your mind. That if we realize, and we realize now, right, how important our mind is, then why would we let a negative thought in our mind? Read as much as you can. Listen to as much as you can. Attend as many events as you can. Make sure you take control of your mind. It's the greatest gift that you've ever been given. Read as many books as you can. Listen to as many audios as you can. We're living in a world right now where we've been given some of the greatest gifts like YouTube and Facebook, and if used right, they can give us so much valuable information. I always say that a reader lives 100 lives, a reader lives 1,000 lives, but someone who doesn't read only lives 1. And why do I say that? Because imagine someone who's written a book. They've spent their whole life has gone into that one book. And you have the ability to take everything which they've learned throughout their whole life and read it within a day, within 2 days, within a week. How lucky are we? So make sure that you take control of your mind, feed it, and strengthen it. Number 2, take control of your body. You see, when times are uncertain and fear creeps in, we've said strengthen the mind, but what about the body? Let's strengthen the body as well. When you push yourself beyond anything, you release endorphins, which then feed back into the mind. I told you about my run every morning, right? At the end of my run, I always have a sprint. And by the end of that, I am gasping for breath, like I just can't breathe. I push myself to the max. Whether you're lifting weights, whether you're running, whatever you're doing, take control of your body. Push yourself to a place where you get the most amount of endorphins released, and that will take control of your body. Number 3, find a role model in life that inspires you. Find someone or find a few people whose qualities you really like, and make sure that you look at what they have, and that sets up your blueprint to how you want to be. Not just what they have, but who they are, who they've become. And you'll be wanting to be like that because of the character they have, the personality that they have. So look at what they have and look at where you are, and then that'll allow you to create a blueprint to get to where you want to be. Number 4, start taking massive action. We spoke about the 5-second rule. Take massive action, not a little bit of action, but huge action. And understand, now whenever you want to take massive action, it's going to be scary. But you just got to jump. Last year, when I was leaving my clinic, I went to Dubai to jump off a plane. Now, the reason I wanted to do a skydive and jump off the plane was because for me, I've created a vlog and it's on my YouTube channel. But for me, that was jumping into the new chapter of my life, right? Jumping out of dentistry and jumping into the new chapter of my life. So what I did is I wasn't worried or anything. We got there in the morning. I was with my wife and we were both doing the jump, and they made us sign the disclaimers, and they had like 10 minutes showing us what to do. And then we sat in the plane and the plane started lifting off. And I still wasn't worried or anything. But then at 8,000 feet, they opened the latch and you could see how high you were. And I was like, wow. And then for the next 5,000 feet, the plane just climbed with the latch open. And what they said is, when it's your turn, Mahmood, you're gonna go to the door, and on the count of 3, you're gonna jump. And I said, okay, fine. And the person who was with me said, look, I need you to trust me on this. And I said, obviously I trust you. You're my instructor. And he said, okay, fine. We got to 13,000 feet. The light went from red to green, and they said, Mahmood, it's your turn. So I went and stood there. He said, we're going to count to 3. 1, 2. And he pushed me. And he pushed me on 2. And I was like, when we got down, I was like, what? Why did you push me on 2? You said I can jump on 3. And he said that we know that if you wait until you count to 3, if you wait until the clock goes to 3, you're going to put your arms and legs out and you're not going to jump. That's why we pushed you on 2. And at the bottom you said you trusted me, right? I was your mentor, I was your coach. You trusted me, so that's why I pushed you. And in the end, look at the experience you had. And as I jumped out of the plane, you're free falling at about 100 miles an hour for the first 90 seconds. And then the parachute opens. And then it's amazing. And then it's the whole world is beneath you. And then there is nothing, there is not anything that you can achieve after that. Okay? Take massive action. Don't wait till you're ready. Just take that jump. And number 5, strengthen the soul, your spirit, through gratitude and finding ways in which to add value into other people's life. You know, there's a great quote by Maya Angelou which I shared previously. Do you remember that it's people won't remember what you said, people won't remember what you did, but people will remember the way you made them feel. That remember, life is for others, but you can only give others when you have it for yourself. That's why I want you to have the ultimate life, so then you can go on and give to others. Remember the 2 biggest human needs, growth and contribution, right? Where you're growing beyond yourself and you're contributing beyond yourself. Strengthen your soul through gratitude, through being thankful. That on this journey, people are going to tell you it's not possible, you can't do it, it's not for you. But what I want you to know is, I want you to know not to listen to what anyone else thinks. Now this is about you, and understand that there is a way you can achieve anything and everything, but you gotta think outside the box. That life lies outside your box, right? Outside of your comfort zone. And this box, a lot of the times, is other people's opinions of you. And that's what's keeping us in this box. So let's break out of there. Let's think outside the box. So in a faraway land, there was this old man who wanted to start up a business, but he didn't have any money to start the business. So there was one person in the village who could lend him the money, and that was a loan shark. So he went to the loan shark and he asked the loan shark for some money. And the loan shark said, look, old man, I will give you the money, but 1 year from now, I want my money back with interest. And the man said, okay, that's fine. A year went on, but the business didn't do too well. So the loan shark came knocking on his door, and he said, look, it's been a year, I want my money back plus my interest. And the old man said, look, I'm sorry, but I don't have the money. And he goes, look, if you don't give me my money, I'm going to throw you into prison, I'm going to throw you into jail. And the old man cried and he said, look, oh, please forgive me, give me a little bit more time. And he said, no, the only way that I'm going to give you more time, the only way I'm going to let you off is for one thing. He said, your daughter is the most beautiful daughter in the village, and everyone knew that. And he said, I would like your daughter's hand in marriage, and if you give me your daughter's hand in marriage, then I will not throw you into prison. At that point, he started crying further. The daughter started crying because the daughter didn't want to marry a man like that, an evil man. But the daughter said, look, father, if it saves you going into prison, you've sacrificed so much for me, then maybe this is a sacrifice I can do for you. So the loan shark looked at the daughter and he could see that she didn't want to marry him. So he said, okay, look, because at this point, all of the villagers are watching them and looking at them. He said, okay, fine, let's do this. He said, look on the floor. Look on the floor and we can see black stones and white stones. He goes, what I'm going to do in this bag is I'm going to pick up a black stone and a white stone, and I'm going to put the black stone and the white stone inside this bag. And then I'm going to ask you to pick out a stone. And then he goes to the daughter, if you pick out a white stone, then I will let your father go and I won't marry you. But if I pick out a black stone, then I'll let your father go, but then I get to marry you. So she thinks about it and then she agrees. So the loan shark bends down, and what he does is he picks up 2 black stones and he puts them in the bag. And the girl's watching this and she's thinking, oh my God, what has he done? So at this point, she's got 3 options. Either she can say, no, I'm not going to pick out a stone, and what will happen is that her father will go to prison. She can turn around and expose the loan shark and tell everyone that, look, he put 2 black stones in the bag, but the man will become so angry and he'll put the father into prison anyway. Or number 3, she can accept it and say that she's going to marry him. And that's it, right? But hold on. What if there's a 4th option? So what happens is she goes to put her hand in the bag, she picks out a stone and she fumbles and she drops the stone on the floor. And the loan shark's like, oh my God, what have you done? And she goes, oh sorry, I've dropped the stone, but it's fine. It's easy to tell what stone I've dropped, because if we look inside the bag and the stone which is left, the one which fell down was the one I picked up. And so they look inside the bag, and obviously there's a black stone in there. So she goes, and I must have picked up the white one. And not wanting to lose face in front of the whole village, the loan shark agrees, and that's it. You see, there were only 3 options, but thinking outside the box. So right now, when you look at your life, there may be a place where you're stuck, where you don't see the way forward. But understand that maybe sometimes you need to go and meet different people. You need to go and do different things. And what that will allow you to do is that will allow you to see life in a different way. You see, I want to share with you a story about Facebook. Now, this story goes back to 2009, right? So recently what happened is when the president of India, who's Modi, went to America, he got asked to come to Facebook, and Mark Zuckerberg interviewed him. And I love this story. So Mark Zuckerberg was speaking to Modi, and Mark Zuckerberg was telling him about the period of Facebook in 2009. That he said in 2009, Facebook was going downhill. And Mark Zuckerberg went to speak to his then mentor, who was Steve Jobs. And Mark Zuckerberg goes to Steve Jobs and said, look, Facebook is going down. What is it that I can do? And Steve Jobs, being Steve Jobs, could have said anything, right? One of the most powerful men in the world. He could have said, go to VC, get more capital, get more funding, sort your marketing out, whatever it may be. He could have said anything. But do you know what Steve Jobs said? He said, go to India, go to an ashram and spend 2 weeks meditating there, and that's where you'll find your answer. And that's what Mark Zuckerberg did. He went to India, he went to an ashram, he spent 2 weeks, and that's where he found his answer. And that's why Facebook is where it is right now. And the point of this is that sometimes, because you're in your circle and that's who you speak to all the time, they'll give you the same answers. You're in the same place all the time. It's the same kind of answers which will come to you. Meet new people, expand your circle, do different things, grow your friendship circles, grow your tribe. And what that will allow you to do is allow you to meet more people, different points of view, different focuses. You learn different things, you'll try different things. And then when you do that, you'll realize that life actually becomes very different. Sometimes in life you will fail. A lot of times in life you will fail, and life will break you. In Japanese culture, they've got something called kintsugi. And what kintsugi is whenever a ceramic breaks, they don't throw it in the bin, they don't recycle it, but what they do is they actually have an adhesive made of gold. And what they do is they actually put the gold adhesive between the two bits of ceramic and they glue it together. And for me, that's a great metaphor. Do you know why? Because life breaks everyone, but some are stronger in the places in which they broke. So you will be broken, life will test you, and understand that you cannot grow without problems. It's life's way of growing you. So ask yourself, that are you just going to let these failures wipe you out, or are you going to become stronger in the places where life broke you? You see, one day there was this farmer, and this farmer, he loved his wife so much, and his wife passed away. And the farmer had two things left. Number one, he had his son, and number two, he had a horse. And what the farmer would do is the farmer would tell the son to sit on the horse, and the son would sit on the horse and plow the fields, and that's how they'd make their money. And one day what happened is that the horse ran away. And all the villagers came to the farmer and they said, oh my God, God must really not like you. What have you done to upset God? First he takes away your wife, and now he takes away your horse. How are you going to live? And the farmer turns round to the villagers. He puts his hands behind his back. He bends down and he says, maybe. And the villagers don't know what that means, but they will walk away. 3 days later, this horse comes back. But he doesn't just come back on his own, but this horse comes back with 3 wild horses. And all the villagers come back and they go, oh my God, you are so lucky. God must love you so much. From being the poorest man, the poorest farmer in the village, God has made you the richest farmer because you've got 4 horses. What is it that you've done? Why does God love you so much? And the farmer turns around. He puts his hands behind his back. He bends down to the villagers and he says, maybe. And all the villagers walk away. 4 days later, the son is sitting on one of the wild horses and he's trying to tame the wild horse. And the wild horse picks the son up, he smashes him against the wall, and the son breaks both of his legs and he's in a wheelchair. And all of the villagers come back to the farmer and they say, oh my God, God must really, really not like you. What have you done? How have you upset God so much? And the farmer turns round. He puts his hands behind his back. He bends down. And what does he say? Yeah, he says, maybe. And the villagers walk away. 1 week later, there's an announcement in the village that the country's going to war. And this is not just any war. This is a war with a country which is 5 times the size. And everyone who enters into this war will die. And the army said they're coming into the village to pick out all the able-bodied men and to take them to war. So the army comes into the village and they pick all of the men and they put them into the trucks to take them to war. But they come and see the farmer's son. And the farmer's son's in a wheelchair. And they say, sorry, but we can't take you. You're not fit for war. And they go away. And all the villagers come back and they say, oh my God, God must love you so much. What have you done? Why does God love you so much? All of our sons have been taken to war. All of our men have been taken to war, but your son has been saved. God must love you so much. And the farmer turns round. He puts his hands behind his back. He bends down. And what does he say? Maybe. And do you know how this story ends? It doesn't. This story just goes on and it goes on and it goes on. And do you know what the moral of this story is? It's that trust the process. Life has your back covered. That life doesn't happen to you. That life happens for you. And when you understand that, then you ask yourself the most biggest question, that am I going through life or am I growing through life? And when you understand that, then you stop telling the world how big your problems are, but you start telling your problems how powerful and how big the world is. That understand, right, that life doesn't happen to you, that life happens for you. That understand that your greatest teacher in life is gonna be your last mistake. That if failure is not an option, then success is not an option. We're here to explore, to share, and to fulfill our largest and biggest of potential. So make sure that you understand that failure is not an option. That failure will lead to success in the end, that you will have failure, but don't call it failure, because it's just the path to success. That maybe for you, success is guaranteed after 5 failures. And what if you give up on failure number 3? You will never get there. And whenever you fail, understand that there is a teacher in this, that there is a reason in this. And whenever you fail, ask yourself 3 very important questions. How can I use this? Why must I use this? And when will I use this? So as I say my final words, what I feel that each and every one of you who've been listening to this has entered a new world when you started listening. It's a world where everything works in reverse. Why? Because now you have control over your mind and control over yourself. And what that means is now you're in control to create your ultimate life. So imagine a world where life was backwards. Imagine a life like that. So you'd start out dead. You'd get all of that out of the way early on. So in life you'd have nothing to fear. And you start life as an old person. You live in an old person's home, but guess what? Every day you wake up feeling younger and younger and better and better. And soon you're so young that you get kicked out of the old person's home because you're too young and you're too healthy. You then start to collect your pension. You get given your gold watch and you go to work. You start working less hard, but as time goes on, you work harder and harder, become younger and younger. You then work 50 years till you're young enough to enjoy your retirement. You start to laugh more and more at the things which previously upset you. You then start university. You start as a graduate, but then as time goes on, you become younger and younger and more curious and more curious. And then you're finally young enough to go to high school, and then eventually young enough to go to kindergarten. And hey, kindergarten is brilliant. Here you play more than you've ever played before. You have so much fun, you laugh and you giggle for no reason at all. And every day you wake up feeling younger and younger and younger. You do silly things every day, but you don't care that they're silly. Why? Because you have no blueprint called silly. You just have a blueprint called fun and play. You wake up each and every morning excited for another day, feeling grateful with a bounce in your step, feeling happier and happier. You keep having more and more fun all the time. Why? Because you're surrounded by other kids, and every morning you wake up with a smile, you jump out of bed and you're ready for the day ahead. And then do you know what the end of life is? The end of life is being held and being cradled by your mother and father. And then the very end of life is when you're a twinkle in your mother's and father's eye. That's how life ends. And then you go back to God, and at that point you're a twinkle in everyone's eyes. What an amazing way to live life, and what if we could do this? You see, many times in life our values and our rules and our blueprints are unwinnable. And if only we gave ourselves a chance to win, then surely each and every one of us can have a life like this. But to truly have a life like this, it's all about faith. trusting that life doesn't happen to you, but that life happens for you. Learn to love and learn to give without any expectation, and appreciate the people around you. Love to learn all the different personalities of your spouse and understand that there's no personality which is wrong. And when you do that, that's when a marriage becomes a love affair like no other. You have one life, that's it. But lived well, one life is enough. Look deep inside and ask yourself the most important question. That am I living inside my gift, and am I serving a purpose higher than myself? Don't wait for the perfect moment. Take the moment and make it perfect. Never regret a day. See, good days bring happiness. Bad days bring experiences. The worst days give you lessons, and the best days give you memories. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., if you can't fly, then run. And if you can't run, then walk. And if you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you gotta keep moving forwards. You gotta keep moving forwards. So I'd like to end by telling you this story about these two young boys. So these two young boys knew that at the top of the mountain, there's a guru. And this guru can answer any question you ask him. So these two little boys said, let's try and trick the guru. So what they did is they put a small bird in their hand, and they climbed up the mountain and they knocked on the guru's door. And the guru opened the door. And he said, how can I help you? And the young boy said, look, Guru, we understand that you're the all-knowing, that you can answer any question that anyone asks. And he replied, yes, I can. So they said, oh, Guru, look, we've got a small bird in our hand, and we want you to tell us whether the bird is dead or whether the bird is alive. And the Guru said, I can't tell you that. And the boys are like, why? We thought you're the all-knowing. And the Guru said, look, if I told you the bird was alive, you would squeeze your hand that little bit tighter and you'd kill the bird. And if I told you the bird was dead, you'd open your fist just that little bit and let the bird fly. So he goes, look, my two young boys, that life is in your hands, that it's up to you, that everything is in your hands. And right now, as we end this whole program, I want to tell you the same thing. That life is in your hands, that you have the ability now to go out and create the life that you've always wanted, the life of your dreams. So make sure that you wake up every single day loving this life that you've been given. That I understand that things are going to get tough, but I've given you enough in this program to make sure that you can go out and you can create the most amazing life, not just for you, but for everyone around you. I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for taking the time to listen, for taking the time to change your life. And I really hope that I've served you well. And I really, really hope that I have the chance to meet you in person very, very soon. Until then, peace, love, and happiness.